Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は223日目です。It is day 223. We're a day out, right? A day out from level 22. It's all review today, as far as I know. Let's get right into it. Review as in, like, from previous. Let's see which unit it is. Or which level. Let's go right into it. Okay. I think this is a burn, right?
Kai.
Right. Wait. Hey. The heck is... Like... Revolutions? Times. And had to read the sentence. Okay. Oops.
Kansai.
Kansai. Uh-oh. What is it about? Happiness. Right, sing. Of some dirt. Wait, is that a drum? No, that's not a drum. Who's happy? Kofuku, no?
Kofuku.
Kofuku. Plentiful happiness. I want to say it's like grateful. Happiness should be fine. Okay.
In.
Sha. What is sha? Sha ne. Sha ne.
Shanai.
Shanai. It sounds like Shanai. Right. Shanai. Okay. Interesting burn. What? Oh.
Jisei.
He said. Nope. Onyomi. What? What is that supposed to be? A zombie? Oh. That didn't work. Pretty sure that's supposed to be a zombie, right? A Zamboni on a scooter? Zamboni on a scooter feels like oh, you want to like run away from it, right? Oh. Okay.
Koun.
Oh. It's kind of like fortunate or good, or grateful, fortune. Okay. Good luck. Yeah. Good luck. I'm stuck with good luck, huh? Oh. No. Not that. That's onyomi.
書く
Oh no. Kaku. Wait. Kaku. Onyomi. Ne? Is Kaku the only read for this? I don't quite remember. No, it's not the only read. That's actually surprising. Yeah, what are the other stuff? Oh, they took bow. Kado. Kado is what I'm looking for. Yes. I was surprised it took Kaku, but Kado. Kado is what I'm looking for. Do I have an example of the other one? Oh no. The other read. So it's just Kado, and I think this is the only Kado. Right. Shigaku. Right. Shigaku. Or Shikaku. Sankaku. Sankake. Sankake. Kakdo. And what are you? That's right. Oh. Sekaku is rough. Okay. Alright. Yeah, Kado. Let's write something for this. Kado. It's a burn, but we'll come back to it. Oh, Kado is pretty good. The Kaku around the corner stole the Kado from the barn. Yeah, good enough.
Nyusha.
Nisha. That's good enough. Huh.
制度
Seido. Oh, what face? I don't think there's a collective for the right hand character. Or I don't think this is a single radical, right? Or he's using pirate, mouth, and Nami. その病気は、まだ something no is this oh, okay. I want to say huh. Oh yeah, this is Must be Nets. Netsuto? No. I don't remember the kun. Okay. Leaning's there though. Private. Unclean. Not. No. That's not it. G. G? Fuji?
Fuji.
Fuji. Something about disease, right? Something about illness. Incurable? What? I was pretty sure that was it. Oh no. Okay. Let's think. Body. I thought it was me. That's the other body. Huh. We gotta write something for this. I think this is a burn. Very weak burn. Oh no, wait. I'm kidding. Or am I kidding? This might not be a burn. I feel like this is a lot later. What I'm really actually thinking about is Q to rest or Yasu. What is this for? I don't think it's Q. Or no, I don't think it. We already tried Tai. Yeah, we're gonna skip this.
毎日
Oops, I need a space. Happy. Again? Oh, is it like Chihuahua? Siawase.
幸せ
Siawase. Something makes me want to YOLO. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay. Let's see. Left side. We have the tongue. And then peppers or spice. This is not outside that, it's fine.
辞書
Jisho. Of course. I mean, it's dictionary. What was attached to the left? What was attached to G? Oh. Attached to quit? Oh, that doesn't help. Oh, word is the alternative. I think that's okay. Alright.
1回
It's fine.
休止
You see. Okay.
三角
Sankaku. Okay. That's fine. I don't think this has a kunyomi.
9
You, yeah. Oh, but I feel like this is not that, right? It's kind of like, yeah. Okay.
写真
Yashin.
今回
Okay. Fine burns. What in the
証明
shome? What? I guess proof. Proof is fine. Aku. Study. Fine. That's okay. Hmm. YOLO?
関係
Kanke. The heck is kanke? Connection? Sure.
急に
Uni. Hurriedly. Immediately. That's fine. Hurriedly and immediately.
門
Is that a burn? Oh, that's not a burn.
空車
Busha. What the heck? Or empty taxi, I suppose. Yeah, open taxi. That's fine. What's this? Guard? I went for it. Alright. Back to mnemonic digging. Alright, well, what are we digging for here? Hole? Are we thinking for hole? Oh, this one was pretty good actually. What are we protecting? Mamoru.
守る
Let's add something. It's pretty early. Oh, right. Oh no, it's Su. Whoops. Let's just use Su. Su protects her health by getting mammograms. Okay. Paul kind of threw me off a little bit. I'm thinking of a different thing. I'm thinking of risk. Okay.
多分
Haven't. Probably. That's okay. Hmm. Oh.
やめる
Yameru. Oops. Sorry. I added an E to quite. Yameru, I think we're fine. Because I hear people talking about quitting all the time, so but I've gotten into the habit of just attaching everything as a form of refresher on the onyomi. So let's attach this to the onyomi for the sake of it. Yeah. Yeah. He quits. This is why you attach it to onyomi. The heck? Quits is still fine. Quit using words. Words that go against Jesus. Jesus. It's G, right? I feel like there's another. Wasn't there something else? No, just yeah and G. Okay. All right. Next one. What in shack? No, that's not a shack. Is that a shack? I feel like that's a canopy, right? And the bottom is supposed to be attached. What am I attaching to the canopy? I think we might roll with new extra layer of radical stories or such things. Somehow I want to say it's yellow. Okay, that's a yellow. That's definitely a yellow. I felt like it's foo, but why is it foo? It just looks like foo. Okay. This is what happens when you focus so much more on sound and character writing than the actual meaning. Oh, fool. That's why it looks like fool. It's fool. And fool is government. Like junk fool. Which is still the same in Japanese. I'll write something for this. A canopy attaching your entire country is the government. Okay. Yeah, and our only one is seifu, which is government. Seifu, junk fool. Okay. Okay. That's fine for now.
ゴミ箱
ゴミ箱
図書館
図書館 Chore. Chore is baku or
留学
留学 a bit off. Oh, study abroad is abroad. Okay. Whoops. What? Oh, wait.
新品
Ping. Hmm. Alright. What? Oh. Wait. What? Oh, wait. Wait. Why does that look so familiar to something else? Wait. What? Hold up. Am I going crazy? I think I'm going crazy. Let's take it back a little bit. Let's take it back. I don't think this is what I think it is. Why does it look so like? Why does it make me think of it? Probably because of the toll. What are you? Private. 20. Nothing like having a memory block on something like this. Let's see. 学生の I'm in school. 母が毎日で and made no, that's bento.
弁当
What did I type? I probably typed gento or something. I might have missed the B and hit the G. Yeah. No, it's fine. There was no other way. I had to read the sentence just to make sure. There's no way I'm messing this up, right?
毎回
Okay.
多い
Oi. Okay. Oh. Oh, it's Rusu.
留守
That's special. Rusu. What? Oh, no, wait. Like detain? Wait. This is a little special. Oh no, why is it Rusu deshita? Koichi no ie ni itte mita. Itte mita kedo Rusu deshita. Or Rusu deshita. Rusu also, yeah, Rusu suru is part of, Rusu. It's something about being detained somewhere. Away from home. Okay.
Sakuhin.
A craft? A product? すごいいい作品だったよ。その映画。映画なら、like a work of okay. Or production, a work of art. Okay. I think product is. I disagree. fervently because they think it's not a noun. You make a product, it's not a product anymore, but a word. I disagree, but hey, it doesn't mean product. You'll learn the word for that later. I still disagree with all of this, but that's perfectly fine. They're discerning that a product can't be a piece of work, a piece of art. They're specifically referring to a piece of artwork. That is being incredibly pedantic, especially for interpretive reasons. But I'll let you have it. It's probably why I wrote a product of art. That's probably more of people being nitpicky and saying like, oh, well, technically it's not after a long time, even though interpretively, if you put it into a context, it'll probably give you what you want. Trade-offs for not having lots of context. Let's see. Oh, wait. Oh no. What is the standalone for this? What the kun? Wait, what the kun? My habitual nature is to think of kyodai. So we just instantly go to kyo. This is a burn? Oh my gosh. If this is a burn, I'm a little concerned. There's no way this is a burn. Right? What is it though? No, this has got to be a burn. Oh, I guess they just want ani, right? Just plain ani. Okay. Oh. That's okay. What is that? Wait. I feel like it's old.
存じる
Zonjiru. And it's like occur. No. Wait. Zonjiru. What do we have? Go? Okoro? No. Go. What the shinpai? Go shinpai no koto. Koto to zonjimasu. Eh? We bring something into existence? Well, I don't know how to pivot this. I guess something that's existing, you're also being aware of it. Maybe like to be aware or something. Oh, to be aware of. Okay, to believe. Okay, that's fine.
関する
Kansuru. That's fine. The heck? Valley and tsunami. Oh. That didn't work. Valley and tsunami. Huh. I really thought it was something like dealing with... Is this bathing? I think this is bathing. Right. And... where do we go with bathing? Or maybe not. Cheese? No. Bathing. Hmm. Really thought it was. I think I took the bathing from Chinese. I sworn it was yo. Maybe it's... it's something like yo, or it's yo something. Yo. Oh. Yoku. Mm. 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 Quite a leap. Ooh. No. I feel like it's no. Kun. Moonlight. Moonlight and sunlight. There's Nicole. And... yeah, moonlight is sort of different. Moonlight work. So yeah, Nicole and... oh, no. It sounds like Nicole, right? But then we just do Getsu. Get call, right?
月光
Get call. Okay.
承認
Owning. The heck? Okay. What? Oh, that's a typo.
回る
Mawaru. Why? What's with the blank on that absurd looking character? Okay, it's not what I thought it was.
冒険
Okay, it just looks like a bowl, but I have no idea. Oh, Ken. And okay. Oh no. Oh no. Why is it bowl? I mean, I know it's there, but why how did they get to bowling? Oh, your son get your eyes blinded. and tried to dare go bowling with it. Oh boy, howdy.
教科書
Okay.
大阪
Osaka.
休校
Yuko. Interesting. This deals with like express or something, right? Express line.
危険
And okay. What? Oh,
治安
Tiang. Tiang. I don't think we think of it as pure, but more so. Do we? Tiang. I guess this is like, oh, Tiang wit, peaceful. I don't think so. I think this is more like public order, no? Because we're thinking of rule, despite cure being the. Oh, interesting. Did these get added? I feel like the rain might have gotten added. Thinking of rule. Oh, rule peace. Rule peace. So public order. I feel like that might have changed since the last time it came up. What I think it. Oh no. Yes. No. Yes. No. uh. Just kidding. What's it? No. この言葉は something の中に what in the oh no, I don't. Something about determined bounds. And Alright, we're skipping this. It has something to do with like book thing
辞典
and character. Okay. What in the grass? What the grass? Huh. No, not grass. Yes, grass. Or is that cool? Uh, um, hmm. Ano, ko no desu wa. Hmm. あるで女の子のですが。So it has something to do with person. Hmm. Hmm. Alright, we're skipping this for now. We'll come back. I don't think you have.
品
Yes. Oh, Shina? Wait. Was there an entry for Shina? Oh, there is an entry for Shina. Oh, okay. Huh. I think I wrote something for this about Shina. No? I didn't? Hmm. Interesting. Uh... YOLO? Oh, wait. What?
保証
Hosho. What is Hosho insurance? Oh, wait. Preserve? Detail. Hosho. Sho. Hosho. Book. Preserve. Evidence slash detail. It's like insurance or maybe assurance. What is another way to say assurance? Guarantee or like warranty? Guaranteed or did I misspell guarantee? Okay. Warranty. Okay, for sure. Yeah. I mean, okay. Assurance, right?
書く
Okay. That's not a burn. Oh, that's interesting. Oh. What? I feel like it's not. Oh, I was so ready for this and now it's gone. Uh, uh, man. Think about like mom. Mom is involved in this. Right? Right? I linked it up with like Mataku or something like that. It's right next to each other, shelved. same place. True black, like pitch black. It's matte something. Matte. Oh no, we can just take the kun. It makes me want to makuro.
真っ黒
Makuro. What is my other read? Koku, yeah. So we just take the kun, right? I think that's fine. Ma is very special here.
Hako.
Cool. Hikari.
光
証言
Shogen. Testimony?
曜日
Yobi. What in the actual oh,
政治
Deji. The heck? Like government, rules, governing. What was that? 日本は政治に安心がない人が多す。There are a lot of people connected to the government? Okay, the government in Japan. Japan has a lot of people connected to the government. Let's see. YOLO. That's not it.
強制
Yose. Okay.
特急
Tokyo ne? Special hurry. Oh. Wait. Okay. What in the heat? Aww. Wait. What? Oh, I thought that was it. Wait. I'm thinking of something else. Oh, wait.
川
Oh, yeah. No, okay. Fine. Or hide. Oh,
笑う
what else? Uh, mm, YOLO.
古典的
Okay, Authentic. Oh no. Authentic. Classical? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, that's not. No, nope, nope. That's new. I was thinking that. Okay. What? Oh no, this isn't that. Oh no, the bottom is different. Wait, I thought this then. Life in a moon. Qing 是什么? What? No. Oh, wait. Hold up. Something. Life and moon. It's like you look up in the moon, and I don't know. Life will reveal itself. Something. I don't know. How many did I skip already? Like 3? 3 or 4? I'm a below average day, huh? Oh, wait. Oh. Right. They went with blue. Right. That's how they go about it.
荷物
Emotu. Thank you. Wagotabi and etc. You know, most things deal with traveling. Excuse me. YOLO? Okay. That doesn't work. What? Okay. Alright. I want to say... There's so many... Okay. Hold up. Let's think about this. I feel like this is a... Okay. We just fill it out. It's fine. Fill it out. That's not that. This is Higashi. Or Hashi. What? Hayashi.
Hayashi.
Okay, it's fine. What is this in after? Ken? No. No. Like 20 plus private. I typed Ken, didn't I? It's Ken. What? What? Wait. Whoa. Oh, no, not Gen. Ben. For dialect.
Zenchi.
A panacea? Complete recovery. Oh, okay. Full recovery is fine. Alright. What was the onyomi for smile? Or did this go... Could be Kao. This might be a touch and go situation. It's definitely a smiling face. Egal. Probably egal. No, why is it It's egal, right?
笑顔
Oh, egal. So we know the egal part because... And then they just straight up... No, just another read. Is it my only E? I'm pretty sure it's my only E. Yes. It's special. Okay. Let's bump it back to Wara. Which I'm unsure what they use for Wara. Oh, Wara. I think we're gonna use what are Wara, right? Wara you smiling about? How the heck did I do Kao and Gao? What did they use for Kao? Oh, cow? And what the owl? But there's gonna be a rendaku, so that's fine though. Oh. Smiling about. Okay. Fine. Rendakus are rendakus. They're just gonna sound like now at this point rendakus are kind of baked in and shortening's kind of baked in. You kind of have a sixth sense of these things. Like, no, that doesn't sound right. We rendaku. Okay.
危ない
Abunai. Okay. Dang you. How did the happy thing go? Happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. What are we happy, happy, joy, joying?
不幸
Oh. Just unhappiness. Okay. Cool. Okay, they went with that. Sure. What in the... We're gonna YOLO. YOLO! Okay. Alright, that failed. Alright, let's think about this. I could have sworn it's... Oh, wait, I misspelled it.
商品
Shohin. Hmm. Okay. Oops. My T actuated. Double actuated. Hmm.
専門
Senmon. Oops.
保存
Ozone. Okay. Oh no, I lost it again. I lost it. It's gone. There's this mental block. How do we protect? What are we protecting? Oh no, but this is... I think this might be different. Oh, Shuteki. Yeah? Why is it shoe? Why does it feel... Why am I thinking of shoe? Definitely Hoshuteki.
保守的
Hoshiteki, yeah. Hoshiteki. Like conservative? Hoshiteki. Oh no. So, oh, it's because it's the alternative read, right? The alternative read. Su and Shu. I'm surprised I don't have measurement yet. Okay. Or that... the thing underneath.
生存
Seizon. Sure. Ooh. Oh, it's like... Oh no! It's... I think so. I think so. It's like... it isn't? Oh no, maybe it's just... Oh, wait. It is. It's gotta be. Hold up. I could fetch this. I feel like it's something about sheep cars. Is it about sheep cars? We gotta dig. Dig for it. Yes, it is about the other way around, right? Akashi.
証
Oh, evidence works too.
入門
Newmon. Sho. Kin? Oh, no. Shoku. Yuhin. Hmm. Oh wait.
食料品
Shokuryohin. Oh, groceries work too, actually.
制服
Eifuku. That's a misspell.
外交
Gaiko. Diplomacy? Okay. That's a pretty alright burn. What in the
阪神
Hanshin? Again, Hanshin? Hanshin Densha de Iku? Iku before. What is that? Yote? Yote this? Hanshin. Hanshin Densha de Iku Yote desu. You might. Oh. Cast. Go. Hanshin. What in the actual tarnation is Hanshin? Perv. So Han is height. Hanshin. That not height? How does this even work? I can get this one. Sheen is like humbling or gods. Hmm. I don't think so. I don't think I got it. Not right now. Something about it's next to train. Hanshin. I don't got it. We're moving this.
保険
Hokkien. What in the Hokkien? Destiny. Hokkien. Oh, life insurance. That didn't work. Okay, this one it is somewhat of a oh no. What? Wait. 極意 No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, wait.
企画
Gaku. Now I have no idea. Wait. After hearing it. Hearing it is what made it. Oops.
下品
Yeah, hearing it is what helped with the meaning. Like below average product, like meh product. How do I express meh product? Like just really mediocre product. What do you crude? What the heck?
一生
You sure lifetime? Or one lifetime? Whole lifetime? Yeah, yeah. Fine.
冗談
Jordan. What in the world of Jordan? Talking excessively, pointless talking, excessive talking. It's kind of like that though. Pointless talking. Jordan. 冗談でもそんなこと言わないで。Oh, joke. Joke. What in the... Oh no. I want to type YOLO. Okay, just kidding. Just kidding. Dang it! Alright, let's dig into the... Is that a zombie? That's a zombie, right? Oh. Wait. Minute. How does this work with zombie? Surrounding a zombie, what? How's this end? The pain. And oh, of course, this is colon. Okay.
辞典
And I still haven't figured out the other thing with 10. I don't know what it is still. It's not, this is not aji. Or is it? No. This is... Nifuda?
荷札
Fuda. That's special. What? Oh, that's a typo.
関心
Unseen. Worry and concern are pretty close.
明治
Meiji. It is what it sounds like.
辞典
I swear I typed G10. Maybe not. Just kidding. So that... Oh no, that's a different one. That's not the one that I was struggling with.
東京弁
Tokyo Ben. Nanju, what? Wait, this special? I feel like this might be special. Maybe not.
30代
30代. The heck is 30代? 30s? Okay. Okay, that yellow sucked. Alright. Where are we going with this? Definitely Jitsu. Real. I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why. I'm drawing a blank. Shouldn't be drawing a blank on reality. Doesn't help that it's in the beginning. So something jitsu. Ne? Something jitsu wa itsumo hitotsu. Hitotsu shika shikaranaimasu. Shikaranai. Only one truth. There's always only one truth. Or there's never. There isn't only one truth. There isn't always only one. What in the wait. I gotta see what this means later. Doesn't help me though. Really thought it was. Oh wait.
真実
Ninjutsu. There's only one. There isn't always. Wait. How does it? There's always only one truth. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Because it's the negation of the. Yeah. So my gut feeling interpreted that correctly. My literal translation failed. So the gut feeling is there's always only one truth. But this is one of those kind of phrases where like it's the opposite to emphasize the opposite. Okay. That's fine though. We'll worry about it. Different context. Alright, now we're back. We are back. And I still don't know. I think we're gonna have to write something about this, right? Sono otoko, sono koto wa something ga oki. I want to say it's karada. It's probably karada.
体
It worked the other coming back to it, but karada is like car raider. Karada. Can I do something else? We need to write something here. Guess what is that? Thai? Karada is so I have Thai and te to work with. Actually, I don't think. Do I have a te? I don't think I've used the te ever yet. No, they're all Thai. Karada. Thai. It's another way to something else. Karada. So let's just say tie bodies. Right, tie bodies onto the car, onto the victim's car in Mad Max. That's all I can think about when I think of a car raider. A karata tie bodies onto the victim's car in Mad Max. Alright, we're good. It's a burn, but fine. So we got Buten, right?
仏典
That's fine. So that solved itself. And now what has gone... Like, what happened here? It's definitely, Shikusa. Probably. Shikusa. Which is, what is that? Sheep and grass is absurd, right? Oh, no. Sheep, grass, or... Kusa. Eh?
仕草
Shingusa. Shingusa. Gesture. This one's kind of rough for meaning, honestly. Alright, so let's try to tie this up a little bit. So, sheeps make interesting gestures. She makes interesting gestures while sheeps are doing interesting what do we use for kusa? What do they use for kusa? Cool saw? Oh my god, kusa. Could also be cookie saw. That doesn't help either. Okay. She are doing interesting gesture with a sa a cool toy, cool oh my gosh, it's terrible. In the grass. It's not good. That's not good. We just have to fill it out. And then this is heights and or is that slope? No, that's heights. That's definitely height. I think this is a part of, like, a figure of speech. Part of figure of speeches. Can't see how it can be anything else. Something dealing with a train. Oh, wait. The right hand is definitely Kami? No? Or is it not? Can't tell right now. I got nothing. Well, I got some stuff to work with, but they don't make any sense together. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I might be misinterpreting the right hand one. This would be a very big dig. Just don't know. It's not a swing, right? It's a stool and a cliff. Be related to, what was it? Hanshin. So you have, I think it's just Hanshin. It's gotta just be Hanshin. The place. Because that's the name of the train. I think that's why it's weird. I have a feeling this character, I'm almost confident that this character is only used for names right now. We only have examples. Osaka is the only other example I can think of. And Shin, there's no connection between these two. So it's gotta be a name. Oh, it is. Hanshin. I'm not too familiar with Hanshin, unfortunately. I swear, yeah, it's God, height gods. Yep. The only examples we have for the use of this character is Hekin, Osaka, and Hanshin. What do we ascribe to this? Heights? Yeah, there's really no attachment, huh? I think we're just gonna chalk that up to we'll find examples elsewhere. That is a fairly obvious reason why it's weak, right? Was today okay? I think it was okay. We skipped like 4 or 5. We added a couple things. I stopped doing one thing I stopped doing is adding a routine to the end of this, other than doing mnemonics, because I'm doing them as we're going. Right, I'm doing them as we're going. Maybe I'll write the thing down and then iterate on them at the end. But it's kind of more streamlined for the time being. How long was that? An hour and a half? Okay. Right. Harmonics, Hulk. Mohawk, simultaneous, next, spear, number, half, and blade. reads 하나 뭐라 새끼 Sai, that took too long. Sai, I, Yo, Han, De, Mu, Da, I. That took a little too long. So, that's it. This is taking too long. She, Ken, Ha, Oka. So, still a little bit slow on that one. So, Dan, I, Nin, and this is still taking a little bit. Yo, Eki, a little pause there too. Sho, Se, Zo, Ze, Ken, Sai, Nin, Yi, Sen. Alright. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. You're gonna watch this say arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a try. Always welcome to stop on by, exchange some ideas, talk about some experiences, brainstorm some future things to do. Always welcome. Tomorrow is level up day, so we'll get new lessons, see what 22 has to offer. For now, those who are only interested in WaniKani in Japanese, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Right. See those people next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, walk around, stretch a little bit. Right. Make sure to stay nimble. Right. Don't want to spend too much time seated. And I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第216天 ，Let's say 216. We got a lot to refresh from yesterday. Do I use anything alongside WaniKani to practice? Yes, everything else in my entire life. Good stuff. That might sound a little reductive, but asking that question would probably suggest that I need to go through the spiel of explaining that I decided to learn Japanese because Japanese was already part of my life. So everything else is practice. WaniKani that I'm recording with is the thing that is unnatural, or the thing that I'm doing that's extra. So everything else is WaniKani is the introduction and exposure to vocabulary. The rest is to use. So pretty much everything else. You can make a laundry list of whatever you might think is relevant to Japanese language learning, and I probably do it on a regular basis. So cue the laundry list of like your trendy, well, what do we do? We're gonna throw in some trendy jargon here. I don't know, your immersions, your graded readers, your anime, your manga, your cultural exploration, multilingual vlogging and podcasting, reading news, reading the NHK news sites. That stuff is pretty regular practice. WaniKani is used to introduce vocabulary and more characters to be used into the regular cycle. In terms of like the complexity of grammar and stuff, that comes with time. When you think of like sentence structure and all that stuff, provided that you understand the gist of the things, I think the order and the way things are organized can be intuited over time. Occasionally I would dabble in grammar related things, but you can typically understand most things through collecting enough characters, ascertaining, abstract however you want to memorize and interpret it, and interact with your existing languages. So reading, you get the gist of it, and over time it becomes more refined. That's what we do. If you're curious what else I do, I play video games. Like a Dragon, the Like a Dragon series is what I do a lot of times whenever they're released. And soon enough, at the end of this year, we're probably going to do Persona games. Those are two that I have some of the longest legacies with. So those would be for practice. We're not going to bring up a dictionary or anything or reference material while we do those. So strictly for practice. WaniKani is strictly for learning. Makes sense? You just started WaniKani and was looking for supplemental resources. You've heard a lot about Kame-same, WaniKani, Asoi that integrates with WaniKani. Yeah, and Boonpro. Boonpro also interacts with it. So if you're someone that is want to have a bit of grammar in your life, right? Grammar can provide some structure. Boonpro is also synced with WaniKani. So if you like the structure of WaniKani that you just started, and get a little dabble in grammar, obviously right now the trendy stuff is to not focus on grammar, but depending on how old you are and how experienced you are with other structured way of thinking, oftentimes having some foundational patterns to look for can really orient yourself to look for them. And then looking for them can help with listening for them. So sometimes you just need, that one requires that thing that kind of narrows in. Like at the beginning, there might be like, oh, this sounds like so much jumbling of sounds, but if you can expand your unit large enough to get chunks, that's where I do feel that at some point you can dispense with WaniKani if you want and all the other things, and then you go into your I will just practice every day and then pick up a word here or two. Right now it's been a year and a half. Well, it's getting close to 2 years since I started with Japanese, and I actually started with Duolingo Japanese. But we're at the point where you go to the NHK site, right? And there's all these words, all these characters, but if I extract enough to understand what the point is of all the paragraphs, I'm good. So that's how I consume material now. I would consider myself roughly intermediate now. I think for me, what defines the difference between, you know, like the beginning and intermediate is you get into the point where when you practice, this has become more of a lifestyle, like early lifestyle stuff. And for myself, I kind of there's a little bit of a cheating part for me. My lifestyle was already set, so there are things that I still have to develop if I wanted to, but it's not part of my routine, and that's to like talk to people and like talk to like Japanese people. That's not in my purview. I do not plan on doing this very often. The vast majority of people, based on my lifestyle, I can choose maybe to move to Japan or like do like a study work program or something for Japan, but that's not part of my goal. The goal is to talk to people who are interested in learning Japanese. So they are mostly people who are not Japanese, and a substantial number of them are multilingual people. And in order for me to engage with multilingual people, I need to be able to read, because this is like right now I'm reading your comments. That's the vast majority. And also be able to talk about language and language learning, not specifically focusing using the language. So this might be a different priority. It has been okay. I think lots of people would emphasize certain lifestyle things that I don't adhere to. So I want to be very clear about the disclaimer. My supplemental resources are mostly multilingual people. I do watch this really like 2 or 3 creators that what they do is they talk in English and Japanese back and forth, like deliberately back and forth. They talk English and Japanese. So, and I haven't found one that talks in Chinese and Japanese, largely because there are cultural and geopolitical reasons why it's not very common to find someone who on the internet, right, on this side of the internet, that would talk in Chinese and Japanese. But most of the stuff that I watch are bilingual people, at least minimally bilingual people. So I want to emphasize that it is the opposite, it is an alternative to the gold standard that people constantly push, and they still continue to push it very, very hard, which is to native content. Everything is native content. So what is native content to me is people who are natively multilingual, not natively exclusive. There's a very different mindset when you're trying to expedite the adoption of a language in its own, compared to sacrificing that adoption to understand practicing English and Japanese together. I think that's a little different. I think Bunpro, when it comes to all the names like you're looking for, like Kame Same, Bunpro and Satori Reader are two that would complement. So oftentimes, if someone is asking me, what else do I do alongside practice? There are at least four spheres that keeps. I'm not going to go through a very long digression about habit formation, but oftentimes, welcome, by the way, Gustav, to language learning. One of the language learning principles that I abide by that is very important to emphasize. I don't focus on the same things that other people may focus on. I feel there are four spheres in language learning that is required for consistent habit formation. Like, this is not prescriptional, it's more like start here kind of situation. And one is one may require some sort of graded reading. So that's the story angle. You get stories plus like stories and high context environments. And one of the services that are quite good right now for that is Satori Reader. So this is to switch it up. It's to add and build your inputs and outputs, because if you stick with one thing without going into too much detail, you can get bored and complacent. And without needing to know all of that, it's nice to have at least some of these things. And then you have your form of SRS, which you have, right? WaniKani. WaniKani is great. And then you can have some sort of linguistics and form, like structure emphasized stuff, right? That Bunpro provides that. And there is an integration here between Bunpro and WaniKani. There aren't any integrations between Satori Reader and WaniKani and Bunpro, but Satori Reader is a graded reader. There's a free source as well that you can use to see if Satori Reader is for you. Satori Reader also has a trial period, but you can also do Tadoku. So Tadoku, if you type in Tadoku, it'll probably bring you to tadoku.org. And Tadoku is the idea of reading a lot. Basically, it's in the name at some point. But this is dealing with graded reading too. So you can think of it as more of a pro-learning reading material. So like, if you pick up Dr. Seuss, for example, for English, Dr. Seuss may just write whatever Dr. Seuss wants and try to cater it towards a younger audience, because the younger audience would have a specific amount of competency in terms of their language and including the ideas, right? But Tadoku, which is like Satori Reader, applies graded. Their stuff is graded. So at most, you can, instead of having to think about your own competence at first, because if you're starting out, you're not quite sure where you are. So when you have material that is graded, you can kind of start developing your feelings and your intuition if you don't want to rely on analytical skills, right? Like if you're not into journaling or doing all of that and you want something to record that. So like WaniKani, right? You like the WaniKani structure, records these things, and you don't have to do it because you're not really interested in that. Low key, I am interested in it. It's kind of my thing that I enjoy, like looking at metrics and stuff. But if you're not into that, Tadoku has some graded readers, and so does Satori. Satori actually blends the SRS type of system into graded reading. But if you want to try something free, Tadoku constantly put out free resources. They're fully voiced, read by a native Japanese speaker. They also have read-alongs, subtitles, like actual like transcripts, and also all the books are drawn, like have visuals. And so Tadoku is like a Japanese workhorse. It's one of those that are very, very, so it's completely free. Also, the background is completely white, so if you get flashbanged, I'm not responsible. The site is in white, but I just thought I'd warn you about that. Okay, and then these are the three really main ones, I would say. You have a form of SRS, a form of light reading that you want to do, and then grammar. And I would organize these in energy input. So which one is less interesting to you? You might want to like pick it up and see if you can get like 10 minutes or so. And then like if WaniKani is much more enjoyable, you put that downstream. So in terms of habit formation, it might be great to establish new habits. And maybe grammar is not your thing, right? So Boom Pro comes first. You're at your peak of your energy. You would place something first, then your reward is to go downstream. Maybe WaniKani is super enjoyable, but it's not as enjoyable as Satori Reader. So this is where I have planned most of my stuff to keep myself consistent. My peak energy, I try to establish a new habit. That new habit is something that takes a lot of energy, so you have to do it at your peak energy. It might be in the beginning or the end. If you're an end person, then swap the order. But I start with WaniKani because it takes the most energy. Then we're at HanziHero, which HanziHero, by the way, is for Chinese, but kind of uses an SRS system as well. So I go in that order, and that's for habit formation consistencies. So the least and most enjoyable thing and less stressful thing you place at the end, because that is also your satisfying reward for getting through the other day. Eventually, though, these become habits, and they all become a string of useful abilities. That's like habit arrangement. And the last sphere is supposed to be output. So where are you going to output? What are your output sources? This is where your practice comes in. Not input, not studying, so it's not learning. You're no longer learning in this last sphere. This is usually the very last thing you do in the evening. And that's what I was listing. When you asked, what do I do for practice? Which is the output situation where I don't concern myself with taking in more information because I already did it for the day. I choose to listen to multilingual stuff. I consume multilingual stuff. And then occasionally I play video games well below my quote-unquote well comprehensible video games. Right? Like right now I'm exploring Wagotabi, and it's largely completely comprehensible. But it helps me with application. We have application, and then application leads to retention, right? So the rest of it, and this isn't drawn to proportion, this bubble here is the largest most of the time now, because as I'm in a comfortable place where I'm trying to focus on retaining most of the things. So this part is like a wild card. It's really up to you on how to find it. Usually it could be a podcaster, a video series, a video game series, something that you're not concerned about only knowing part of the picture. You're concerned about what you can pull out of it. And then the rest, you use your native language to fill in my opinion. So like I play a video game, it's a video game series, I do it now. Regardless if I only know 30%, 40%, 60%, however many, I'm practicing the things I know. I'm not focused on what I spend the other times acquiring. And to me, this is a great way to structure yourself to reward yourself. So you start with learning, right? All the things that have high volumes of learning, because it would be unnatural, right? Because most things that you have to learn, you aren't normalizing it yet. You haven't learned it, so it would feel unnatural, uncomfortable. So in any way possible, um, I am agnostic to the idea that people say you have to learn a natural way, whatever that means. Because when you're learning, whatever you're doing is going to be unnatural. That's why you're learning it. From a perspective of learning, not from a perspective of linguistics. Like a lot of people would emphasize, well, you have to learn it naturally. So go to Japan and talk to Japanese people. That's the most natural way. I disagree. I completely disagree. From a habit formation standpoint, and a behavioral standpoint, whatever you're doing that you need to learn is always going to be unnatural because you haven't learned how to do it yet. So from my perspective, I'm focused on the person's comfortability levels, stress levels, and how consistent they are in order to how far apart it is from their other habits. So if you've established a habit like WaniKani and whatnot, you order it in a way that the most unnatural thing, as in the thing you're learning the most, is first. If your energy level is highest, it could be second. Sometimes people put a warm up, so a little lower energy, and then their peak is the second thing. But the reason why I'm focusing on this as well, when you're laying out with a lot of supplemental, so you have a lot of apps, lots of tools, ordering your tools and your apps in a manner that promotes high learning when you're high energy, wherever it is in the day, and then using the lower energy stuff for enjoyment, like your other enjoyment process, that allows you to structure a way that as you go on for 200 days, 300 days, several years, it would become like you're constantly doing something different in an appropriate manner in which it doesn't drain you over time. I think that is one of the things that are not spoken about a lot of times because it's very difficult, right? It has some you've been using soy.io. It has some small games that reinforce what you learn on, which you guess is some form of output, maybe. Yes, exactly. And you do it, hopefully you do it at the end of your day. In my opinion, I don't know if you read anything on habit formation, like thing, or have like a routine or understand how you operate, but generally speaking, each day, in my opinion, has should provide sufficient output so that when you go to bed at night, when you're like resting, you're thinking, I feel good. You know, I feel good. Some people may overdo it, right? The danger, the thing is, you have to understand you're reaching just enough output. So it could be like 10%, it could be 20%, but at the end of the day, if you are not ending your day with saying, I feel good about what I learned because I'm doing something just enough, then over time, over like several years or months, it's gonna be an uphill battle, because you start the day with like, ugh, man, all right, here's me learning again, and I have no form of satisfaction. So one of the things that I like to emphasize nowadays is gather a lot of tools, right? Start integrating them into a routine, but the routines have to be dynamic enough in which they complement each other, but at the same time takes into account your energy level and your ability to want to come back to it. So you start off stressful, maybe some negative stress in there because you have to establish an unnatural habit, right? It doesn't become natural until you do it long enough. Even unnatural things, non-native things, become natural things when you practice. And then near the end of the day, you got to do something significantly enough that you tell yourself, I'm ending the day very positive, and I'll do it all over again. And that's kind of what I do. So my situation is a little bit more complicated, but typically, right, I wake up, right? Wake up. I actually go for a run. Then I wash up, and then I hit WaniKani, then I hit HanziHero, and then I hit my flex spot. So it would be an application I'm doing for streaming. So right now we're doing Wagotabi. But in this spot was supposed to be Spanish. So I still have to think about Spanish. And then Brie is here, right? Brie is here. And French. We gotta think about how to squeeze in Spanish and French. And then streamens. Streamens, once off stream, there will be movies, right? Movies, shows, a bit of reading, whatever fancies me, and I end the day with doing something with it, and that's very paramount. So then you can do things, in my opinion, then these tools that you have during the day, they don't have to provide the satisfaction. That's kind of one of the tough parts that I feel get overlooked when it comes to people studying very hard. They're constantly studying very hard, but the tools that they have, the serious tools, the serious Japanese language learning tools, they don't prioritize satisfaction or reward to get the people back. So that's why, in my opinion, there's a kind of a bias towards tools that give you satisfaction as well. But you can tackle harder and more structured and rigorous things, provided that you also provide a source of application and output at the end. And it is those outputs and satisfaction and stuff at the end that will represent the lifestyle fixation. Basically, it will become second nature, right? It will remind you that why are you studying so hard on Bunpro and WaniKani and, on Satori Reader? Because you get to the end of the day and you can do that stuff. And that provides immediate goal satisfaction. That is different from saying, I look over there, I want to be fluent in Japanese one day. That's not going to provide satisfaction yet. This is applying a bunch of habit formation stuff. Like, you can commit. There's social contracts, committal social contracts that make people unmovable, unstoppable. If you are that type of people, sure, you don't need to do any of this, right? If you say, I'm going to be fluent in Japanese and nothing's going to stop you, that's great. Know that satisfaction will only come when that commitment to that contract, that social contract with yourself, will be then. Be it 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, the rest of your life, it may never come, right? Or it will come right away. Alternatively, while you get there, in order to fix a routine and a habit, satisfaction must be sufficient day to day. So find something you're working towards. Have a project. Like, if your goal is to read 10 pages of a manga, for example, and then you visit that manga once a day in the end and see if you can see if one of the words pop up. You read it again, it's like, oh, okay, it's the same 20 words that I know. Fine. It only takes like 5 minutes. And then one day it's going to be 21 words of that manga. 30 words. Having a project at the end in which you can output enough to reward you, like playing video games, even playing really, really novice games, or this is where I'm in Wagotabi, I'm having like a tough time with someone who may not think of learning. They think more of linguistics. I was making a comment about this yesterday. That is ignorant, I think, of habit formation. Something that I feel, if you have that type of structure and ability to do that, it doesn't matter how long it takes. It doesn't really necessarily, you become less and less concerned about how long things take, how tough things are, how unnatural, natural, native, or like uncomfortable, comfortable, they start to fade away. Because in my opinion, you are far more occupied with what you can do than what you should and could not do in the future or the past. Some people, though, especially when you learn Japanese, they will tell you that there are correct and incorrect ways of learning things. There are correct and incorrect ways of learning things if that person only cares about certain things. So for myself, I don't, we just met Gustav and we have no idea what each other want, but there are certain fundamentals about habit formation that requires not the necessity of context. So without understanding what your goals are, without understanding what your feelings are about native and non-native content in multilingual, one thing is for sure. If you're able to organize your day with enough variety, enough dynamics that provide a satisfaction when all organized at the end of the day, your workflow can look way complicated, but it wouldn't ever drag you down. I think that's probably my thought about it. But yes, Boom Pro. So what was it like? I would say Boom Pro. I don't use these, by the way. I don't use these yet. I might. The spoiler is I will try to evaluate Boom Pro sometime, but these are from word of mouth. So more things to consider. Boom Pro and Satori Reader shows up a lot. If you look at the WaniKani community, these things will probably be raised. And then Kame-same, right? Kame-same for sure. There's also what is it? Migaku? Migoku? Migaku. There's Migaku, but that Migaku is more, in my opinion, trying to blend all these things. But Migaku may be a way to inspire yourself of what you do for your output. So Migaku uses immersion and then try to extract things from your immersion. So like YouTube videos and whatnot. So this is in that fourth sphere, right? So it might not work for everyone. I will plug what I'm doing now. Wagotabi is an interesting game, right? I also played Shashinko before. And then So to Speak are games. These are games that you can say, hey, I just want to apply the things I know. It doesn't matter what the skill level is. It's a celebration to iterate on my retention. These are the games. These are 3 games that can help you with that. But I kind of like your asoi.io. I'll have to check that out. The games, interesting. Oh, that's kind of cute. I'll have to look into this. Intriguing. But yes, and other like graded readers can definitely be your source of reward. I typically read and watch anime and manga now to practice. Yeah, you do at the end, but you never really thought about it. You'll definitely set smaller goals and make a routine. Thanks for it. I think Asoi is pretty niche, but some of the games are fun. I see. I like just using my Japanese. So that's what I would like to encourage other people to do. I grow wary and a bit tired of how people dictate how others would create and apply their knowledge, simply because it's about traditionalism, right? If your goal is to speak natively, I totally agree, you should work on that. But that's not part of your output for fun. It's part of your learning process. So if you're starting to learn how to speak or listen to pitch accent and stuff, that should go in the front of your routine when you're high in energy. where you're vigorously, actively inputting. The stuff that I'm talking about are stuff that people say, you don't need that garbage. You don't need motivation or satisfaction at the end. You don't need to play games that are unnatural and have AI generated voices because they aren't real things. They aren't normal, real things. Creation and abstraction is never real. It's creative. It's another skill set that I think linguistics and people who are very focused on doing pragmatic things, those people don't lack any motivation. They're like so professionally inclined that their career is built around that. But if you're looking at Japanese as a hobby and other languages as a hobby, at the end of the day, whatever you learn needs a creative outlet that keeps you coming back for more. And it doesn't matter how unnatural it is. It's a testament to how creative you are. Like, for example, if you're learning to draw, right? I always talk about this a lot. Drawing, at the beginning, you got to learn your squares, your triangles, your circles. You got to put in the time. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter if this game only uses square, triangles, and circles. When you engage in that, you're engaging in a process of being creative or using the things. So you'll remember it. And you never know, you can end up using squares, circles, and triangles in a way that it wasn't supposed to be used. And what is that? That's art. That's what happens when you develop your own art style or something else. So the idea is, in the beginning, most people do top down for language, but at the end of the day, don't forget to encourage yourself to do a bottom up thing. And what's a bottom up thing? Oh yeah, as you're waiting to learn how to form sentences with these characters and learning vocabulary with these characters, try it out anyways. Play a game that makes you make mistakes or make really funny combinations of stuff, because that creativity is something that can lead to forms of expressions later. At least in my opinion, that's the stuff that gets you to feel like you're doing something. So yes, again, if you're someone who don't need any more motivation, who don't need to form any more habits, you can sit there with a textbook and a dictionary and go to town on the most complex thing you can find natively every single day, by all means. But I think that is reserved for people who are extraordinary. I would say 95th percentile. I feel if you're 95th percentile, go right ahead, but to me, that's overrated. I prefer to do something that applies to the average person, right? At least the average person. Doesn't necessarily mean I can't do this, and obviously you as well, you can't do this, but the idea is, if you're a journey person like me, I'm gonna quote something from Frien, the Journey, right? The anime, which is gonna come out in season 2 soon. If you're gonna go on a journey anyways, why make it the most difficult thing? Why make it most difficult, right? What happens is you can do things that are difficult, but at the same time also do things that are rewarding and easy. So the idea is both. How do you organize it makes the thing feel like you're doing difficult things, but proportionately it's less to you. It's less difficult to you because you're optimizing it. You're setting the best environment for your habit. And for me, this is what it looks like. go in, day out. I use WaniKani, I use HanziHero, and yet we're over 200 days, and I'm no less more enthusiastic. In fact, I might be becoming even more enthusiastic over time, not less enthusiastic over time, about what is the next thing I'm gonna learn. What are the next characters I'm gonna learn? So I think that's an important aspect, and that is my mantra. I sound like a broken record most of the time. When someone asks me about what I'm doing or maybe something I want to share, consistency, habit formation. I'm rarely ever worried that someone is gonna say, "Well, you're never gonna become fluent." It's like, that's fine. That's fine. The person that says you're never going to be fluent, it's the person that I would prefer not to be like them. Because to me, if they're not fluent, they're always going to be upset about themselves. When I am learning, I'm always excited that I got to learn something new, and I hope that I get to use it. And that's it. It doesn't matter if I'm fluent or not. Maybe one day I'll magically become like I reached a threshold of someone's arbitrary standards. Like, oh, you don't sound native enough. It's like, okay, that's fine. Like, I'm still learning and I'm still doing things, and I continue to wake up to be excited for it. Are you? Or do you wake up every day telling yourself you're not fluent yet? Because that's very tough. That's incredibly tough. And I think the people who can do it, that for the rest of their life, are extraordinary people. However, I am part of education. Like, I talk about education and like interpersonal communication skills, things, life skills in general. And my thought is, life skills are not the shortcuts. They're not the hustle cultures. You gotta be really able to tell yourself every day, not only are you not getting bored or progressively more bored with your life, you are getting progressively more enthusiastic with your life. Like, you wake up each day and you steadily get more and more excited. And that, to me, is the epitome of someone who likes to learn. So join the club if you can. Obviously, you have down days and up days, but net positive. Like, I call it the net positive lifestyle. You got to have that if you want to learn a language, in my opinion. Like, it's strongly, highly recommended that instead of getting caught up in the wave of like despair and valley of despair, because eventually you're gonna, you know, if there's anything about the Cougar-Dunning stuff, is that eventually you're gonna hit something, right? And then your mood is gonna dip into a valley of despair. And to reach that enlightenment period in which you can be steady out of this, you can start. You can start by understanding how you form habits, right? And most of the stuff I said are generalizations. They are starting positions for these things. And the reason why I bring this up is because language learning, whenever someone starts language learning later in life, or, you know, because a target language, you have to rediscover this. This is a rediscovery process. Not that it's gone, it's disappeared. It's old and rustic, as in you haven't done this in a long while. How do you form a new life habit? How do you form a new lifestyle? But, you know, a lifestyle that will allow you to use a language as though it's your native language. This is it. This is what your first language looks like. And, you know, some people stay here. They just stay here. They're definitely like, it doesn't matter. I don't need to learn any more about English. I'm an English speaker. I don't need to learn any more about English. I still learn about English every single day. And now learning a new language, Japanese and Chinese and Spanish, because Spanish was actually my first learned language. These ones make me even more enthusiastic about English. So, things should, in my opinion, one should strive to live life when they are a learner. If you want to be an intellectual learner, it should not be stressful, scary, anxious. People feel these, of course, and I do too. But overall, when you do it, you're like, you know, someone comes up to you, is like, oh man, Japanese is the hardest language to learn for English speaker. Like, oh, that sounds like fun. Let's go and try and do it. That was a year and a half ago, right? And then, someone says like, well, I heard Chinese is harder than Japanese. All right, 6 months ago, I started Chinese. That's how that works. Oh, and also some disclaimers. My parents are Chinese. However, that also makes me terrible at Mandarin as well, because we don't speak Mandarin in the household. We actually speak Fujianese. 这是中文 but 我外公福州话 got错, right? So you can kind of see the intonation difference between the two immediately. But and then Spanish is because I grew up in the United States and I'm in a place where Spanish speaking is concentrated, actually. So I do already have lifestyle choices or lifestyle exposure around these things. I don't speak to people who speak Spanish on a regular basis. And I don't speak Mandarin to my parents on a regular basis, nor do I also speak Japanese to anyone on a normal basis. But I'm not concerned about that type of thing in that type of way. I'm concerned about whether I am happy, consistent at the end of the day. I go to bed and you have that little fun stereotype where do you go to bed thinking in a different language? I go to bed thinking in 4 different languages. Like not all at once, but sometimes I wake up and I picture my graduate mentor in my mind. Somehow she just started randomly speaking Japanese as opposed to English, because that's just what I'm thinking about each day. You want to be thinking about the things you're learning and practicing, or you're learning in order to look forward to practicing with them. So if you're not doing that, in my opinion, I would say a bit of a crash course on habit formation might be okay. And I've been pushing this for a little bit now. I really like the way James Clear, like I don't read a lot of the same stuff all the time. So this is just by happenstance, this was the most trendy thing at the time. This guy has a very articulate way of reviewing the stuff that takes me like 16 hours plus, but it's a fairly brisk read. So anything dealing with habit formation is a great crash course to have for a quality of life relationship with life skills. Like fitness, it works for many types of life skills, fitness, dieting, right? Sleep. Sleep. These are the principles that I typically operate by. So yes, I'm not a language learner. I'm not like a focused language learner, nor a linguistics expert. I think the thing that makes me able to learn things is independent of the context, which, by the way, my background is in science. I have a PhD in molecular biology, and since then I'm like 5 or 6 years in an indefinite sabbatical from my postdoc, but I ended up not really using the actual content, the context of my knowledge, but the thing that is required for me to excel and manage to study PhD, like advanced knowledge and stuff, is independent you don't have to be smart in science. You don't have to be like a talented person to conceptualize science. It's more of the where's your critical thinking skills, problem solving skills, and the maintenance of your habits that are enabling you to tackle those things. You're Scandinavian. Oh, another person. I met a Finnish person yesterday. Actually, met them 2 days ago, and they're playing the game Wagotabi along with me. You know a bunch of Nordic languages plus English. Japanese is the first one you're learning as a grown-up. I see. Welcome. May I ask where in Scandinavia? So I met a Finnish person recently. I talked to a Norwegian for quite some time. They're no longer around. We have drifted apart, I would say. And, you know, people come and go. You're from Denmark. Ah, okay. Denmark, that is the more common one for my interactions. I think Denmark, definitely Norwegian for sure. That's really high up on it. And then Swedish. And that's it. I think most of and Netherlands, right? Netherlands. And then we have a bunch of like Germans, definitely lots of Germans. And your occasional British person in this time region, right? Because it's almost bedtime. Hopefully I'm not keeping you up, but since you're in Denmark, it's probably almost midnight. I'm kind of I'm cognizant of my schedule time because an hour or 2 hours before this, it's usually around the German line. I call it the German line because German is the most common, but I keep track of the time. That's about, yeah, it's almost midnight, right? Yeah, I figured. Yep, 6 minutes from midnight, something like that. Oh, which by the way, hopefully Bree is still around. We'll see how long it lasts before it starts buffering again. I hope it's not buffering right now, Bree. Hello. I kind of slightly weaved you in there with French, but yes, today is this. Yeah. May I ask, what is your Japanese enthusiasm? Like, what prompts you to want to study Japanese? And obviously everything's on the table. Don't give me that cringe stuff. We're talking about honesty here. So if it's manga, anime, I'm all for it. Right? I watch manga. I read anime. Or reverse. I watch anime and I read manga. So but I also really love participating in Japanese culture and looking at like understanding face culture because my background happens to also be part of another face culture, Chinese culture. Or you can simply say things like, what someone else, you really like webtoons or something. You were in Seattle for a month and you met a lot of Japanese people. Oh, interesting. Wow. And it made you want to learn the language. Plus you watch a lot of anime, so that keeps you motivated too. I see. Interesting. Seattle of all places. Huh. I should visit Seattle. So you visited the United States as well. So what you're telling me is you prefer to go to Seattle instead of New York City? I'm feeling a little insulted. I'm kidding. I'm from the East Coast, by the way. I'm Chinese, so the highest concentration of Chinese diaspora is either in California, which you have like the San Francisco area or something, or New York City. And I'm an East Coast product. Asian. My parents are part of the Chinese group that typically settles out of New York City. So but I can honestly tell you there are very few Japanese people in New York City. It's interesting that you met a lot of people in Seattle. I wasn't aware that Seattle had a significant concentration of Japanese people. I don't think there's like a solid like New Tokyo or Little Tokyo in the Northeast. Not that I'm aware of. in the northeast of the United States, lots of little souls. Korean, definitely Korean, next to like Chinatown, right? Chinatowns are more than Korea, little souls, but not too many Japanese people. It was a study trip, so you didn't have a say in it where it should be. Well, it's very serendipitous that you were able to meet a bunch of Japanese people. Now I'm starting to wonder if I should take a trip to Seattle. What were you studying, by the way? I imagine it wasn't Japanese people. You were told a lot of people from Japan traveled to Seattle since it's pretty close. Oh, I haven't even thought about the pragmatic reason. You know what's funny? I know a goober who happens to be Hawaiian, and he studied Japanese in Washington, which is hilarious because now it's starting to make sense. Seattle, Washington. He went to a university in Washington. Interesting. And of course, I was thinking you probably like a science major or something, a computer sci major, like a CS major, because of Seattle being one of the hubs. At least that's what you heard when you were there. Okay. It was in high school. Now you study a master's in cybersecurity. Okay. That checks out. Yep. That checks out why you would go to Seattle. If you were a business major, like a business entrepreneurship, or like maybe an actuarial science or an accountant, you probably end up being in New York City instead. And just, it's not a competition, but you probably end up flying to New York City to check out how to make money and be a CEO. Or law. Probably law. Lots of law and whatnot. Another cybersecurity, yeah. There's definitely demand for that. How are you enjoying your cybersecurity masters? So I reckon you're in your golden years, right? In your golden years. I'm 38, by the way. I think understanding people's generational knowledge and whatnot can be very beneficial to relating to people. So I am 38. You visited Valve? Oh, of course you did. Of course you visited Valve. Honestly, I would love to visit Valve too. What the heck, man? That's awesome. I don't actually know what's there. Wow, you got to visit Valve when you were in high school? What did I do? It's not related to it, but in high school, I think the thing that I did most travel in is we went to Canada to perform. I was in the orchestra, so I was a musician. I was a violinist, and we traveled to Canada. Oh wait, I lied. Oh, okay, in high school. Then in college, I went to the West Coast. We went to San Francisco. So I've been to the West Coast like once or twice over the course of my life. One for a school-related reason, and then one for a personal friend related, which was San Diego. San Diego was the other place. But largely in high school, the only time I was out traveling was we went to Canada. Toronto, we performed in Lake Erie before crossing the border to Toronto, and then I don't know what we did there. We performed somewhere in that area. You're in your early 20s. Cybersecurity definitely have more math than you expected. Oh, how's the math going? Interesting. I'm not really well versed in cybersecurity. I understand the end user stuff, but I have no back-end experience of cybersecurity. At most, I could qualify as a novice like scripter, right? Python is probably the thing I can default to. Other than that, that's not even part of cyber. Like, most people don't use Python for cybersecurity. It's probably a bunch of assembly and server related things. but I might know a little bit about like cryptography and whatnot, but outside of that, like encryptions and but not more than that. I don't know if I encountered a use of the maths yet. Do you like it? Do you enjoy it? And then so you just so happens to like Japanese, huh? You just want to start Japanese. Well, welcome. If I had to ask you, what was the most recent thing you learned in Japanese that you liked? What is the most the most recency thing that you learned in Japanese that you're like, yes, now I want to tell this to my friend or something. Which, by the way, I do quite often. It's hard for me not to talk about Japanese and Chinese when that's part of my daily routine now. So when someone like comes up to me and say, what have you been doing? Oh, let me tell you about this interesting Japanese phrase. And the rest is history. Actually, one of the people that I know liked the idea of learning Japanese now, so there you go. I nonchalantly plug, when you're like 6 months or a year into your Japanese, it's gonna sound like I always talk about Chinese when I'm learning Japanese. So fair warning. So this is what we're about to do. So we're gonna get back into my current groove now. We're gonna go back to this might look familiar, by the way, Gustav. This like this idea and routine and SRS might look familiar, being a WaniKani user, because HanziHero is very much applying that type of habit formation. The habit formation component is very similar. It's the thing that makes all the apps. It's one of the fundamentals of the many app designs and video game designs. Habit formation, tackling habit formation. So whenever someone says like, linguistically all the apps are the same and language learning is all the same for every app because they focus on this aspect. In my opinion, the aspect that apps and games do, that gamification thing, is actually part of habit formation. I don't think it's part of language learning or linguistics. Like the language learning that a lot of people are referring to, and linguistics, it's habit formation. I think the thing that is very deficient in the internet world, in the post-internet world, is to compete with habit formation. So when you look at WaniKani, are you saying I prefer to be using WaniKani than hanging out in Roblox, Fortnite, Among Us, TikTok, YouTube Shorts right now? That to me is why it may seem on the surface to all the serious Japanese language learners out there, or the serious language learners out there, that this is irrelevant. But to me, I interact with younger people most of the time, not older, experienced people who have acquired those skills in a different environment. Nowadays, when you think about 20-year-olds and like younger, habit formation becomes like the gigantic, immovable wall almost. And I feel, whether it's coincidental or consequential, the symptom is that when you think about a learning product now online, in order for that learning product to be successful, they have to compromise a lot on distributing their resources on designing how to keep people consistently showing up. Then the content and the fidelity and the comprehensiveness of the material comes second. Largely because I think the advice of people who have learned the language already, in my opinion, respectfully, all of the things they say are true at some point in time. but they are also out of touch with people who are learning now. So you're going to start to learn a language now. It's a different environment, and there are many interfering factors or competing factors, not necessarily interfering. Like, it's a good thing plus a good thing. It's two things competing for your attention. So my emphasis on producing a routine that creates that dopamine, like, it's not, dopamine is not the only neurotransmitter, but we'll use it for the sake of analogy. The idea is you end your day on a dopamine spike, and all your inputs have to be active, because then they may produce satisfying outputs. And that's kind of the stuff that is more. And no worries about interrupting my learning, by the way, because I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. I do this all the time. The stuff that I'm saying now, I probably said hundreds of times, if not thousands of times at this point over the last 7 years. When I'm playing a video game, I'll still say the same thing. Like, some people will talk about video games like, oh, I really like this video game. I wish there were more video games like this. And I would probably say something like, why do you wish the same experience? And then I would talk about habit formation again. About how, like, one could also be incredibly, arguably more happier, arguably, if they formed a habit in which they can start new attachments every time. Because if you get stuck on a particular video game, for example, much like on a particular learning method in language learning, that type of thing is going to get boring. It's going to feel like you're stuck in nostalgia. You're going to become complacent. You can become stagnated, right? Here's one that happens in WaniKani. When if you look at the community, some people will say, oh, you know what? I've finished WaniKani, I'm level 60, but whenever I go and do something else, does anyone have this problem where when I read something in a different context, I no longer can figure it out, but the moment it shows up in WaniKani, it's like, okay, the idea is you also need to understand how to start new habits, attach old habits to the new habits, because there's a learning process, there's a learning curve, and a formation of it. So in the future, like, for example, I started with Duolingo, and oftentimes people would naysay about Duolingo. It's like, oh yeah, you're going to be stuck on Duolingo. You're never going to go into better, like, quote unquote, better or more serious tools, or move into formats because Duolingo is a crutch or something like that. Like, well, I would agree with people who believe that happens for them, right? Because the internet, that's what the internet does. Here's a fun little interesting trivia when it comes to related to habit formation in gaming. Nowadays, most publishers and developers rarely ever define their product as a game that requires new experiences later. They usually stick to the one thing. So what I mean is, people don't see video games as video games that you start, finish, and continue again, and then weave it together in a bigger picture. They see it as a platform. So whenever I talk to people who play video games, I no longer ask them, oh, how many games or what types of games they played. I ask them, what is the game that they habitually play now? Because I'm gonna tell you, one or more, I'm also not excluded from this behavior. I do play several live service games: Hearthstone, PSO2, NGS, Neverwinter, and recently Persona 5, the Phantom X. So those are platforms, and they are regular. They're habit forming. Live service is king because it focuses on habit formation. So if you want to be able to quit something and start a new thing, it would be very, very useful to understand the nature of it. And most of the time when someone asks me, how do you start language learning? How do you start playing on your on the game that you log in every single day? Start there, right? And what happens is that's where app design comes in. That app design starts there. So how do you get someone to find it really difficult to quit WaniKani, because you'll feel bad when you quit WaniKani after like investing a month or 2 months every single day? Habit formation. Now the difference here is you can be aware of it's happening and it'll sting less and give you more control. When you're asking questions about, man, why do I feel like I'm just dragging my feet, or why does WaniKani suddenly progressively feel unrewarding? That's more of someone who doesn't perhaps am aware of what happens when you form a habit and then that habit becomes stagnant, as in it no longer has like the 10% innovation, 10% rediscovery or discovery process. When you have a habit, have other habits with it so that they can produce more discovery process, sufficient discovery process to keep it from becoming mundane. I think language learning right now is a race against time, or against the self. So most people bounce from tool to tool, hoping that the tool stays engaging and interesting enough to get them where they need to be in their Japanese competence, and then quit, right? And then the rest is history. That's how others go about it. For myself, I quit and start whenever I want. That's wholesale. Like right now, if someone's like, oh yeah, I have an opportunity for you, we have a product that integrates all this stuff, would you be interested? I'm like, yeah, sure, let's make time for it. And then where I stop here, all of that's coming with me. Like, I will find a creative way to take all the things I've learned from WaniKani or HanziHero, and I'm just gonna apply it to that thing. And that, to me, is something that I do not agree with many other people. When they say, oh, well, HanziHero teaches this way, it's never going to be useful in natural language or natural language formation. You're never going to use this stuff. It's just training wheels. Like, I'll show you what you can do with training wheels. And that's kind of how I go about things, right? I don't like if you're always asking yourself, am I wasting my time? Right? I'm sure somewhere along someone's life, I'm 38 again. It's been a very long time. I don't like wasting my time. But wasting your time is up here. The feeling and negativity about wasting your time is how you can't carry your memories with you, right? Once something doesn't require memorizing or retaining, it's literally a waste of time because you no longer have value in them. So for myself, yes, learning, I completed the Duolingo Chinese course. So we did Duolingo Japanese. I recorded all of these things. So there's like 300 plus videos. So we started Duolingo Japanese. Then we staggered with Duolingo Chinese. Duolingo Chinese was shorter than Duolingo Japanese. All of that ended up being brought into HanziHero. So some of the Duolingoisms of Chinese is deliberately brought into HanziHero against the consternation of a lot of people. Lots of other people, and I concede, sure, it's true. They say like, if you learn with a tool and the tool gives you like weird ways to teach you things, and then you retain that, it creates a bad habit that's undesirable for something else. And my first thought is, then so be it. Like for myself, I will find a creative way to warp whatever I did to adjust to the new thing. So however unnatural or uncreative or unorthodox it is, it will lead to integrating the same thing. Like in October this month, I typically do a drawing challenge called Inktober. I would draw something for every day of the month. And yes, where drawing Japanese Chinese things and finding weird ways to illustrate my experience with Duolingo and my experience with HanziHero. The next tool I use will also constantly refer to my legacy of Duolingo Chinese, HanziHero. I try to retain as many things as I can and overlay them, and associate them as much as I can. Because honestly, I don't live a life trying to regret or think that the things that I've chosen to do is a waste of time. It also goes with the whole habit formation thing. Yeah. And I think life, when you're learning a language, if you find a creative way to do it, I don't think someone telling you it's unnatural should stop you from doing it. I mean, you can still learn the natural thing, obviously, right? Eventually, we'll get to the native stuff. Eventually. If I don't ever get to the native stuff, I sure as heck could say something about the Japanese language in my own words. Right? I can continue to use English with Japanese. It's perfectly fine with me. And that's how you become very, very happy and enthusiastic each day. Yes, it always ends going back to habit formation and language. You actually have no idea how to answer that. Oh yeah, that's not really that many interesting facts right now. I see. You usually just say fun stuff. I see from Paulo, from Tokyo, and other videos to your friends. Oh, okay. Huh. What are you watching right now? You said you watch anime, right? What are you watching right now? Donghua. Donghua is anime in Chinese. If you're ever... Oh, if I'm not strong arming you, no peer pressure, but Donghua. Oh, actually, Donghua. I'll write it with romance characters. Pinyin, so Donghua. This is move, and this is picture, right? And ani, right? Ani, animation, right? Anime, right? Is Donghua the same as... Oh no, anime is an adoption, so it's a loan word. So we have whoops, yeah, ni me, right? And for Donghua is move. The heck is move? It's probably tree, kettlebell, and hua. Hua is probably rip. I don't know. Let's go look. When you see it, but my writing is still not that great. Here we go. Oh, it's that dung. Yeah, there's this dung. And then, yeah, so we have our brush, right? Stroke order. Right? And then, dung. So, dung is move, still, in Japanese. This is also still dealing with drawing. Well, both of these, if you saw this, like, using your Japanese, you would also know it's an anime, probably. You mostly watch mainstream stuff like Kaiju number 8. Awesome. Dun dun dun. Dr. Stone. Ooh, Dr. Stone is not that mainstream. So, he's setting me up here. And you just finished Sunny Boy. Interesting. I catch up with mainstream stuff to stay cultured. So, what did I watch recently? I can tell you what I watch. It's usually, I publicly share on my Discord what I've been watching. Although I didn't separate it between live action stuff. So, let's just scroll up here. What was the last anime that I watched? Oh, I watched all of Boku no Hero. up to the final season. The final season is being aired soon, so mainstream stuff. So I was catching up on what the kiddos are watching. So Boku no Hero is one, Hiro. And then I watched all of One Piece from episode 0, from episode 1, all of One Piece to episode 1120 this year. Sakamoto Days is a Netflix produced one, so I'm looking at these one shots now. So Sakamoto Days was very comfy. That's mainstream. And then you watch Dandadan. So Dandadan was followed up by Sakamoto Day on Netflix. Solo Leveling. Caught up with Solo Leveling as well for mainstream stuff. This year, well, all of One Piece's arc, like up to 1122. So it's like wherever the arc ended, next to like that episode 1100 something. You're on episode 20 or something. It is a wonderful way to practice your Japanese. Like, the stuff they say repeats so much when you get into the groove of it, of course. When you get into the groove of it. The movie Look Back was a fantastic movie. Look Back, it was from the Chainsaw Man guy. And is there anything else? Not that much actually. Oh, I watched a donghua. Mo Dai Zao. I think Mo Dai Zao, or no, Mo Dai Zhu Shi, which is what is it called in English? Something like diabolic, like scripture of diabolicism or something, because I was learning Chinese too. So this is in quote unquote anime. This is donghua. Watch that. You know what is an interesting one? Have you watched Apothecary's Diary? I think that's kind of mainstream. Still somewhat niche, but it's one of those few niche but also mainstream things. Apothecary's Diary. And the reason why this comes up all the time is it's Chinese influenced. But it is an anime. So it uses the trappings of more of a foreigner's perspective, but it has that. I don't know if you've ever seen. You're still watching the second season, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, Apothecary's Diary. I talked about this at Otakon. I was recently at Otakon. Not sure if it has. No, it hasn't yet. It hasn't. There's another season incoming, but at least I think. Oh, sorry, that's a spoiler. It hasn't ended yet. I know that's not much of a spoiler, but it hasn't ended yet. So there's more to come if you're enjoying the show, right? Apothecary's Diary. The thing that I joke about a lot of times is there's a stereotype in Chinese families, in especially diaspora. You often, like, people may ask, like, what do my parents watch for entertainment? They watch Apothecary's Diary. And the reason why I can say that now is because back in the day, most of the shows that they watch are live action. They're live action drama. So whenever, you've probably seen more the Korean drama stereotype, the K-drama, like, oh, the melodrama, and the people love K-drama, right? But when it comes to C-drama, or like Kanto, maybe like Kanto / Mando things, it's like Apothecary's Diary. So nowadays, the reason why I talk about Chinese a lot of times, I'm like, have you seen Apothecary's Diary? Because that is, and then Kingdom is the other one. Yes. Yep. Kingdom is the other one. I haven't started yet though. I haven't started watching Kingdom yet, but Kingdom's on the list. There's also Clickers. Clickers or something. I still haven't finished that. I watched like 1 or 2 episodes so far. This one is I would say it's an anime. No, it's a donghua. I'm gonna say it's a donghua. Right. This is about people, photographers, who have the special ability to go back in time. Go back in time. Hang on. No, it's like click, blink, click. No, hold up. I forgot what the name. Click, blink, or something. Sorry, it's not that. Or hang on. I don't remember the English name. It's difficult for me to remember English names now. Oh, no. Okay. Link click. Sorry. Link click is the name. Yeah. Yeah. Link click. That's the one. Photography, they can go back in time, understand someone through their photographs. This one is a Chinese. So I've been watching some donghua for Chinese stuff. Kingdom is also in Chinese. There's one more Chinese thing. King's Avatar that I watched way back. King's Avatar with someone else. This one was during the time that SAO was a thing and whatnot. So this is about esports. It was okay. And then I watched like an episode of the live action of this show, King's Avatar. I think that's the reason why I brought up King's Avatar is I think this was the turning point for donghua. This was one of the breakout hits that made donghua a household name. So like to compete, right? Competing with anime, right? King's Avatar, right here. It was basically like a like a more reality grounded version of SAO. Yeah, there was a lot of hype. And right now, what is the King's Avatar? King's Avatar of manhwa, right? Of manhwa, which is Korean. I don't know if that's how you spell it, but manhwa, it's solo leveling. I think this is the turning point as well, which also is SAO. Which is still SAO, so mainstream. Oh, this is the trifecta, right? Korean, Chinese, and Japanese. They all one of the biggest Western pushes. One of the biggest Western pushes is things like this: King's Avatar, solo leveling, SAO. I'm sure there's more SAO coming. Always ends back at SAO, yeah. And then before this, during my years, the millennial years, what was the millennial anime? DBZ. No contest. DBZ. Right? Dragon Ball. If you're not a Gen Z, then this is your millennial example. For Western audience, from foreigner perspective. Like foreigner perspective. And you're wondering how far back does it go for China? Journey to the West. Journey to the West is when you get back even further. And what is Journey to the West like? Lord of the Rings. So we're going now we're going back. Humans. The reason why I think this stuff is cool or like interesting is because we have to remember that humans are generational, right? We can't pass on emotional intelligence. We can't pass on emotional knowledge. So every generation, roughly every 20 years, there's a cycle that goes through. This season, a lot of people like Lord of the Mystery, which is Chinese. You're really hang on, let me see. Lord of Mysteries. Ooh. Is this like, are we talking about like monster mysteries? The anime monsters? I mean, it kind of gives me that feeling, but maybe more fantasy. Victorian era inspired Lovecraftian horror. You haven't seen it, so not sure if it's good. Interesting. Lovecraftian horror. The imagery that I'm getting is very much like Monster, but Monster is grounded. There's no paranormal things, but it has the same feel. Victoria era England. Interesting. You know, this does really play into like things like Grimm. What is that? Van Helsing? Kind of your like Dracula stuff, right? Dracula. Back in like Helsing, for example, Helsing stuff, but Chinese, right? Interesting. Lord of Mysteries. Oh, have you seen Orb? I haven't started yet, but Orb. Orb is good. That's really trendy. The way I came across Orb was from someone else who's much older, or relatively as old as I am. And Orb has a band that I listen to quite a bit. Sakana Action. Sakana Action. Right? And Orb is pretty neat. No, but you've also heard, yeah, I haven't started this either. I'm looking forward to Dandadan though. So you mentioned Dandadan. I'm looking forward to season 2 of Dandadan. What else? Oh, you know, here's a side note. If you haven't seen it, I know this can be very jarring, but One Piece season 2, the live action, the Netflix has a Netflix. This is golden. So I know people are scarred like really hard with like FMA and all that, you know, the live action like Bleach and less so Rurouni Kenshin and stuff, but the One Piece show, and I only seen One Piece after watching the One Piece show, but this is really good, and it's coming back for season 2 in the beginning of 2026. I actually watched a promo of this, is why I'm bringing it up. But the actors, there's a lot of nuances in live action that is difficult to convey in animation, and then, you know, vice versa. But if you're ever interested in something that's mainstream in many different ways, like this is incredibly mainstream. You know what would be kind of funny? I wonder if they dubbed this in Japanese. It's English, by the way. It's a Netflix production. But I'm kind of curious what it would sound like when I hear it in Japanese, if they dubbed it. The live action didn't really grab you that much, but maybe you should give it another try. I watched the Choppa. I watched the Chopper. I usually call him Choppa, but Chopper thing, the Chopper promo, and I'm like, yes, nailed it. I don't know how often you watch live action, but unrelated to anime, I could make it related to anime. There's a show called Severance, and if I had to make it link to anime, I would say Ghost in the Shell. Oh, you love Severance? Nice. I just recently watched Severance. Oh my gosh. The first 2 seasons, absolutely amazing. And then the thing that I can link to is Ghost in the Shell, probably. The concept. Ghost in the Shell is an excellent extension of that type of science fiction writing. Ghost in the Shell, man. And then Severance, oh, Severance is amazing. Absolutely love it. I was wondering when I was gonna meet someone who have seen Severance. Ah, Give me more. It's not going to be till like 2027 before they come out with more. But in the meantime, you really need to watch Ghost in the Shell. Yeah, it does the same. It operates on the idea of consciousness, right? Consciousness in a technological world. So when and the anachronism here for Ghost in the Shell is surrogate bodies, right? Surrogate bodies. So body transfer. There was another show that did this quite a bit, Altered Carbon, but Altered Carbon got canceled, which typically happens in sci-fi. But Altered Carbon is very similar, where you transfer stacks. Ghost in a Shell was definitely that type of concept, where consciousness can be divided, like you can move consciousness around. And Severance had a really wonderful take on, you know, consciousness and existentialism. There's a movie I typically refer to when doing these things, and that's Internal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Is probably Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, or The Truman Show, which both happen to feature Jim Carrey as the main lead in a non-comedic role, sort of. The Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind and Truman Show. That's when you get like Severance and Ghost in a Shell in a like a grounded way. Severance got really big here, so many outie jokes. Yeah. What's your outie like? Which, for the record, I think it's brilliant because Severance, the whole outie versus innie. This is you're doing your innie right now, right? This or you're using your outie right now. So what your internet presence is your outie. Or you can view it as, if you're being honest on the internet, then your internet self is your innie, right? Depending on your perspective, right? My internet self is my outie. When I'm off the internet, it's my innie. Like that's because I use when I'm online, I tell people what, as an outie right now, I tell people what I don't show in my innie, because it's not that's what makes it not Severance. When you make a disclaimer. So I often say that whatever I'm doing online right now, like this high energy person or a lot more enthusiastic, is because at the end of the day, I'm not as enthusiastic. I'm more spending time rewarding myself. So whenever someone comes up and says, what does studying look like? Studying looks like this, and that's what I'm showing. Practicing doesn't look like this. Practicing doesn't involve me talking about this stuff, getting connected with other people, constantly talking about pop culture and stuff. I actually, when the stream goes off, I'm listening to anime, manga, or doing work, writing, journaling. It's a different person. It's my innie. So I love how they made it so. The brilliantness of the show is that they took the anachronism, right? Oh man, they took the anachronism. So the thing that's out of place, out of time, which is the technology, right? The technology is out of place, out of time. And what they do is they make the language and like the world building just good enough because it's so intimate, right? It's like a Wes Anderson film where like all the staging, they made the world small enough, deliberately, intentionally, where when you characterize the world, it feels natural to be in the scope of that world. So when they started reaching out and talking about innies and outies and protests and stuff, it feels incredibly grounded. So it's kind of like people laughed back in the day, cyberpunk, right? Cyberpunk 2077, when people said like chum and what was it? How do you like take out someone? I've forgotten like some of the lingo, but what happens over time is like if you have proper world building, the stuff feels like it's connected to all of that. Oh, where was there was another show I recently watched. Oh no, not another show. Clear Obscure. Clear Obscure. The dialogue in Clear Obscure is framed around the thing. The limited lifespan, right? The gommage. Sorry if you haven't seen, like, I'm not sure if you played Clear Obscure, but part of this year I played Clear Obscure because I was very excited tracking the game, and it finally came out this year. And all of the dialogue, it's framed around their circumstance, and Severance does that. You don't know it? It's a French game. It's right your neighbor. Actually, is Denmark close enough to? No, it's not. They're still Belgium. Sorry, but if you're not familiar with Clear Obscure, it's the synopsis of the game, so you know it right away. But basically, they live in a world where you only live up to a certain in age, and then all of that group of that age is wiped out. But I don't want to like I want to sound very generic, but that's the context, so not to give like too much away, so to speak, right? If you're ever interested in playing a French game, I suppose. Severance is like that. You know, things are normalized. The characters feel like, oh yeah, that's probably how they behave. It's really neat for people to write things and build a world where the mannerism is different, right? I will use a Star Trek episode instead. Star Trek does this a lot. I'm a Star Trek fan, so I'm sorry. But it's Star Trek. But Star Trek uses that a lot. What they do is they use planets and like aliens as a way to build immediately. So every episode, you know, you visit a new planet, and that planet operates differently. One of the planets that they visited was that everyone dies at 60. Everyone voluntarily end their life at 60. That is the episode. So what's wrong with this episode? Well, there's a crisis. This planet that they live on is next to a dying star, and the person who's working on resurrecting this dying star is about to be 60. Okay, so you have your Earth people, you know, the people who are in the spaceship, right? Your Earth Federation people. They're coming to aid. They're coming to aid this research. So this guy, this researcher, he is the leading researcher of this thing. And he goes on the spaceship and studies it and gets ready, right? But he didn't have enough time to finish his life's research. He dedicated his entire life to restoring the sun, so that his race, his planet, can survive, right? But the people on the ship, they're humans, or they're a mix of humans, but most of them are humans. And humans don't have this voluntary perspective. And the reason why they chose the moral dilemma is that at 60, that's when health might start declining. So everyone deliberately decide to spiritually and religiously, right, ritualistically end their life at 60 when none of that happens. So it created a dilemma. And interacting with the humans, this person had second thoughts. And it created a really interesting dilemma where he decided no, he wanted to complete his research instead of passing it on, but that's also punishable by death or like shunned or banishment. So there's that thing. So this is Star Trek. That's what makes Star Trek fantastic. In fact, I've watched like all the Star Treks and I typically dabble in them, and it's gotten to the point where they've covered so many anachronisms and like human condition stuff that if I needed a metaphor or like something to refer to, I typically go back to Star Trek when it comes to the human condition. Like this stuff is interesting. Like imagine if humanity embraced a practice in which that they do not experience the burdens of old age, because of the idea that the later years are not fantastic, right? That is a very interesting question. Another one that I typically use when it comes to thoughts, which is related to severance, right? It's related to severance. Is the episode of a place where there is a planet and they can punish people. They can punish people by using a machine to simulate the punishment. This allows them to expedite reform in the person without the consequences of advanced aging or biological aging. One of the crew members, this was Deep Space Nine, an episode in Deep Space Nine. One of the crew members was falsely accused, and they spent over 30 years in their mine being punished. He was like left in, it played out in a jail cell where he spent day in and day out with this one other guy trying to conserve food and starving and trying to live their life. But then if after all that played out, it turns out that he was in a simulation. But the thing is, how does that impact the human mind? It's real to this person, the person that was punished. But then the rest of the episode showed all the consequences of how he can acclimate. Like, how does he recondition himself? Since no one can experience that with him, right? So all the people around him, he had a wife. So this guy had a wife. And in the station, they try to like negotiate that. Yes, Black Mirror. Yep. Most of Black Mirror's concepts, many of the Black Mirror concepts, which I absolutely love Black Mirror as well. Maybe not, like, they're kind of like on a slump a little bit. I haven't seen the most recent Black Mirror stuff, like the most recent Black Mirror season. But these things Star Trek has covered, and Black Mirror has like a nice like longer format version of this, which by the way, most Star Trek episodes are approximately like 50 minutes, and they run for 7 seasons, except outside one exception, the original, like the first set of Star Trek films, where we're talking about like there are more Star Trek episodes than One Piece, or One Piece has far less runtime than Star Trek. So you can only imagine what the topics are. This one was really cool. I like this one. And then there was another one where it's a planet, thought crimes. So they have an invention where people, an invention that can detect when someone has a thought crime. And what would that happen? Like, what would happen if you had the power to remove crimes of thought? So you're humans, right? You're humans from, by the way, in Star Trek, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Star Trek, but Earth is a utopia. It's one of the few science fiction settings where humanity overcame all of its obstacles. So all the people who travel to the next frontier are people who are coming from an enlightened state to witness the development of like different civilizations that went through different paths. So largely, nearly all of the people that you're following, they are enlightened observers, right? So here, this invention didn't happen. But so in this place, you start up the episode and people are like, something's just not quite right, right? And obviously, some of the human people had thoughts that might have be considered crimes, right? Or witness someone who has a crime. And if you had this power, what would you do? And that's a setup for this episode. There's so many cool episodes. And just thought I share some Star Trek thing. This also sounds like the movie, yes, Minority Report, for the precog, right? Precognition, precogs. There is a precog episode in Star Trek. Star Trek does have a precog episode where you use premonition, predicting tools. Yes. There's one where phasic dilation, time dilation. So, if you think of time dilation now, the most mainstream thing is Interstellar by Christopher Nolan, right? Directed by Christopher. Interstellar, time dilation. But here's another interesting episode that took it a different way. So, it's phasic. There's how space and time can fold. So what happens is they were in a situation where the people crash landed on this planet, right? But this planet goes through phases. So what happens is they crash landed, but they're like, I don't know, a couple days off of phasing. And when it phases, it leaves the current plane and jumps into a different plane. And that plane, time moves differently. It moves much faster. Almost 10 times faster. So the crew needed to have been introduced to the people in this time, which they decide to pick like a very old age. So we're talking about like the 1700s kind of lifestyle. So an earlier point in human, quote unquote, human history, while the people who are visiting, which are Star Trek crew, they're post 2500s. Like it's well into the future. So it's like visiting rustic parts of human society. But the thing is, they have to get off. So how do they repair a ship, from the future and interact? And then there's like some romance or like some chance encounters of affection and stuff. And then it creates a dilemma because they can choose to stay on this planet and phase with them. But then that means leaving everything they have in the current dimension, the current plane. So that means the next time they come by, everyone they knew from the current plane may have died already. Like they died off, or, and that deals with time dilation. The idea that if you go to space travel, time is going to dilate. So, and this one was interesting because it might have been like 4x, not 10x. So they had one where they landed, and then what happened was some people decide to stay, and then the next time they phased back, right? They phased back. So they got off the ship, or they got their ship out, and at the end, the planet phases back, and what seemed like a couple minutes for the current plane, the planet aged over 1,000 years. And what happened is this new planet that phased back in contacted this, and their civilization advanced past the ship's planet. So they what seemed like 10 minutes to the people on the ship was thousands of years. And they knew who these guys were, because over those thousands of years, the people that they met thousands of years ago on this planet kept records. So the leader of the advanced society contacted this ship right away, but now they're thousands of years into the future. That to me, that's what makes Star Trek amazing. So, like, if you don't need like fancy CGI, right, fancy set pieces and what. By the way, Star Trek got resurrected, so like there are new Star Trek things now. So this is, I'm describing episodes in the 90s. These are 90s Star Trek stuff. But right now there are also post 2010 Star Trek, which is like Picard and Strange New Worlds that I'm watching right now. But this is the stuff that is so interesting. If you don't mind sitting there and having people talk about like dilemmas, just like talking, because that's what Severance does, right? Severance, there's no like fantastical things. It's conceptual. Most of the stuff that Severance is conceptual in nature. That's amazing. So this one was really good. I absolutely love this one. There's one more. I'll give one more to get people interested. I think, hear me out, in the day of the internet, I think Star Trek ages well compared to Star Wars. It's not a competition, but there's something about people who like the Star Wars thing. Now there's a lot of the Star Wars thing, but I think the Star Trek thing is catching on, because the age of the internet, it's about information, thinking about things, out of the box things and whatnot. And I think Star Trek has aged very well. Do you really need to go back? Okay, I give you one more episode. I haven't like geeked out to other people who watch Star Trek, but here's one more episode. So it's a planet, and this planet is facing like a calamity. It's facing like a weather problem, right? A weather problem. They live on a very specific planet that requires like perfected climate control, right? This is like related to climate change, actually. So the thing is, these people in this colony, they were a human people who were sent to colonize this planet. And then the Federation is just checking up on them because they're facing a problem. This colony practice eugenics, or not eugenics, but they practice genetic modification. And this is a taboo. This is a taboo in the utopian Earth world. In utopian Earth, it is against the law to... Crazy how fast I... what'd you call it? So it is against the law. It is against the law to modify yourself. So in the utopian world, it has been accommodated that everyone lives naturally based on the evolutionary process of their thing. But in this colony, they practice genetic modification. So it is completely, perfectly ratioed. Perfectly ratioed. So people are born, designed to do things. So when they stopped, they were... there's only one of everybody. There's no redundancy. Everyone is born and designed and engineered to do something. So in the beginning of the episode, they showed a musician, right? someone who is born to be a musician. So what would happen when a crew of independent society, like came from a independent society where there are redundancies and happenstance and quote unquote sub-optimization, right? People have overlapping roles and stuff. And you're wondering like, well, if this colony is perfectly genetically modified to have perfect ratios to solve everything, right? Why are they failing now? And what could a group of people who have random sets of experience optimize and select themselves into a role be beneficial to this colony that is arguably perfect? And that is also the reason why I'm going to talk about language learning really briefly. That, to me, is where the internet is heading, in my opinion. There are certain situations where people believe that in order to learn something and practice something, right, using your human mind, using it that there must be some sort of perfect ratio, right? Something that can be so hyper optimized that there's no deviation from it. Without deviation, there's no change or iteration or discovery, right? And this episode is what I wanted to leave on. So what kind of problem do you think they had when they were only designed to do things based on the predictions of what they know, right? Before an X factor shows up and demonstrate that, well, even through happenstance, you can still find solutions that otherwise cannot be seen by a closed system, right? So this represents the case of the closed system. If you're wondering, and then before you go to bed, what does this look like? This is a subreddit. A very highly optimized subreddit. And this is the rest of the world. So when you start learning a language, right? If you start talking about Japanese and stuff, Japanese is still this. It hasn't expanded to a point where it has started touching and influencing the outside, right? And then when it does, you'll have differing opinions. And right now, most of the efforts is to keep inside everything. So when someone tells you like, oh, native is the only way, the normal is supposed to be retained, you encounter this question. I'm not saying what's right or wrong here, but this type of setup gets you to think about, well, what is normal? What is native? Like, if I don't ever move to Japan and be as Japanese people do, what is the new age English Japanese speaker going to be like? What is their natural way of learning English Japanese? You don't know. But we can take lessons from English. I'm pretty sure your English class is not the same as my English class, Gustav. Right? And in those ways, those details are what creates that difference. Despite, everyone has an opinion on English. Is your English better than mine? Well, in a closed system, it can seem like that. In an open system, it's about discussion. Like you exchange ideas. So this episode was really fantastic because they didn't use language. They used people. So when you start thinking in a closed system, you can't possibly operate outside of that closed system. And that happens a lot in this. Like, it's one of the foundations of why Star Trek is interesting, because most planets are in a closed system. the people that you're following is the outside system. So they only interfere. There's like a prime directive. This sounds very nerdy, but there's a prime directive in the Federation. You do not interfere with the natural evolution of a planet until they are able to reach out. And that's where Japan is right now, in my opinion. Like, in a very weird way, the Japanese language is now officially out. Like, you know, like before, you could argue, right? Japan, right? You can argue Japan is largely closed in when it comes to their language. So they have not had a vehicle, a figurative vehicle yet. This is called star travel or something. Like when Star Trek, when a civilization is able to have light year travel, that's when the Federation starts interacting with the civilization, because they are capable of interacting now. Not before, never before, because then you would be influencing their natural evolution, right? So in Japan, there's finally a natural vehicle. Japan's language is anime, manga. Like, it is now imparting its influence on other places. So the idea is, do a place try to stay dogmatic and keep everything in? Well, a lot of language learners is trying to do that, because that's what they love. They love the Japanese language as is. For myself, I don't plan on living in Japan. So the most natural thing I like to do is I do talk about anime, manga, and Star Trek. If Star Trek was dubbed in Japanese, I would watch that. if Japan decides to make a Star Trek, a Japanese Star Trek, which they have technically, there are quite a lot of anime and other programming that's very like Star Trek. I watch that. But the thing is now, it is now Japan English. Like a Dragon, the series have recently hit Hawaii. They don't play by the same rules anymore. It's not the same anymore. You can try to be dogmatic, but the idea is when you start having a vehicle, influence goes both ways. There is a Star Trek anime-ish thing that's on the horizon. So I like, there are animated Star Trek shows, but I think there can be an art, like it will be interesting. Like that's what I mean. So just a last thought for the time being. I'm a little biased, and I will reveal my bias. I do not live in Japan. I do not plan on staying in Japan for extended amount of time. I would love to visit Japan, participate in its civilization, right? And operate by its rules. But some part of me know that it's inappropriate for me to part influence on a system if I don't plan to be part of that system. So I am a product of diaspora. My family is Chinese, and they integrated into American lifestyle. So for me, no matter how much I would desire this, I am neither of these things wholeheartedly, right? But one of the things that is true is this pocket exists more in the United States than in China. So that's kind of where I am with language learning as well. Like, I like talking to people using English and Japanese. It's different when someone comes at my face and say, you'll never be fluent in Japanese because you speak in English. It's like, yes, I do, because I like talking in English and Japanese at the same time. So that is the very different mindset. And I think there's a mutual place to live in that way. If you plan on spending the rest of your life in a closed system of Japanese society, you got to do everything possible to lift your identity and be that. being born Chinese, but in the United States, right? For example, or Chinese American born Chinese ABC. I am not. I've already encountered most of the time that most people get culture shock for it. No matter how hard you do it, if you're outside of Japan and you go to Japan, you're not Japanese. You can be Japanese-like, for sure. And for myself, when my parents speak to me, they don't see me as like Chinese. They see me as either American or their values imparted to an American. So that's kind of like this idea where I don't spend time worrying about being pure of something. But the irony here is the Japanese culture emphasizes that, because that is our own, that's 99.9% of the representation. So if you're in a closed society, it will seem like that is what they want to hold on to, and that's perfectly fine. I will operate in that. And it's a great way to, like, how you say, wear another face, right? For the time being. Kind of like online. I'm wearing a different face right now. Yes, I can tell you, before you go to bed, I also get tired. I might also have trouble sleeping. I get overstimulated at night. Well, like right now, I can get caught up in conversation, but you don't see that part because this is a closed system too. This is our Audi, or this is my Audi operating. So it's a closed system, right? And then now we're back to Severance. my work person is to a stranger, like, because I love Severance's setup, because you're the viewer, right? And the viewer can only see the Audi as well, or the innie. So when you're viewing me behind the frame, you only know a specific part of me, right? And then it is not, what is not like Severance is our Audi and innie situations are not, don't necessarily need to be compartmentalized. Some people do want to do that, and that's why Severance is such a brilliant show, because there are people who want to do that, and especially people who like anime, right? Anime in Japan, they want to be Japanese by removing their English speaking influence or whatever other, but we're gonna just use English as a punching bag, right? Because English is a punching bag. So they can only then, you can only imagine operating in this way. You can only acquire Japanese by letting go of English. You can only do something naturally in Japanese by not being English speaking. That is pure facts. Yes. The question is, do the person want to do that? And that's where habit formation and all that stuff comes in to play, and problem solving, critical thinking. I don't. So I can be, I'm perfectly fine with Nihongo Jozu desu, right? That's it. Nihongo Jozu, but not really, you know, not really. 不是真的, right? 不是真的, just Nihongo Jozu 少し, 一点, right? Just a little bit. But that's what Star Trek and all that other stuff involves. Okay, I'll let you go, Gustav. But yeah, I was gonna go into Chinese now, so that's probably not gonna be as relevant. But hey, if you're ever interested in Chinese, like Hanzi, you know, you dabble in Hanzi, let me know. I would love to. Or you dabble in Star Trek, let me know. I'm all for sitting down and talking about it. Yeah, I hope you sleep well, Gustav. Hopefully this isn't it wasn't too overstimulating, and you know, that overstimulation may make sleeping a little tougher, right? So sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, and good luck with your Japanese as well. Yep. And I'll have to look into this Lord of Mysteries thing and this Asoi. Asoi looks cute. I like how It's a cute looking site. Or like, oh, okay. I have to tell you what it's like. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to start with my thing. Alright. So, with that said, yesterday, oh, there are the characters. So what are the characters that we need to know yesterday? So we had three vocabulary words, right? 3 vocabulary words. It was... what is it? Moon? Caliper? Bulldog, right? 奖项 奖项, which is what again? Reduce. Oh no. This is an award. Then we have groom. Sinlang. Sinlang. Right. Sinlang. Just groom. Chung. Something about conflict. Chung. 冲突是 oops. Ah. 冲突 conflict. And then we have a bunch of characters. Guy is one of them. Guy, lid. Chang. Oops. Not Chang. This is initiate. Nai. Yeah, Nai. What is that? Nai. Endure. Xiang. No, Xian. Not Xiang. Xian. Xian is leisure. We have 3 more characters somewhere. Tang. Just Tang. Unite? Okay. Shu was another one. Sure, just poem. And Chao. What is Chao? Copy. All right, those are our things from yesterday. It was pretty bad. we were on the struggle bus. There was some struggle. All right, so pardon that digression. I gotta go to the bathroom because of it. So I'll be back before we start our lessons. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's get into our lesson.
抱怨
抱怨抱怨 embrace 怨 embrace resentment to complain. All right, that's fine. 他经常抱怨工作太累。
他经常抱怨工作太累。
He often complain work too tired. Okay, too tiring. Yeah. Okay, that works. Whoops.
抱怨
Oh yeah.
辛苦
辛苦 hard. Or like suffer or harsh. Okay, yeah, work hard. Okay. 辛苦 what is this? Pungent, right? Pungent, bitter, hard. 他辛苦的完成了任务。
他辛苦地完成了任务。
Ask. Okay.
辛苦欣赏
Xingxiang. Xing is our new one, right? Xing, which is happy. Xiang. Happy award, which is happy reward. Appreciate. Fair enough. Reward happiness. Appreciate. Interesting. A happy reward. Want to appreciate a happy reward. Something is to treat as sort of reward that makes you happy because you think it's so great. To enjoy. Okay. I was thinking it does remind me of enjoy. The other that deals with xiang. 欣赏，他很欣赏他的工作。I appreciate it.
欣赏，
欣赏，
滑梯，
滑梯，滑 ，what was 滑 ？Slippery, ladder, slide. Okay, fair enough. Makes sense. Something that's slippery that takes you up and down, slide or down specifically. 公园里有一座高的滑梯，
公园里有一座高大的滑梯。
高大的滑梯，
滑梯，软件，
软件，软件软 is soft and 件 is a piece. Yeah, software. Soft piece. Software. 软件 I have no idea what that counter is. 这 something 软件和容易使用。I don't know what this counter is.
这款软件很容易使用。
这款软件很容易使用。Antivirus. Well, that's an interesting way to express antivirus.
软件，
软件。Send help.
抱怨，欣赏，辛苦，软件，滑梯，
低估 to underestimate. 低估 how did 估 work? Estimate and then under. Okay, yeah, low estimate, underestimate. 低估不用低估他的能力。I do not estimate.
低估，
I prefer to overestimate than underestimate people, right? In the matter of potential, not necessarily the pragmatic risk taking. Like I guess there should be a caveat on making decisions based on risk taking by, like cost risk analyses when it comes to overestimating people. That's fair though. That would be one of the situations that I would not do that, or maybe minimize that. Otherwise, in the matter of potential, I tend to want to overestimate people than underestimate them. For personal vigilance and due diligence. I operate thinking other people have more to offer than operate based on that people have less to offer.
光滑，
So when someone is working really hard, I tend to think they're working really hard and working less. It allows me to encourage myself to work harder. Not necessarily work harder in the sense of inefficiency, but more innovation, smarter, right? I like to continuously try to work smarter. And that's usually using the mindset that other people are also capable of continuously working smarter. Whether they are or not is not exactly within my concern unless I end up becoming related to them. Right? 光滑, 光滑, light, slippery. Yeah, slippery rays, glossy. That's a good way to think about it. Slick. Oh, wow, that's quite slick. I haven't thought about glossy as being like wet and moist and slippery, but that is certainly a way to look at it because it does look kind of wavy and stuff. 这地方，wait， 这地方。地板，这地板很光滑。
这地板很光滑。
光滑。怨言。
怨言。Complaint makes sense. Resentment with words. That would be a complaint. 他对老 something 有很多怨言。老板 that's 老板。
他对老板有很多怨言。
老板。Yeah, 老板。Okay.
怨言。估计。
Estimate, calculate. Do be estimating. 我估计他会放 something 气。
我估计他会放弃。
I don't know that character yet, but 放弃 would be give up. I was just looking at give up there. Like I have no idea what that is.
估计。软实力。
软实力 we have the soft real power. Soft power refers to soft power of a culture or country to change reality, submit to its will. Oh, that's interesting way to place it. 美国的软实力是无法 something 亮的。
美国的软实力是无法衡量的。
衡量的 immeasurable 衡量。无法 unable maybe, and this is measure 衡量的。And how does I still don't know what soft power really means. Let's go look at soft power. Soft power refers to the ability to influence others by attraction and persuasion, rather than coercion or force. Oh, I see. Interesting. 美国的 yeah, the soft power. 其实美国的软实力是违法。Oh no, 无法衡量的。
软实力。
I didn't realize that's a thing. Soft power. Makes sense.
低估。
Okay.
软实力。怨言。
光滑
光滑。估计。
估计
怨气。
怨气 resentment energy, which is still energy or resentment air. It's fine. 他心里有很多怨气。resentment huh?
怨气。堆积。
堆积。堆 is to pile, and then 积 pile and 积 accumulate. Yeah, pile to accumulate to pile up makes sense. 堆积。堆 could end up getting lost. 堆 just trying to oh, excuse me. I'm a little I'm like sobering up from my enthusiasm earlier. I might have expended too much of my okay, all right. 堆积 to accumulate. Just thinking going through the ropes.
堆积。
Sometimes I don't, like most of the time, I would say 9 out of 10 times I would go with a gut feeling first because that's kind of the point. And then I would randomly select in those times to go over some of the stuff to see if it's still intact. If it's not that crucial. But we gotta check every once in a while. Do some maintenance. 飞机
土堆。
土堆 third pile makes sense. Literal third pile. 那个土堆看起来像小香 mound. I don't know what mound is yet.
那个土堆看起来像小山丘。
小山丘 do I? 丘 would be Herbie in front of the bakery. Something to do with a small hill. Something to do with a hill.
土堆。
对。
下。
下 frightened. What is the thing to the right? Oh, it's separate things. Oh no. Hey, we got a new component. It's been a while. A pedestal. What was this in WaniKani? Pi? I think they ascribe pi to this, right? It's pi. Pedestal, huh? Yeah, crimson. Aka is crimson. Also, yeah, also is also. Go. With a capital G? Like the game Go? The game of Go? Race. Oh yeah, it is a nose. This nose. Where was this nose instead of how do we B? B. Interesting. What's this? Oh, B. Okay. Oh, I know why. We were using nose as a component. Yes. A pedestal. Oh, I don't know how I feel about a pedestal. It kind of just looks like a table. But we already have a table, so I guess I'm gonna be telling myself, this is not a table. What could it be? Alright.
下。
Okay. So what does that mean? I have crosses, tables, legs, fins, and mouths. Okay. Alright. Okay. Xena is in Xena is in the bathroom of the auditorium, where she finds 2 frightening stage props that are next to the sink being cleaned. They each consist of a pedestal with 2 fins sticking out the side and an eerie cross at the top. Xena is so frightened that she yelps with a scream out of her mouth before running away. That seems a little uncharacteristic. She maybe like she was momentarily frightened, and she drew her sword to, you know, confront the momentarily startled or frightened, prompting her to draw her sword, right? But man, those things do not connect. I guess stage props. Maybe a stage prop, like a monster built out of crosses, pedestals, and fins, and in the mouth. Yee. Alright. I mean, it looks very distinctive. To be startled. Oh, that's funny. 吓一跳. Frightened once jump. Like get like jump scare or something. So you got frightened and then you jumped once. 吓人. Wait. Oh.
下
How is this different from... No. I think we're gonna have a problem with pedestal. Possibly in the future.
怨气
Wait. Resentment. I need to think of resentment there.
土堆
Okay.
下 堆积
Alright. To know. Oh boy, we have another to know. There are a lot of to knows, like tons of to knows. Okay. Xena in front of the house, sure, where she is trying to find out where all the droppings that are scattered across the lawn will go on. The next second, a bloody dropping drops off her head and onto the lawn. She looks up and now she knows where they are coming from. There's a heart that is flying around the sky that keeps on making droppings that land on her lawn. Now she knows, but she does not know why the heart is flying around her. Okay. Alright. That's kind of weird. Okay, so let's change this a little bit. You know, Xena is in front of her house where she's being approached by a warrior who's been injured, and blood is dropping everywhere from his wound that is very close to his heart, right? And she goes and fetched the first aid or something, but that's good enough. Familiar with. 熟悉? What the familiar with? To know? And then 熟 is to ripe? I see. Oh. 知悉 or 知悉 知悉 wait. Right? Okay. Makes sense? No. 知悉 okay. No. Okay.
圣
Sheng. Oh boy, you kind of look like something else. But is that a separate? Yes, it's a separate character. Sheng. To be left over. Okay. Shrek is in the bathroom of the English Manor where he works. He is sitting in a sauna, eating some food that was left over that he found earlier in the kitchen. He takes out a saber and cuts some cooked grain stalks, okay, into pieces before eating them. Next to him is the North Pole, which he stacks the leftover grain stalks on top of to prevent them from getting soggy. North Pole is often a rough thing, but it can be used more like a pole, right? They just stacks them next to the pole. All right, fair enough. Put that, file it away. Okay. Surplus. Yep. That is surplus, alright. To be leftover surplus, which is surplus. When you have surplus, you have things left over, right? Oh. Sheng Yi. Sheng Sha. To be leftover. Yeah, makes sense. Sheng Sha. Sha is a supplementary character. Guo Shang. To pass through to the leftover, which is still surplus. Yes. Wow. 3. This is synonym stacking, and this is these two are complementary or supplementary complementary characters.
圣
Sheng.
烧
Shao. A little. Xiao. Xiao is a few. And xiao. No, so xiao. Xiao is a few. Xiao is a little. And xiao. No, xiao. Not xiao. Xiao. Xiao is small. What? Why? I wonder what a little. Is this like? Are we talking about like Skoshi? Oh, does it look like Skoshi? Not really. Yeah, kind of. Maybe it's simplified. No, I could kind of see. No, not close enough. Interesting. Shrek is in front of the barn with a little grain stalk problem. Okay, in the barn, okay. There's a little left over from this year's harvest, so he gathers the leftover in a pile and tries to light them with sparks from hitting rocks together. Okay, that sounds like potential. But the pile refuses to catch fire. He paces back and forth along the red barn door, weighing his options. The situation is not dire, but he is getting a little annoyed. Okay, fair enough. Maybe I feel like a different way would be like little by little he is trying to generate sparks, right? To set, and little by little the grain stalk catches on fire, or the fire is being stoked to something. Maybe to get rid of the bad harvest, like not necessarily good harvest. The bad stuff. I have no use. Xiao Wei. What does way work? How the way? Tiny. Oh, a little bit. Oh, I see. A little tiny. That's right. We have way for tiny. Xiao Ho. A little after. Later. Okay.
烧
Xiao
素
Su. Oh boy. Solemn, huh? Abyss. Oh my gosh. It kind of reminds me of the portal, but now we're talking about Abyss. There is an ancient legend that if a waiter and a waitress both simultaneously pull on a rod or rope while saying a special word, an abyss will open up below them, swallowing them up. Picture an endless hole that seems to go to the center of the world in pitch black. I mean, that kind of looks like something that would come off as an abyss. It's an interesting looking character. Oh, okay, it's attached to abyss. I see. It's kind of like Portal, kind of difficult to forget.
素
So, alright, so now how do we get this though? Two components today. Superman is in the bathroom of the house, looking quite solemn as he gets on his knees and places a superhero pen inside the bathtub. In the next second, a solemn gong sounds and the bathtub turns into endless abyss. Superman gets up and solemnly begins to fly down the abyss to carry out some solemn superhero business. Okay. I mean, that's kind of bordering paranormal, but that's okay. Okay, alright. Superhero business in the abyss. Summoning a portal into the abyss. In the bathtub. With a pen. Solemn. Alright. Is there another word I could use? Solemn. Serious. 中? No. 严肃. Strict, solemn. Interesting. You get serious. Strict and solemn. 肃清. Eliminate. That's quite a pivot. And then we have another solemn word, maybe? 肃穆. Okay. This one can be tough.
素
Yeah. It's highly recognizable for now. Except for its meaning.
烧
Oh. Ooh, I'm suddenly feeling very tired. Sorry.
素
Okay.
Xi
What the heck is she? I changed it, but that didn't. Oh, dropping the heart, or no, you know, the heart is dropping everywhere, right? Doesn't know why it's. I can't seem to remember what the word is. The heck? Oh no. Oh, I didn't even incorporate it into the new one. Someone she knows got by, and she's gonna, you know, bring the first aid because she knows how to help the person. No, we got to know stuff.
胜
正 Ek. It was like cutting some grain stalks. Some from the kitchen earlier. I don't remember the words. To be left over. Oh, leftover grain stalks from the kitchen. Some leftover food. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okie dokie. No whammy stay. Come on.
解压
人群挤压在一起，
Heck. Heck.
“握 按 居
What? Oops.
拒绝
他拒绝回答问题。
What? I must be getting that confused with something.
心肌
心肌是心脏的一部分，
矮人
矮人的房子建在山洞里，
I don't I don't remember. Okay.
前途
这份工作有很好的前途。
耐心
耐心是一种美德，
公尺
他身高1公尺，
Oh no. Oh no. Wait.
包含
这包裹里包含了炸弹。
What? Reside and dwell, and it's the same.
敌视，
我受够了你的敌视。
Send help. Oh no, I don't remember. 我心中的空 something. Dirt. Just drawing a blank. Not that. Oh, we're still thinking like tool, right? Dirt and tool. Yeah, it's just a complete blank. I guess this is the first block. 钱. Oh, this is not the first time this has happened. Tian is not the first time. Oh my gosh, it's happened again. That's so disappointing. It's yet another time that's happened. How does the tool thing work? Yeah, I don't know how the tool thing works.
密码，
请输入您的密码。
填补，
填补我心中的空洞。
Alright, something sucks. You suck. Because... Oh, it's true. Oh, I needed to interpret as true. Actually, that's good. If I actually thought about it as true and not cool.
10
Heck,
窗，
we didn't even pass the 20 mark yet. You know? Dang it! What? Oh. Oh no. Something makes me want to do... Whoops. Yep.
堵，
Oh, no. Oh.
西， 长途，
我喜欢在长途飞行中阅读。
子孙、
我们的子孙。
What? What?
前辈、
这位前辈教会了我很多事情。
主编、
他是这份杂志的主编。
Or editor. That's fine. Oh, this is Vermilion. I honestly think I thought it was like what? Oh no, I totally typed C. Oh, maybe I typed C. It was C. Did I mess up the Tian when I typed C before? Oh, I went down the wrong path. It's fine. It's what I think. Initially.
毕业、
我没有大学毕业。
敌、
Ah! The heck? Oh.
业余、
他是一名业余高尔夫球员。
I have no idea what that is. Huh. At the moment. Excuse me? Oh.
静默、腐败、
这个世界腐败吗？
酸甜、
这杯果汁有一种特殊的酸甜味道。
just trucking along. Truck along. And now it's gone. I had you for a while, and now you're just gone. Why are you gone? Bù yao zai 排队让 something 性 Oh no. Nah, we're not gonna wait on this. Sao. Oh yeah, Sao. Sao Sing is spoil? what the heck is this? Oh, descendants? Oh, grandchildren are descendants. This is fine. We're just gonna use So stop.
前戏，
今晚是婚礼前夕，
Oh, okay. Uh-oh. Ah!
扫兴，
不要在派对上扫兴。
How does the saw work? You just have like a ridiculous something like a ridiculously large, like a comically large pen or something. Oh, fork. Oh, that's a fork, right? Kind of tough. Saw is kind of tough. Surplus work. I don't know what this is. Amateur. Oh. I guess we're just gonna. I'm gonna block this. There's no way. There's no way. We're just gonna take our lumps on that one. Maybe it'll stick, maybe it won't.
干粮，
干粮可以保存很久。
Oh, I took a gamble on that one. That didn't work.
痞，
We worked on this. What? Oh, I missed a G. I missed a G. I know, I couldn't decide. Oh.
“背
It's gone. Oh wait, no, it's not.
守卫
这座城堡有守卫，
It is. Guard, but also to guard against. It's fine. To defend against it. Okay.
灰色
他的眼睛是深灰色的。
项目
这个项目需要更多的时间。
What in the tarnation? item and I? What is
Nay.
that? Oh, is it like program? Huh.
辣
Hmm.
电池
这种电池不环保。
有趣
这本书非常有趣。
What in the actual tarnation? It's a project? Yeah, program is fine too. uh,
悲剧
这部电影是悲剧吗？
ah! Wait. Oh, whoops.
儿童
儿童是我们的未来。
What? Children? Young children? Something like that? What is going on with that one?
“何谓
何谓自由？
I don't recall the pivot. How? What is? Oh, no. That's fine. I'm not gonna go over that either. Not today.
Han
What in the pagan tree? What in the world is pagan tree? Oh. How does that even work? Like, the nuclear power plant, right? Nucleus? I don't know. Let's see. Let's try this. I have no idea right now. Vegan tree.
我 休闲
我们周末会去公园休闲。
Leisure is fine too.
唯独
唯独他有这本书。
诗句
那是我最喜欢的诗句。
加倍
这项任务需要加倍努力。
Multiply. I guess add is a arithmetic thing, but it's multiply. Multiply is fine. That's fine. Oh, Aomi. That's a typo. I can Jong.
综上所述，
综上所述，这个计划需要更多时间。
Double. Multiply is fine. What? Wait. Oh. What? Oops, that's the wrong tone.
理
Oh wait, that's logic. Wait, is that supposed to be logic?
,9月
9月是学校开学的时候。
Oh, wrong tone.
毫米
1公尺含有1000毫米。
Okay, we practice this. Ah! And I messed up the right one.
火车
我不
What? Dang it! I thought I was okay with that one.
委员
这位委员非常有钱。
I thought this was
至
did I not write that the first time?
倡议
这是一个糟糕的倡议。
Initiate discussion. Oh, propose? Maybe? That seems okay. YOLO.
线
Okay. How does the pig work? Oh, wait. This is definitely one of those. Okay. It's It is nuclear though, a nucleus. Yeah, we already know all the rest. I had a feeling I was gonna either mix Jimmy Neutron or Harry Potter because it requires that you change the pig into something that powers a place. I think we're just gonna use like the nucleus is fine. But nucleus would make it sound like Jimmy Neutron. The problem. I can think of it more like a soul. We'll see.
享受
我享受我的生活。
The other way.
胃病
我的胃病很严重。
Stomach ache and stomach illness. Logic.
甜食
他爱吃甜食。
I get stuck on this so quickly. Okay. Yes.
荣幸
能帮助你是我的荣幸。
核电站
这座城市有一座核电站。
忍受
我不能忍受他烦人的声音。
Not like this. Wait, what the heck is that? I'm gonna say YOLO.
冷战
这是一部关于冷战的电影。
Finding the source of a leak. I really thought it was Chen, but the power source. What? Oh, probably Yen. Maybe? Why am I drawing a blank on cow. Oh no, it's all gone. It's time to wrap it up. It's time to retire.
牛
It's time to retire. What in the world? Oh.
正版
这是一本正版的书。
弯曲
这条汉很弯曲。
分享
分享针筒是危险的。
曲线
这条路是一个美丽的曲线。
忍不住
我太累了，忍不住打哈欠。
Can't help is can't endure. It's still the same.
电子版
这本书有电子版。
把土电源床尤其
我喜欢运动，尤其是打篮球。
信用卡
我可以用信用卡吗？
I missed the I. We're doing well there too. Yeah. What? Wait. Oh.
拧
Wait. Wait a minute. Hmm.
出版
他的小说今年出版了。
So, wow. I missed that. Missed to type the end.
会
Wait. What is going on with that one?
《劳动节》
5月1日是劳动节。
反图交 夫人，
您夫人好吗？
Hold.
斗，
Oh my gosh, I pulled that out of my butt. Oh, that's a measuring cup. I pulled that out of my butt. I'm like, wait a minute. Oh, that. Okay.
正，胡说，
我知道他在胡说。
铁定，
铁定的事实。
结，
夫人 What is going on there?
总结，
全面总结。
棉，我，专利，
申请专利。
Like overall, together, summary, overall. Okay. Oh my gosh, single single components are so rough.
英寸，
这个小孩有42英寸高。
Wait. Huh. Oh no, I lost it. Uh,
恐龙，
恐龙的化石依存。
dang it. That doesn't work.
入境，
入境时请排队。
The heck? It's gone. Yep, that is definitely gone. Or maybe not. I don't know. YOLO? Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, I don't know. I didn't. I thought that was okay. What the heck is that?
退
Whoops. I want to say it's like I don't know. Wait, 发烧? Is that not 发烧? Oh no. 发愁. Oh, this is onion.
扮演
他在这部电影中扮演主角。
洗刷
他正在洗刷窗户。
公新娘
新娘打扮得很漂亮。
Or fiance, I guess. It's gone. I'm getting too many blanks. Too many like momentary blanks. Today's spotty. Wait.
离而是
他不是老师，而是学生。
Rather is good. Rather is actually quite good.
隔发愁
他为工作的事发愁。
Just worried, I guess. Worry is fun. Xingyang? Oh, no, wait. Oh. Huh. Okay.
令
新娘? Is it like an aunt? No, it's a bride. That's still. We're just gonna. Fine. I feel like this is like Muting, no? I genuinely don't remember. What is that? Huh. What? Oh yeah, it's like yeah, the turn of phrase. I don't want to. Fine. We're not gonna deal with those. Those are on and off days. This one's got. This one needs help, right? So, if dog. Any other day. Today is pretty tough. I'm trying to be a little bit more selective today though. Yeah, I don't know where the dog is going. I thought it was like no. And then it happens again. Maybe it's
猜测，
我猜测爱情最终会胜利。
猜测。That's BS. 猜测。I think those are probably synonyms. What happened here? I remember this. Cliff, cross, and I. This one requires. This is recent. When, yeah, this was yesterday, I think. This or 2 days ago. This is Cliff. Oh, because of the inscription. I think it's pretty okay. They want for this a bride.
猜想，
我猜想他们不会来。
盾，
Which is shield. Yeah, guess, conjecture, suggest or predict. I think predict. Fine. Yellow? Okay. It.
难看，
它非常难看。
记，农民，
爸爸是农民出身。
老，毛，环境，
我们必须保护环境。
The heck? What?
画像，
父亲的画像。
苹果，
他正在吃苹果。
广告，
你怎么会相信这种广告？
面积，
计算员的面积。
Like area, surface area. What is that? 环境 actually here. Wait. 环境 environment? How does that work? Boundary? Oh, the ring around the boundary. Yeah, we'll add this. This one sucks. I think ring kind of sucks in general. I think we're gonna add its area, its surrounding area. So Hoang is not just ring and cereal. I think that's not good enough. Which coincidentally, that means a different thing too, area.
愁容，
他想掩饰自己的愁容。
This Huan is around. Okay. What? Could have sworn this was like money or dollar. Right? What? Oh. Oh, wait. It's a sow, right?
母猪
This is definitely credit card. Yeah, card should be fine. That was money. Money's fine. They wanted the credit and credit card. It's okay. I think today is a little better than yesterday. Yesterday was rough. I think at most I had like 9 items, which is still getting close to that 10%. Alright. So we have Abyss. And what the pedestal? What is the pedestal? Okay. Xia, right? Yeah. Xiao. Xiao. Su. Su. Qi. Shang. Heck. Am I drawing a blank? Oh, that's so frustrating. Considering how readily it was available before. Oh, yen. Oh, yen. Xinqiang. Jingku. Jian. Huati. Digu. Ruang. Ruang. I can't see you. It's soft power. Right. I can't see it. Oh, sure. Surely. Okay. Yuan Yan. Guanghua. Guji. Tu. No. Is it? Hang on. No. 不对. Yeah, makes sense. Yanqi. Koichi. Okay. Oh no, 推进. No. 推进. Okay. So we have Xena in heading to the bathroom of the auditorium, taking a break, and was suddenly frightened all of a sudden by a prop monster, right? By a prop monster made of a bunch of crosses and a pedestal with a cross and some and a mouth, right? She draws her sword. All of a sudden, frightened to a defensive stance. We have Shrek, who's outside of the barn with a very specific barn problem. He has some excess grain stocks that are no longer useful. So instead, he decides to burn them. Burn them for fuel, I suppose. So in order to do that, try to create some sparks using a manual tool, right? And little by little, he was able to set it on fire. Maybe to cook something. Okay, we have Superman, who's in the bathroom of his house, solemnly getting ready to enter the abyss by summoning it in the bathtub using a like a pen key or something. I guess a pen key would be fine. Like an interstellar pen key. Okay, then we have Xena is in front of her house where she sees someone she knows approaching her, dropping blood everywhere from a wound near his heart. She just goes and rushes to get the first aid using what she knows to help him out. Okay. Then we have Shrek, who made his way into the English Manor's bathroom, chilling after raiding the kitchen, right? Raiding the kitchen of leftovers. Carving it up with a saber, fancy saber, some leftover grain stalks. and stashing them, dropping them on a pole for consumption. I don't know. Anyways, good enough. And then the 4, so the worst one is Huan Ting. What does Huan Ting mean? Oh. And it's gone. I feel like there was... This is where the cloak thing comes in. So like... something like that. Then what was Jing? What was mirror? Wanting. Oh, I missed the... That's the problem. Oh, no. Oh, it's just the bottom part of it. Is that not a cloak? There's a dress, a mouth, and... Okay. Let's try this again. Net. Brown. Mouth. Dress. And then... Right, Wanting. This was for surroundings. It's gonna be off the Huan. Then we have Tian. And Wen. Oh, Tian is because of the truth. Tian, which is to fill in or fill in. Which are we talking about? Oh. Was nucleus, and twin. Which twin? This is momentary. Yeah, twin shield. Alright, that's fine. This is pretty good. We're good. Fatigue. Okay. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along. Look up HanziHero, try it out for yourself, right? Always welcome to banter, talk about things. Maybe Cons had a really excellent opportunity to explain some stuff that I've kind of refined over the years, right? Over the years, I kind of have a much more clear vision of what is important to me. So expressing things that are important to me outside to compare and contrast with the like very trendy stuff is a bit of fresh air. I like that after a couple practices and explaining things, now I have a fairly good vision of what type of thing that I want to like type and publish for like free or for people who are curious. So that whole habit formation bit today was an excellent practice. It was a good prototype practice on how I'm framing, and I mean, it is intentionally detracting from paying attention to the quality or the perfection of methodology, right? Yeah, sure, you can say what are the optimal ways to reach your goal and stuff, but I earnestly think that that stuff can be downstream of a successful habit, right? A successful lifestyle change, and a lifestyle and a habit that is characterized with things that promote one to problem solve and critically think about their skill development, right? I think far too much emphasis, not that it's not welcome and it's not important, it is important, but I like to throw my hat in the ring to emphasize things that are underrepresented, which is the diminishing and mitigating the hyper focus of ideal situations as the sole catalyst to encourage one to learn and practice and study and retain things. I think constantly pushing forward an all or none agenda, they are agendas in my opinion, because they exclude what works. They only talk about what works as in what's best. And I think that whole what's best type of situation is a symptom of the internet. It's a symptom of privilege and apathy, and maybe a lot of personal arrogance, narcissism, and self-righteousness, right? There's a lot more bigger world culture interactions happening right now, and constantly being purist is, in my opinion, antithesis of intellectual pursuits, personally, right? They have their prerogative. You can continue, you have more than, other intellectuals have more than their rights and privileges and their prerogative to try to preserve dogma, which is embracing an environment that is consistent and static and constantly exclusive and making it harder and harder for entry, while I also have the privilege and the prerogative to constantly make things more and more welcoming, right? I think dogmatic thought is very wonderful. It's great to be aware of it. However, it, in my opinion, flies at the face of intellectual enrichment and pursuit. Like the creative process, critical thinking, and problem solving is dwarfed by a rigid, bias, and prejudicial way of thinking, of acquiring new information. What is normal is something is something learned. What is something abnormal is something not learned. Whether there's a lot of people who do it or not, that constitutes as populist thinking, right? And that's what works for a lot of people. But don't provide double standards. There are lots of people who use certain tools, and if you're using a logic that perceives based on, that's presented based on numbers, then you can't ignore the fact that a lot of things that these purist people say don't work clearly works in some capacity. And if they're trying to push their agenda by saying it works because there are results, there are also results for the things they're ignoring. And I think that is what it means to be very narcissistic and incredibly narrow-minded, that can fly against intellectual pursuits. So, as per usual, I wanted to end with that sentiment, because when I truly mean, yeah, feel free. You're always welcome to come on by. We can share some ideas, discuss experiences, and possibly even create and collaborate new experiences, innovate, right? I think innovation, iteration, optimization of something that's standardized. What is standardized is normal and natural. What is not learned or established yet is going to be unnatural. It's the perspective is the person you're talking to. So when you're telling a learner that the natural way is to learn to learn something that they haven't, to learn something new, that is, in my opinion, an emotional and a psychological contradiction. You can choose to believe it's normal, and that might be sufficient. Placebo effects are very strong. So if you believe that a native speaker is the only source of way to utilize the native language that you're trying to learn, the target language that you're trying to learn, then so be it. But that also means it limits the possibility of whether other ways would work, and ways that deal with the amalgamation or the integration of other techniques. And for myself, I find that intellectually disinteresting, apathetic, and personally a bit arrogant. So much like giving those people their mutual spaces, I'm not here to ridicule any one person or attack their character. I believe that whatever they do will definitely present and reach their goals. They will most definitely reach their goals. But their goals are not one in the same as my goals. So that's where I found it very refreshing to talk to Gustav today, which is a new stranger, right? New stranger. Maybe we'll be less strangers in the future. I got to share also, our interests, anime mixed with a bunch of science fiction. That's the wonderful interactions to people who don't have closed minds, right? I'm gonna go tonight and watch and dabble in some of the stuff that Gustav is interested in, because I'm not here to dogmatically push my own agenda, right? When someone says you can only learn real Japanese from real people, well, I'm not real Japanese. So if you want to apply logic, I can certainly sit here and apply logic. But most of the time, those individuals apply logic with double standards. They don't go both ways. They either negate all the counter arguments that are actual evidence and factual things, like lots of people use SRS, for example, and then decide to ignore them and trivialize them in order to push their own prejudices. I think that happens far more when it comes to having a new person wanting to start their language learning journey, and the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, oh, you should do this, this, and this, because if you don't, you'll regret it. If you do on any of these popular things and other things like that, you'll screw yourself. It will not only hinder you or make you a terrible Japanese speaker. That's kind of how I find those individuals. Now, let's not use, I like to believe those are the bad actors, those individuals who are very passionate, right? But not for quite the beginner. I think the thing that I find very refreshing in this opportunity was I was able to say a bunch of things, and make it, at least I hope, I didn't make it sound intimidating. And so there was a little balance between, yeah, the answer is in with you. At the same time, here are all these options, but don't be overwhelmed. Try not to be overwhelmed with the options. Pick and choose. The underlying idea is that with your exploration and discovery, one of the fundamentals is to develop a routine that feels like you're leaning and transitioning into a new lifestyle, a lifestyle that incorporates a life skill that you're willing to invest in. A hobby is the beginning nature, it's a more casual nature approach of integrating a new lifestyle choice. The hobby that many people who struggle with habit formation is referring to are those that they pick up for like a month and drop it, right? And we don't want to talk about those situations, especially when it comes to language learning. You want your target language to be part of your lifestyle cycle for the rest of your life. So regardless of what the quality or the badgering and the semantics of how quickly and ideal certain things are, happiness, consistency, and the ability to iterate and problem solve and optimize once you create a routine speaks for itself. Getting ideas from other people, certainly. Being gaslit by other people that you're doing it wrong, I like to think that I am a counterforce to something like that. So yeah, feel free, stop on by. If there's anything I try to do my best when it comes to being online and doing language learning, is that people walk away feeling encouraged that they are competent, filled with potential, less of anxiety about calculating every one of their moves on how to enjoy the language that they seem to have interest in. And honestly, tonight I'm definitely gonna find out if Star Trek is in Japanese, if they dubbed over Star Trek in Japanese, because if they did, I don't mind listening to reruns of all the Star Trek Japanese episodes, right? And there you have it. So for now, for those who are only interested in HanziHero and traditional Chinese, I suppose, 大家下次见, right? 感谢观看. See you guys later, and thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, and I'm gonna go into my last segment for the day, which is to kind of follow up all the leftover ends in Wagotabi. Right. Thank you. I'll be right back. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Minasan, okaeri nasai. This is our 12th session of Wagotabi. We completed the second Okayama Ken's no shiro, right? Shiro, the castle, Okayama's castle. It was great, but near the end, I was not ready for how much focus I need. So we're gonna try to get those 2 stars. Now, and then earlier yesterday, I was talking about a particular transaction that was happening on the Steam like review page, and not too much more happened other than the Wagotabi team like replying to clarify more things, and obviously thank the person for the feedback, right? Which is what also allowed me to have a lot of things to talk about yesterday. Whether that makes a difference or not, I think it's interesting to have at least an internal monologue or dialogue, if you will. Without saying too much, that person doubled down on their perceptions of the value, possibly overvalue of native suggestions at the cost of pragmatism and resourcefulness. It's kind of like one of those things, like, how should I say it? Like, world peace is great. Now the question is, do you understand how to achieve that, right? Or how do you work towards that? Well, this person has this tendency to suggest something is bad or terrible without being able to explain in what nature and how it is, and then continue to say that they understand what does work and what works really well without also explaining that either, and consistently doing that over and over again. And to me, that sounds more like someone who doesn't have a lot of experience but like to propagate their theories and concepts without any particular skin in the game, if you will. Meanwhile, of course, it is pretty clear that the Wagotabi team is very passionate. This game is a labor of love, and I look forward to how they escalate for Totori Ken, right? The next Totori Ken, the next prefecture. Unfortunately, it only includes the first 2 prefectures, and it'll be maybe, we're gonna say, another half a year. I feel like it's been half a year per prefecture. So I hope they continue to take the gloves off and continue to mature the design, because now the gloves are coming off. There's so many things you don't necessarily need. They also, the Wagotabi team actually mentioned something about making a non, quote unquote, just start wholesale kind of mode. So like a new game plus mode where everything just happens to be set to quote unquote Japanese, right? And that's, take it what you will, whether that it's there or not, that's still perfectly sufficient. It's really up to the user to understand how that information is being applied and used, in my opinion. But people like that particular person that I was talking about like to assume that everyone is either an idiot, a novice, or incompetent of their own awareness, which certainly there's some merit to that. But I do double down on what I say. I typically try to believe and overestimate people's potentials in a matter of potentials, and then find out and work through, critically solving and optimizing what people can do in the moment. So standardizing the habit and then optimizing it afterwards. I think that individual I was speaking about operates in the ideal situation where the people that they're talking to is supposed to pre-select themselves for the ideal case. So not lacking anything that they cannot foresee lacking themselves. Which things like a general interest for video games, a general interest for gamification. Maybe I would like to say it's probably not that far off that this person has very strong opinions about what the value of specific creative processes are, because most of the person's comment is incredibly prejudicial, openly prejudicial. So that's perfectly their prerogative. They are allowed that right to their opinion, I suppose. I think the way this person concedes, they don't concede in a manner that acknowledges that they actually understand or experience all that they're talking about. They like to operate in generalizations for things that they disagree with, and then sort of try to sound like they understand the things that they specialize in, which I have no doubt they know a lot about their specialty thing. But when they are dismissive about things that they clearly have inaccurate, it's kind of ironic that they keep saying things just are completely wrong when they are themselves completely wrong due to the same logical fallacy of generalization, right? They dumb down their explainers in order to complain and point out dumbing down things, while also treating and talking as though other people are dumb and inexperienced or lesser than them. And there's a very obvious narcissistic tendency there. I think in order to have people listen to you or try to understand you or respect you, I don't think in my opinion, the success rate is any get much higher when you treat other people or suggest that other people are constantly ignorant of their own incompetence. I might be overreaching a little with that last statement, but generally speaking, in order for many of those things that the criticisms to be true about Wagotabi, it would imply that most language learners are incapable of understanding how to apply and differentiate between explicit and implicit learning, and also be unable to integrate and iterate on combining different tools for an emergent learning experience. So things like someone would say, you don't do this because it will make you worse at doing something else. That is an incredibly myopic, deterministic, and ignorant comment, in my opinion. It's very bold as well for someone who claims to be a professional. It's very unpredictable how emergent people are when it comes to learning. Like, there's a difference between playing Wagotabi and believing that it is the only source that's necessary for them to become fluent, than challenging the notion that someone who plays Wagotabi, reads manga, does immersion in different ways, as well as do graded readers and drill grammar, is part of the process. Assuming that most people don't do that, in my opinion, is a bit arrogant. I'm not saying it's not true, or you can't find examples of individuals getting caught up in one method, but that guy presenting that sounds like they are who they criticize, which is they stick to one hat, continuously speak one perspective, and only the best perspective, and rarely providing actual examples of their own experience, but passing off everyone else's experience as a word of gospel, right? I don't know. It's interesting how one could go and continuously do that. I would be very, personally, I would be very apprehensive in constantly insinuating that whoever I'm talking to is of lesser intelligence and of lesser competence, and also overreaching what they consider as easy or hard, considering its subjectivity, right? Do I think juggling Chinese and Japanese is hard? I personally find it very comforting because of my personal experiences. Others may find it hard. When I project that you should do that because it is easy or it's just that simple, that is an asinine presumption, considering going against the overwhelming evidence that a product is incredibly favorable. What is your hypotheses then? That Wagotabi team just brainwashed a bunch of people, and that there's a lot of echo chambering sufficient enough to say that everyone got brainwashed to like a game, and then you're suggesting that it isn't likable and that it's false advertisement or it doesn't work? That's interesting. I mean, it's ironic that the person champions something saying that lots of people do it, and at the same time buck at the evidence that a lot of people do something that they themselves don't believe in, and somehow that's unacceptable. So they play the victim. They framed it in a way that they asked Socratic questions or rhetoric that they're the victim. It's like, whoa, so just because now you are worried about motivation, the things I believe in are detrimental to motivation. That is playing the victim, and it's providing a double standard. You treated other people like that, and you speak for other people like that, and yet you exonerate yourself from doing the same thing. It's very disappointing. If you want to know what I'm talking about, this is like day 2 of it. If you know what I want to talk about, it's public. You can go to the Wagotabi Steam page, and you'll probably find what I'm talking about. Perhaps there are someone who would provide a counter argument in that person's defense, and I would be very interested to seeing how they go about rationalizing that there isn't a double standard, right? I have tried in the last couple days. But anyways, let's see if I can unbork my fatigue here. So I have decided on certain things, right? We need to get these 2 stars, but there are things in here that kind of give away stuff, right? So we're definitely doing steadiness. Today will be the 5th day once we do a lesson, right? The 5th day. So we got 2 more days. And I think there are 5 other secrets, but I don't know what they want. I think this lovely kanji match thing, I think this is for a score in the second mini game, possibly. And then the mastery of the word stuff, I might do that in the background. I haven't decided, or just wait and complete them as we go with new content update. And this one we're definitely gonna get. This one says harmonica, right? Which sounds like a harmonica. And it says something like wind sound. I don't know who can give us this, but I totally forgot one of these. Where is it? Oh, robo. So roboto no ie. So I remember we hadn't gone back to Edowado, right? Edowado, because we have a backpack, so we can do this. And then something about ramen, and it's tampopo no ramen. I don't know who it is, but we gotta find giving ramen to someone. And then there's other things as well. So let's do this one. Let's see how this works.
Inu.
Inu wa go to the right.
Ue.
Whoops.
Ishi.
Ah!
Migi. E. Ikimasu.
Dishes. Oishikute. Oishikute. Ne.
Oishikute.
Oishikute. Okay. And it looks like they don't stack. So master like test things don't stack. They just roll over every like so often. which is very casual. It's quite casual forward. I was expecting like a stack of 10 or 20 each day, something like that. Let's go and try to find these. We're gonna comb, right? So there's definitely something here. Actually, let's go back and try to find this one thing. Wherever the lesson is here. I'm assuming these are accessible.
コンピラさんの神社は山の上にあります。はい、わかりました。神社の左にあります。
Okay. That doesn't give us anything.
川と海の中に魚がいます。
Hey, how am I doing? Just come to say before sleeping. Am I enjoying them? I am. I've already played most of the games. No, but we're having quite a bit of fun. Thanks for stopping by. Hope everything is going well for you, Caesar.
山の上に行きますか?
Oh yeah, going to sleep. Interesting. 9:46, huh? Yeah, we're trying to find all the little things now. And I'm just speaking to everyone again to see.
の上行きますに行きます。山の上にうわー。
Yeah, it's all good from here. You just arrived at the Seki party. No, I'm already done with the game. Like we finished this twice over before. We're looking for secrets and stuff. Yeah, this is like we've been playing Wagotabi for some time or before. Yeah. So we're looking for the one thing that's missing here. I haven't triggered this. Where are you? Nope. Maybe it's in here? I don't think so. Right. Yeah, you're 1 hour ahead. That is early, but that's relative for myself. But it's early. So that's fine. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. How did it go? Are you still doing the Wagotabi live stream thing? Have you ever come across Cure Dolly Organic? I have. You discovered it today? Interesting. I have. It's interesting. Oh, here it is. I totally missed this one. There's the thing. I have, or lots of people have mentioned it, and I watched a few of them. It can be very informative. Yeah. You just did one, you're playing offline. Oh, I see. Long vowels. Oh, fair enough. What do you think about them? You like it a lot? I think they're useful. It came the stuff that Cure Dolly covers came a bit after, quite after a certain period in my thing. I enjoyed her format, but there were others that came before, so this might be more of a happenstance issue here, where most of my that type of material came from a different person than Cure Dolly. But yeah, rest in peace, of course. I don't know if you're aware, but Cure Dolly had recently, or somewhat recently, passed away. So that's why whenever people talk about her, they usually talk about her in the past tense. Yeah, but Cure Dolly is a very championed source of early enrichment for specific. Yeah, it was her. You were sad when you discovered. Yeah. So, I think her content is fantastic, and she will more or less live on in pretty much any person she touch, because yeah, it is very widespread for her dolly being in a conversation. For myself, I ended up resonating with other sources before her. I think the material that she covers is wonderful. One thing that I personally, I have a personal preference. One thing that I don't, maybe it's an English thing. I don't know how much is it because I don't know this person. I don't know like what their personality is like. But I'm not the biggest on, which I also checked out your channel, by the way. Oh, Caesar. This is my personal professional distinction, but I have friends who are like this too. It's just that I typically do not associate with this. And the idea is quick hustle culture, internet hustle titles, and presentations. So I don't typically resonate very much with people who say things like, oh, this is the correct way to do things, that is the wrong way to do things. Here's the biggest secret that no one has ever told you that I know somehow. Or this is how real people do things, and these are fake reasons to do things. Or some people say you can't do this, but I did this. Or watch me do this, even though other people don't believe you can do this. That type of thing I don't resonate with. So when I look at content, I rarely gravitate towards that type of content that might be a necessary pragmatic use to elevate your influence online. I choose to take the long road, which typically is because I don't need influence or I don't desire influence, but it would be great to have it. The idea is when I see titles like that, I tend to walk the other way. I like individuals who demonstrate through their perseverance and their enthusiasm, as opposed to generating pragmatic hustle culture videos like, hey, I spent 100 days using Duolingo Japanese, so you don't have to. And here's what I learned in 5 minutes, right? That type of thing, I'm not that, I don't typically resonate. And Kira Dolly, to her wonderful credit and stuff, some of the videos give me that feeling, and I don't particularly find it very engaging, right? Typically, I like people who provide instruction, but demonstrate that they partake in the instruction to be very passionate. So for myself, if I say something like, hey, I kind of like being goofy and mixing 3 or 4 different languages, watch me do it right now. That's kind of how I am with most things. So the people that I ended up resonating with, the Japanese English instructor people, they are individuals who like instruct but also demonstrate at the same time that they themselves do what they say they do, and they bring me into their lives, as opposed to the constant formality of being told things. And that's a personal preference. I spent probably significant enough time in a classroom environment that it's difficult for me to go back to an idea where I trust someone explicitly, as opposed to engaging and partaking vicariously in someone's activity. Like I would learn the grammar as someone else is learning grammar or applying the grammar, that kind of thing. That's probably the way I learn. So if you're playing a video game and you're learning something as you're playing the video game, that's probably the type of content that I watch most of the time. I got a few, like Taka. Well, actually, I can give. Oh no, wait. I would have to switch to my personal YouTube account. But there are quite a few out there, like people who talk about Japanese culture, compare and contrasting American, and like stereotypes and stuff while introducing the grammar or introducing topics in Japan and the United States. I think this type of topic would be really wonderful too. I watched quite a lot of people who spent time demonstrating, sharing stories about what it's like to be a language learner in the United States, who especially learning Japanese. You agree and you feel the same about that? I actually work as a video editor, social media strategy, and I've been some crazy stuff over the past years. I see. It sounds like you have it all down. And looking at your channel, it sounds like you have all the fundamentals of the pragmatic strategies. And that's like, again, I'm not saying you shouldn't or should do whatever. The tests that you have on your channel represents a lot of the fundamentals, and those are the pragmatic things that you do. And Kiradali does that too. So it's pretty obvious that there are things that are important to them that are not important to me. So I just wanted to make that clear. I want to tell you that I am aware of these techniques and pragmatic ways of doing things, but at the same time, I have chosen not to do them, and largely because it might not fit the long game for me, right? About your channel as a test, you're doing a bunch of different titles and videos. I notice, and a lot of them are very well, I would say, very well captured. You captured a lot of the techniques. I tend to in my free time, I study this type of thing because I think the importance is to understand how other people view online content and then be able to relate to them. So like I do occasionally make jokes like, hey, you know, it would be kind of fun to make a what does 1 hour of Duolingo look like? What does 100 hours of Duolingo look like? And what does 10,000 hours of Duolingo Japanese look like? And I have a bunch of jokes that I would do in them. It would be kind of fun. There's a bunch of opportunities for one-off projects. I haven't done any of them yet. So when you're testing your channel, I feel like that's kind of how it works. If you don't have necessarily a vision for it yet, it's fun to try a bunch of things and see what sticks and what resonates. And that's kind of like language learning, right? Do it and refine. Standardize, refine. And I did notice your YouTube shorts and stuff definitely collectively demonstrates some editing skills and adherence to the current trend of things. And that's important to know. Like you have to understand trends too. Like can you know, as much as some people would like to avoid talking about Duolingo, I started with Duolingo because it's going to be part of the conversation. When you're playing Wagotabi, you have to obviously have some background in Duolingo and understand the presence of Duolingo. That's part of being informative, right? And then with Wagotabi, I mentioned so to speak and Shashinko. Those are the two that would be relevant to Wagotabi's position. So whenever I talk about these things and do introductions and reviews, I like to at least do a lot of them to an extent that gives me a comfortable way of demonstrating that, yeah, I don't have to say these things and say, trust me, I did these things. So you can determine for yourself whether that's interesting or not, right? that's kind of the way I go about things. So yes, there are 300 videos and whatnot, but any one of those videos you can stop by. I will most definitely draw up a diagram or something. Sorry to keep you. Obviously, you're going to bed soon. I hope you find your collective vision. I actually started streaming with a vision in mind already, so I'm sticking to it and refining that specific style. And every time, like today, I met Gustav 120, who's starting their Japanese language learning journey. And we talked about anything from habit formation to Star Trek to various anime and how routine layering and whatnot. And then they mentioned their travels and whatnot, how they how their initial exposure encouraged them to pick up Japanese. Actually, you're very similar to me in this sense. Well, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I look forward to seeing how you take that similarity and diversify it. Because at least I know that you will have some sort of a Brazilian spin on it, right? While I'm maybe some form of my shenanigans from the Americas, from the United States, will make us be in person, similar, but same but different type of situation. Don't want to be prescriptional here. I imagine there's got to be something about your experience in Brazil or growing up in Brazil that makes this also unique for you. And Rio, since you say you live in the Rio area, you're surrounded by Japanese people, right? Or at least more than I am. So that's really cool. I've met a couple people from Rio that talked about the pockets, the pocket communities when it comes to Japanese exposure. Yeah, I don't know if you read. Have you read the review that I've been ranting about? I've been ranting the last 2 days about this particular review, and it's an interesting read. But on the Steam page, there's a very interesting review that's catching a lot of attention, and it's like at the top. So it would be something that's interesting for you to read about if you're curious about Wagotabi's impressions, right? There are a few in Rio, but Sao Paulo has the biggest Japanese community. Okay, outside Japan. I see. Yeah, I don't actually know where the Japanese concentration is in the United States. Obviously, the United States is the third region. Yeah, it's a interesting topic. Like, I think it's incredibly engaging when there's a product being placed and then there are two people, an antagonist, like someone who's trying to provide counter arguments, right? Counter arguments, when presented properly or like respectfully, can lead to the growth of a product, right? For example, defending a thesis is only as strong as how vigorous and invested your opponents are, like your peer review are, right? So in this case, it brought up a lot of materials and a lot of great points, sort of. The format is not so ideal for the communication, but it's starting to balloon into a long string of things. So perhaps, I mean, down the road, maybe the person may collaborate. Who knows? But there is a lot of questionable question of that person's credibility, but still, it makes for a very interesting read. I like to draw attention to it because those are potential concerns for Wagotabi in the future. I really like the second castle. Did you complete all of it already, Caesar? Man, the escalation on the second castle. I can't wait till the third castle. I hope they, honestly, Wagotabi team needs to like drop the gloves and just stack all three, like stack the 2 previous castles on top of the 3rd castle. I you know what, we might as well start speed running something. Put in a speed running function or something. I have no idea, but I hope the 3rd castle is a stack of the 2 previous castles, because that is wild. I think being unapologetic, apologetically gamery or gamification can maybe vilify, or not vilify, but exonerate naysayers about the perceived engagement of difficulty of explicit learning, right? Because Wagotabi uses an explicit learning model where the information is given prior to the test, as opposed to doing the test and then self-correcting, right? Doing the test and then the discovery process is where you correct the mistake, right? This is the reverse of a lot of game designs. So this particular person that you'll probably read about is doing the reverse, but it doesn't have to be exclusively one or the other. And I think the second castle definitely starts transitioning from being a little more cheekier. They've gotten cheekier. And if that is the direction Wagotabi team is doing, the 3rd castle is going to be very cheeky. Even more video gamey cheeky. I can't wait to have, like, what else are they going to do? Are they going to like deliberately make things uncomfortable for the player? That they did a couple of those. So I don't know how far you are, but some places you're excited for it. Yeah, I'm about to work on that at the end, but right now I'm looking to complete all this stuff. So we found the lesson, and then you just have to wait, because there are content creators, there are content updates for this game, which is awesome. All right, so now we got to find out what this subquest is. There's a submission here. I haven't found the secrets, by the way. I found 5 secrets that I already know of, so to speak. But I haven't found the other 10, or the other 5. Like, there's 10 total. I'm not sure if the 10 is already in the game or not. But it would be fun to test out if there are actually 10. Yeah, it's awesome that it's only 4 devs and they only do it on their free time. Yeah, I know, right? Secretly, it would be great if they had some indicator or some angel investor that would allow them to do it full time. It's a selfish request, because that would also mean that they can go hard on spending time brainstorming what else you can gimmick your way. Hear me out. The reason why I'm saying this is I think unapologetic labor of loves do not require to bend to holistic or pragmatic specialized, like, prescriptional things. Like, for example, that was so nebulous what I just said. Native content, being in Japan, always having native content, that stuff, you can do that as well. You can there are so many sources of that, like, or people who are championing that. That's great. I do that at a different time. But when you have Wagotabi, what it screams to me is that these devs are unapologetic about their vision. And despite some people saying, like, oh, well, the AI voice will make your hearing tune to different things and then it will make something difficult, it's like, I'm here for the unapologetic vision. I want to experience things, and I'll use my problem solving skills and critical thinking skills to navigate and synthesize all the stuff. But meanwhile, I'd like them to be willing and not be apprehensive of pushback for being unapologetically passionate about these things. Like that, when it comes to games, there is a reason that passionate games like Clear Obscure and stuff aren't necessarily saying like, oh yeah, you did turn-based games wrong, because most people do this. And I understand that this is a touchy subject for some people. Like, language is a language, right? But the last time I checked, if I said American English is the correct way to speak English, it's probably going to garner a lot of fire. And I think Japan, for a TLDR of what I spoke to Gustav about, Japan has a vehicle in which it can end up leading to influence in micro communities, in communities outside of Japan. So who is to say that embracing that will lead to diversification of Japanese? So yes, one day you might be, for now you might thinking the American accent, you know, 外国人 Nihongo no 外国人 stuff is going to be like, oh, that sounds really weird. But who knows? In the future, it might not sound so weird, right? There was a time when American English sounded weird to, well, it still sounds weird to British English, right? But hear me out. I will still try my best to sound native, sort of speak, and learn all those things at a different time. I can do both. I think underestimating people's ability to swap accents and like speak and imitate is like saying an English speaker can't understand someone who has a British accent and then over time imitate that or even adopt that. So to me, I think that is what makes a language, a natural language, incredible. And for myself, I'm a little biased, right? Well, I am biased. I mean, I'm basically biased towards the future of Japanese and other languages, which is where you can appreciate that when you have lots of different people engaging with something, there are different ways that it can be learned, it can be propagated, and that makes for intellectual stimulation. I don't try to entertain the possibility of a dead end, but others may, right? I'm not here to build a career on this, so dead ends can be very scary if you're building a career. And most of the time, when people try to prescribe or gaslight other people into thinking that they're not bright enough or smart enough to iterate on their problem-solving skills and thinking skills, again, I actually do concern myself about this on the internet, that problem-solving skills and critical thinking skills are deficient due to the convenience of technology. That is a thing. Despite all of that, I still have very wholesome and auspicious faith in someone where there is enthusiasm and unapologetic pursuit of knowledge and intellectual enrichment, that new things come out, different things come out, maybe even things that have a new coat of paint, reinventing the wheel, because humans are generational. So it's fun to see that what Wagotabi will look like in the future, despite AI voices, despite, and then what like Duolingo is going to do in another 5 years, despite uphill battles of dogma and whatnot. I mean, intellectual, like the improvement and forward investment in human progress is through open communication and the existence of things, not the prevention and deconstruction and destruction of things because of preventive maybe even preventive hypocrisy here. Like, is it bad, for example, to develop an accent in English? Well, if you can answer that question, you kind of know which side you have a bias towards. For myself, if a Japanese person spoke with a Japanese accent when they spoke English, I know they're Japanese. Isn't that so useful? And if they spoke in a manner that I can understand, that's sufficient. In fact, it's incredibly endearing. Now, it is up to that Japanese person to either feel good about it or feel bad about it, because it's their prerogative. So there are people around my life that constantly told me, yeah, I wish I didn't have this accent. Like, oh, okay. So what are you doing to change that? What is no accent? This is in the context of English, obviously. When someone comes up to me and say, I wish I didn't have an English accent. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. Like, which English accent do you not want? And then what is the English accent that you do want? Because I'm not entirely sure what you think is a normal English accent. Like, I really... so that type of dialogue is important. Right. Brazilians are very much like that. They seek so much for the perfect accent that never learn how to speak English. Ooh, I haven't realized that. Huh. I'm not sure if I've experienced that here in the United States. I think you know what? I do have an example. People who focus so much on their accent that instead of using what they're learning, they become discouraged in ever learning more. So like, what I mean is they seek something that might be a part of them. Like, for example, if you're multilingual and if at home you're speaking Spanish, for example, or at home I speak Fujianese, right? And then someone will say, well, your Zhongwen, your Chinese have like a weird accent to it. It's like, oh, well, I can explain that, but can you still understand me? Because I can explain why I have a slight accent, because I also speak a different language, right? Pardon me if you can hear the Fujianese-ness in my Mandarin-ness, you know? And that to me is what I'm afraid of when people get very hyper-focused to the point where it prevents them from doing the thing, right? You can't iterate or optimize something if you haven't even standardized a habit for it. So sometimes focusing on things like idealism, like, oh yeah, only learn and use Japanese if it's from a native source. Well, if you read that guy's review, it means never playing Wagotabi. Or it means playing Wagotabi halfway and then making assumptions about everything else. Because they're only thinking about the ideal way to encode and learn Japanese. And since it doesn't fulfill that ideal way, then it's obviously worthless. In fact, the person uses a language in which they say it's completely wrong and all that stuff. So that's what happens, in my opinion. So if you want to sound like me in English, when you're speaking English, I prefer, in my opinion, to encourage the person to sound like whatever they want, as long as they know that they are improving themselves, right? If they are enthusiastic, because honestly, in the end of the day, I don't want to hear myself. Like, it's actually rather boring to hear people like me. Sometimes when you get so used to accent or a stuff, you kind of want to develop an accent. So here's the irony. I think this is one of the biggest ironies. What is the thing that I really most want in my English studies? I want to learn how to sound like a British person. So in some way, the thing that people don't want is the thing I'm deliberately running towards. it's just so humorous. Like, can I make my English sound like it has a different accent? That is the area that I'm exploring now. As opposed to someone who says they want to get rid of their accent in order to sound like, I don't know, like this. So it's not necessarily the grass is always greener on the other side situation. It's if you can do it, why not try to do both? If you have time and you really like to do something, why not try all of it? I'm greedy. I'm very, very greedy. So yes, I will play Wagotabi and do graded readers and do immersion. Whatever I can get my hands on. Like that's the way. Like for me personally. So yes, I might not be particularly good at any one thing, but boy howdy, it's so liberating when you know that there's just no shortage of ways to apply, use, problem solve, and critically think of a skill that you can apply to everything. And that's learning another language is probably one of those. Like, it applies to everything you do. So I'm not gonna stop at some only native perspective. I'm gonna stop whenever I feel like stopping. Like, I'm kind of curious if I can tell in the future how to normalize an American accent, you know, Gaikokujin ben in Nihongo. Like, why not? I know this can be a little offensive to other people, but in Japan, I'll try my best. But it would be really cool to see what Brazilian Japanese sounds like, and eventually in 5 years there might be an American Japanese. Like, it's gonna happen to language that has a wider influence. Like, I can tell you, I understand when someone is Mexican and speaking English, for sure. Sometimes you can even tell from second gen ones. And I would love for people who are so interested in accent to tell me where I'm from. In fact, it's kind of weird, but New Yorkers always know where I'm from, and it's not from New York. And whenever I hear it, I can't even tell the difference. I cannot, like, I don't have the resolution to tell the difference between, like, who's Midwest, you know, like 2 states over, and here. But apparently certain older people can tell, and I'm like, okay, well, are you guessing? Like, I don't know, but you should really consider learning a language. Actually, there is something is very similar to that, but in aspects of moving to another country. I see. Lots of people move to Brazil seeking for better life, while Brazilians go to the US seeking the same, and Americans go to the place. I know, right? I think it's interesting. I'm really greedy. So, if Wagotabi flies at the face of someone's principles, the thing I want to do, or to be known for, is to encourage them to do it to the best of their ability. That's what I mean by being encouraging while being less discouraging despite the fact. So, like, what I mean is, if there's a will, I would encourage it. So instead of spending time complaining about disagreement on principle and stuff, how far can this go? Like, so the person that I'm talking about, constantly referring to, they want to take things down. They want to prevent people's passion because they believe they know better. And I'm like, okay, that's interesting. That's certainly your prerogative. Meanwhile, I will use the other way. Well, you tell me, this person claims that there are limitations to what Wagotabi team is doing. Well, let's see where the limitations are. Like, what I mean is, here's one from James Clare. Atomic Habits, the book. Oftentimes when people go to do something to establish a habit or like a specialization in skill building, they often concern themselves about where the potential limit is, right? Where the limit of that approach is. And when you become hyper-focused on that, oftentimes people don't even get close enough to that limit to even have it be relevant. So, for example, when you say, oh, you can only go so far using this technique because it's inherently erroneous and not great. But are you going to get to that limit? How do you know without doing it? Like, how do you know it doesn't turn into something that does work? Right? And if there's someone who's willing to do that, I'm all there for you. But they will have to accept the responsibility that it can lead to a dead end. Right? But I would be not a person who would get in the way of someone's passion. Personally. Because I don't honestly think I know the future that well. Provided that it's not self-destructive, right? There are only very extenuating circumstances that I would interfere and try to prescribe something. Like seeking professional help if you're chronically depressed. There are endgame things, but we're not talking about endgame things. We're talking about whether Wagotabi will inspire an entire generation of people who sound like synthetic AI voiced non-native Japanese speakers who still can speak to Japanese speakers despite not sounding native. That's an interesting thought, isn't it? Hear me out. I did get this comment before, and it's really funny, and it's very true. It does happen. Someone once told me, or three or four people told me when I was like still on when I was actively doing Duolingo Japanese, when I was reading, when I was reciting the Duolingo Japanese, some of them said like, you know what? I can understand what you're saying really well. And my first thought is like, yeah, because I'm pronouncing it like they're hearing it. And then they would make comments like, yeah, but it's not the same when you're like listening to native content. It's like, yeah, I understand because I don't sound like that. So the thing is, you could think of it as, oh no, you've ruined your accent. Like now you just sound like Duolingo AI generated stuff, and that you're stuck like that forever. It's like, no, you're not stuck like that forever. And if you make it feel like it's bad to sound like that, then yeah, it's going to make you feel bad for the rest of your life. But it doesn't make me feel bad. What it means is that I can make an impression of Duolingo's AI voice, and I can make an impression of Wagotabi's AI voice, while still in the future going to try to sound like my favorite podcaster or vlogger from Japan, right? That's how that works. Or it might be somewhere the thing in between. The question is it sufficient to communicate and play it off, right? Like, I'm unapologetic about language learning. I don't go around telling people and discouraging them that language learning sucks and you kind of have to always worry about all these things. If you give me one thing, an excuse to stop language learning, I'll give you another excuse to keep on language learning. So if you are worried that you're going to sound like Duolingo, let's sound like Duolingo together. At minimum, when you say those things in Duolingo, a Japanese person will figure it out. If not, it'll lead to some fun little exercise in problem solving and critical thinking skills, in which then you will adjust because you're solving those problems yourself. So yes, pitch accent is really fun to learn, and it's probably very important. At the same time, it can be part of your path to multiple things. Like acting, for example. I love the idea that actors can just suddenly sound American and British. There's no rhyme or reason. Like it's perfectly sufficient. And I think Japanese has become that too. It can be perfectly sufficient. And yet there are individuals out there who like to ring a very loud megaphone to say, well, you're doing it wrong. Despite really enjoying this process and you're doing it regularly and you're learning other things about the Japanese language, you're still doing it wrong. So you should erase all of that from your memory and never do it again. This is what you should be doing. And immediately maybe that person takes to it. That's great if that person takes to it. But what if they don't? So what did you do? You deconstructed their existing enthusiasm. You replaced it with something that they're not enthusiastic about because you projected that it should be interesting. So, with that said, I think Wagotabi is obviously not one of them because a lot of people, Wagotabi, going back to this, breeds a lot of enthusiasm for Japanese language learning, and I'm all about that. Heck, it's pretty cool to acknowledge that Wagotabi team thought that in the future they might actually record people. Oh man, wouldn't it be a blast to be one of the recorders? You know what I mean? Like, hear me out. They put foreigners in Wagotabi. Hear me out. I would totally be down to be a representative of a Gaikokujin, speaking Nihongo just brokenly, because some of the foreigners, like, I would love for them to do that already, where they would have a character that speaks English, but they would inject certain words in there, and then you could be a Spanish person. You could have done. You could put Portuguese in it. Caesar, it is a Portuguese person visiting Japan, so like you would be, just Nihongo, Nihongo hablo. Sorry, that's Spanish, but I only know Spanish. So hablo un poco Nihongo. And just put it in there. Like, I'm down. I'm absolutely down for that, because in my opinion, that is what it's like to simulate people who are willing to learn different languages. It personally. But hear me out. The reality is that when learning another language, the prevailing thought is people don't try to learn and use what they learn until they're ready, right? That is the social norm, and I buck at that trend. I don't want that to be a trend. That is what's holding, in my opinion, that's one of the biggest things that's holding language learning back, or the celebration of language learning. Is because there's this air of elitism and snobbery that prevents people from ever opening their mouth and interacting with other people. The first thing they're worried about is, oh no, did I get it right? Everyone says I should make sure, what do I do? So the biggest fear that keeps someone from really learning, like the people that keep saying the best way to learn is to go interact with someone who speaks the language, is the very same people who are saying that, because they're placing social pressures. The behavior is concordant. Those who say the only way to learn is to learn from a native speaker, and they are also the ones who leverage the most ideal cases and conditions in which those people are unlikely to engage in that activity. Because the same people who say that are also the people who operate on idealisms to put a social standard that's so high that they wouldn't do it in the first place. Social pressure is crazy. Yeah, so, but a video game maybe might not be that way. Like, would someone, like, I just wonder, I would love to talk to a Japanese, like a multilingual Japanese person, if they say, what if I try to learn by mixing the two? Can you help me out with that? Like, como se dice Nihongo, right? Como se dice Nihongo? Like, is that something offensive, or can it be seen as a gaikokujin trying to speak Nihongo? Right? No comprendo, maybe. I don't know. No. No sé, right? No sé. No, I don't have experience. 我说的中文不好，不you know, like I don't speak Mandarin all that well, but perhaps if I said like maybe English to 中文 would be not as cringy and free of social pressure. That would be so awesome. I think language learning would go into a new phase. It would explode to a point where when you have that lifted, people will try to freely engage in each other with each other, right? But there are a lot of things, social pressures keeping that enthusiasm down quite a lot. And I understand, hear me out. They're as respectful as I can. I live in the United States. And even in the United States, right? I'm not saying it's a paragon of diversity, but even in places in the United States, there are social pressure where, like, if someone heard a foreign language, they would be anxious and they would suppress the foreign language. But what happens if it was English and the foreign language? Right? English and the foreign language. It's like, oh, lo siento, hablo en inglés, solamente en inglés. Sorry, like, I thought maybe if you don't mind, I would want to speak with you and maybe you can put together, because the social norm would be, what if it is social normative to be able to contextually learn different languages because different languages are already mixed? Like if I said, oh, no hablo English. So this like non-verbal cue with no and hablo, and then I say English, that other person will most likely think that they say, I don't speak English. So what they ended up learning is that no hablo is I don't speak, right? But because of that English thing, they've normalized these two patterns together. And that creates a intrinsic learning situation because my parents learned English this way. That's how they learned to get by with English. I can hear it in my parents. Like, so nowadays they would come down and they would ask me if they can have my email, and I'm like, where did you learn how to say email? Like, well, it's because people say email all the time, but I say email because I didn't know how to say email. So I would say like, oh, why not kia ni email la ding na kai gong, right? And then they just pick up email. So that's kind of the idea. And again, this is a personal bias of mine. People who are purists and whatnot, I can see that it can be offensive. So I'm trying to be as respectful. There are countries who would balk at that. China and Japan might be one of them. So I'm speaking specifically from a foreigner perspective who lives in a country that is a little bit more tolerable than that. Your Chinese friend go 50-50 with you whenever you try to speak Chinese, and you're very lucky with that. Yeah, exactly. Oh, do you speak Chinese? Is your Chinese friend where do you live? That's kind of neat. I haven't met someone who had a 50-50 guy. Or I've met a bunch of people, but not Chinese. I think when it comes to like 50-50 when Chinese, it's a little bit rare. So that's really cool. When you try to speak Chinese. 你说的中文 or 不是中文, like maybe like a dialect? I don't know if your friend, I'm so curious. Sorry. Australian, they live in mainland. Oh, I see. Oh, cool, cool, cool. It's crazy how it changes from country to country. Here in Brazil, you speak any other language, people instantly gets friendly towards you. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's very. Oh, that's so. That's so. I'm speaking specifically. Okay, so the area that United States comment that I was talking about, it varies from state to state. But the times that I'm talking about were during government buildings. So it's a very specific case that I was referring to. My parents were reprimanded before for speaking a hybrid language because they were in a government building, like a federal government building. So you can imagine in that case, it's very understandable. So I would be the interpreter. So I would then speak for them as opposed to so there would be some leeway, some understanding. So even in that situation, I would tell them in English that I am their interpreter. So I would assume responsibility in case they are using a hybrid language that may make someone feel uncomfortable. But the thing is, if that was a social norm, that would be an interesting place to live. Like, for example, I imagine Malaysia is something of that nature. Despite I did meet someone who grew up in Malaysia, and they say not quite, but it is a little bit more welcoming. And for myself, yeah, I throw words together. If it makes someone smile that I'm being cringy or like saying weird things, all the more for it. Like, did I? So I don't know if sometimes I'm saying the toilet, going to the toilet, or eating on the table, okay? But if someone laughs and they tell me and explain to me what I'm saying, isn't that language learning? Sometimes I always wondered, if you say something stupid, does that allow you to raise your chance of bumping into a native speaker who wants to talk to you? Yeah, cue the funny scenes, when someone says, "Oh, hey, my Chinese friend told me that 我是傻瓜，我一个傻瓜 to tell you that." And then that other person, why would they say that? It's like, wait, what did I say? And I'm like, they basically like I'm a silly kid, or I'm stupid, right? I'm an idiot, right? And it's like, oh, can you explain that stuff to me? It's like, let's talk about it. And my first thought is like, isn't that a fantastic way to break the ice with another native speaker? If that was a social norm, obviously. And I think that is a very wonderful, awesome way to celebrate and encourage other people to speak a different language. You have lived in Argentina, and once I said correr, which means to run in Portuguese, but something very different in Spanish. Oh, but in the end, it was very funny. Wait, can you explain? What in Argentina, how did correr end up being interpreted as not run? Or is it the way it sounded? I actually don't know. I don't know about the Argentina and correr. To me, that's also to run in Spanish. So I have no idea. What is the weirdest thing that I've said unapologetically? I do it all the time on stream, so correr in Portuguese means to run, but in Spanish, coger means to make love. Okay, coger. Sorry, I didn't learn how to make. I didn't know the phrase, the Spanish phrase to make love. So wait. That's hilarious. So. Did you say, I'm kind of curious what you said. Like, did you say like, let's go make love? Because Okay, the R in Portuguese is pronounced her. Oh, okay, okay. The more you know. The more you know. um the silliest things I've said probably is on stream while I'm learning Japanese. One time I'm pretty sure I said something like thanks for jumping, or like oh man, it's hard to know because I need someone who tells me I'm being a buffoon, and then because I'm being a buffoon they can explain things to me, and then you never forget it, or you try. It's hard to forget things like that. And to me, I don't feel, I hope that people do not make it feel negative, right? Because I think that's what the social pressure is happening with language learning. When people are afraid to make mistakes when you're learning a language. What is one of the gold standards for learning a language, or getting someone to learn language? You let them explore and make the mistakes and have people interact with that, right? But you can't have access to that. It's rarely ever accessible because of social pressures. So that's kind of what I want to deflate, right? Like, I kid you not, there were literal awkward silences when someone's like, oh, someone's trying to explain iru and aru, right? Iru and aru to me. And then they themselves made the mistake and they got embarrassed. And I'm like, what do you have to embarrass about? You're trying to explain the things you're learning to me, who I'm also learning. So let's all learn together. And the idea is because you might be thinking, well, that's not a big deal. It's like, but it's situations like that that gets painted negative that makes other people not want to also interact with other people. So like, if someone knows the knowledge, they are also discouraged from explaining the knowledge in a friendly way because it's not considered friendly. Or like, you know, it can be worrisome, like, oh man, I don't want to speak because I'm not sure myself. So, but despite having despite having the information, I'm like, I'm 99% sure, but I don't want to speak because there's a chance I might be incorrect because it's not my first language. It's not my native language. Instead of having a wonderful interaction. Hello there. Praise. Welcome, welcome. Praise the Lord. Interesting. So let's make that a space. I feel like language learning space. A language learning space. Not all spaces, okay? I'm not telling the world to change all of their dogma and all that, like in a public space, something. But in the language learning space, your language learning space, I hope that there are enough people in the world that you can surround yourself as language learners. Individuals who know that the social norm is, hey, we're all learning language, let's exchange something. And it should be a laugh when someone misspeaks and we talk about it. And then that talking and communication leads to incredible easy time, in my opinion, much easier time to remember that stuff. I can tell you now, I still cannot forget my aru and iru discussion. Despite it was being a disagreement or like apprehensive with another person, I still cannot forget that year and a half ago when I had an aru iru discussion about Japanese with someone who's been studying Japanese for a couple years, and I was just starting up. So aru iru, right? Most of your Brazilian fans can read English but can't speak exactly because of this pressure. Yeah, it's so tough. And it's like pulling teeth if you're on the other end. Like, hey, like for example, there are, like, I lived in the United States, so there are quite a lot of people whose family, they are second generation Americans. I mean, not Jensen. They're second generation Americans, but they are Spanish speaking. And I always often asked him, like, do you speak Spanish? Like, And they would say like, no, my parents speak Spanish. Like, why don't, is there any reason why you don't speak Spanish? It's like, you know, it's English. Like, no hablo, you know, no hable español or something. Like, I would say un poco, maybe, you know, a little bit. Like, are you familiar? And I'm just like throwing out Spanish words. Just curious if they're gonna reciprocate, right? If they reciprocate, they're like, oh, well, just give me anything, like a vocabulary word. Say the rest in English. So say like, I know, you know, I know un poco, right? Or solamente speak with my parents ahora in Spanish when I tengo que hablar. Okay. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, Caesar. Again, you gotta go now. Yeah, I hope you sleep well. I hope you're not too energetic from that. Happy thoughts, right? Happy thoughts. It was a really wonderful chat, Caesar. Good luck with Wagotabi and like whatever you decide to do with your channel and stuff. Besides English and Dutch, you don't speak any language that you learned because your school back in the Netherlands pressured you to speak when you couldn't. Oh, that's interesting. So they pressured you to speak as in like pressure you to speak English and or any language that you learn because it was embarrassing. Like the pressure led to like negative embarrassment, so you just didn't want to. Like my I do have to also be sensitive to the idea that there are people who don't want to speak, and if you pressure them to speak, then they won't, you know, they will be unlikely to speak for a lifetime, for sure. The cases that I'm thinking of are a little bit just to make sure that I'm not pushing a different type of agenda. The cases that I worry about is that whatever you decide to do, it leads to a special stigma, right? And my emphasis is to reduce the stigma, not the nature, not necessarily the nature of the interaction. So if you don't want to speak, and if you're pressured to speak, and if it leads to a negative outcome, it's trying to reduce that negative outcome, as opposed to the other way around. You had a blackout from it, forgot everything you were supposed to say. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That might, I don't know. Have you overcome something like that, or does it always sit in your mind? That's the type of experience that I think really keeps language learning down, where either the prescriptional pressure of anything, it creates a negative experience that removes the ability to want to engage in it anymore. I think there are many countries who operate like that, so that's perfectly fine. Like Japan and China are face culture people, right? So you only speak when you're able to speak well, right? You only speak so that at the consequence of minimizing bringing shame to yourself or embarrassment to yourself. So I do respect that. I don't live in China or Japan. So in the environment that I'm currently living in the United States, I'm more of a person who encourages to make mistakes while having supportive people engage and participate in those situations. So then when that pressure does end up coming, it doesn't lead to a negative outcome because they know it's okay to do so. So in a way, encouraging other people to speak ends up being more of an open opportunity for them to engage with someone. But that might not be reflective or even reflexive in Japan or China. Where I live and the way I grew up, it would be very, very daunting to try to learn a dialect that is not being taught in the United States and might not even being taught in China. And expect that my parents would expect me to be fluent in it when there's no education for it. So the only education I receive in order to retain Fujianese is through the interaction with my parents. And I would use any form of way to gain more knowledge from them. And that's where I retained my dialect despite not having any schooling, right? So, 不是中文，是福州话，福州话声音，亚语maybe 亚语普通话，但公話嘅no it's yeah right it's very obvious when 福州話嘅中文 are being used in the same like sentence, and what happens is that if you can't say something, you replace it with another word, and that's that can be second nature, or it can be incredibly negative. Like that's the world I kind of live in most of the time. There are second gen diaspora in the United States that either are associating, if they can't speak in a language entirely on its own, then they will not speak at all. And if they can, they would speak, and if they make a mistake, it would be a really negative experience. Like it's a horrendously embarrassing, fearful experience. Or you end up being someone like me on the other end, which, you know, people are in between these two extremes. Well, I'm a little extreme on the other end, where my life, in order to interpret for my parents, I do everything possible to learn and extract information while leveraging all the languages I have. So that in the case paints my natural language learning state, as opposed to what people say are natural learning states. So you might grow up in a country that normalizes that type of natural learning state. But I disagree with proponents who think that separating language is the optimal way of learning a target language. I think it's quite significantly dependent on individuals' form of mindset and critical thinking skills in engaging in acquiring language. So for myself, yeah, it's very difficult. I like to demonstrate, you know, daisen, right? Daisen 是までの電車に and I don't even have like チル right? Instead of 断線是までの電車に乗る right? So did it change the meaning of this? It didn't. Not this phrase. This phrase is still the same in Chinese, minus the like まで. You actually just drop all the particles and the endings, and you still get the relative meaning of this, which is to go to this place by train. Or take this, you basically go to this place by train. With English you're fine now, but with any other language not yet. You just started to learn again how to speak when you're learning a language. I see. This is mostly because your fiance is Vietnamese Australian. Ooh. And his family mostly speak Vietnamese so he can practice with you. Oh, that's cute. So you have a Chinese friend who goes 50-50, and you also have a Vietnamese Australian fiance. For the record, Xing Xing, right? Wait, did you choose Xing Xing because of star? Is that star 0411? Xing Xing as in Hoshi. You know Hoshi? Hoshi desu, right? stars. Maybe. I think that's a cute name, Xing Xing. It also is a doubling, so it's a cute name too. Sorry if you're not going for cute, but my first thought is it's a very cute name. This conversation typically is only resonating when people are in a multicultural environment. So I do respect. I do respect. There are pushbacks, and I do respect other people who prefer to be purists, right? So like my parents are more comfortable in that environment. Like for example, if I were to wed someone, it would be a Chinese woman, for example. But it's not like they're saying I have to, but it would be an environment that they are most comfortable in. However, the odds of that happening might not be pragmatically possible. So since then, my parents have been a little bit more open about that, right? So those are the type of situations that I do respect, that there are things that are very uncomfortable. Now, what the things that I say, most of the time, the people that hang out for a long time and talk and resonate, they're typically people who are coming from a multicultural background that stay. And it seems like you are also one of the cases. Which, by the way, I learned most of my language, like interweaving language and stuff, because I watch content creators who are multicultural couples. Like, in terms of Vietnamese, do you know which couple I'm referring to? The Vietnamese-German couple. I think she's incredibly adorable. I forgot her name, though. I keep forgetting what her Vietnamese... But I think stuff like that, to me, I'm a bias, obviously. I'm very biased. My parents are actually not multicultural. Both my parents are Chinese. So they're both Fujianese. But growing up in the United States, the way I've become more attached to all of my friends and my like brothers from another mother and stuff is the idea that I've surrounded myself with people who find it interesting that you can do all these things separately or together. So yes, I know there are people that use phrases like fake Chinese and oh, what you do is fake Chinese because it's a blend of certain things, and I get that. I don't know if I should be offended or not a lot of times, but ultimately instead of being a negative, having a negative stigma, like succumbing to that stigma, I often find that there are wonderful people around and sufficient people around that celebrate the other side of things, which is, let's just say, a Szechuan beef noodle pho is absolutely amazing. And also Szechuan beef noodle soup is fantastic, and so is traditional pho. But I'm just saying, Szechuan beef noodle pho is amazing too. So it might sound blasphemous, like, dude, like, listen, when it comes to food, like, give me some of that kimchi tater tots with frank hot sauce on top of a chicken and waffles. I'm fine with that. But at the same time, yeah, chicken waffles pretty solid. Tater tots pretty good, right? I'm all about that kimchi, right situation. So I'm greedy. Again, I was making that joke to Caesar. I'm very greedy. I want to experience as many things in my life as possible. So yeah, sign me up. Vietnamese Australian. What does I can only imagine what that's like. Honestly, hear me out. Australian accent, Australian English accent. Yo, I need to understand. I can't break out an Australian accent, not alone a British one. The closest place that I've been to Australia, by the way, as a personal relating topic, is during college, during my junior year, so I was about to turn 21. That becomes relevant later. I actually studied abroad in New Zealand, and I know it's not the same as Australia, but it is where I met quite a few Australians, along with Kiwis, right? And it is fun spending like three or so months being surrounded by people who have a different accent. I don't know. I just find it really fun to be the one that has the accent. I it's kind of like what Caesar said about most of his when people speak any other language, like in Brazil, they feel so welcome. Like it's kind of fun when you go to another place and you're the person with the accent. I think that's what I mean by there's a social stigma oftentimes from people who are from countries that might not find that appealing, right? If you're from a country that likes to keep everything standardized, right? Like standardized and sounding the same, like a monocultural country, it can be very apprehensive. You might be very nervous. So when you go to a foreign country that might be accepting of that, you might not say a lot, right? You might not say a lot, and it might be it's a miscommunication in cultural expectations. So behaving appropriately, I'm a lot more open to that. So when someone says they suck, their English sucks or their accent sucks, my first, and I truly mean this, my first thought is try me, right? And my next thought is like, well, I need to practice speaking. It's like, practice with me. Like, how else are you gonna get practice in? Like, I want to help, especially people who are learning English, at least from an American, or like whatever this is, so American perspective. Hit up someone that you can identify, because for me, like if you're learning English, you might as well start using it, and not have the burden of thinking like, oh yeah, you gotta nail it the first time. I actually think I learned quite a lot about the other person's language because their English is like an amalgam. Like for example, I phrase my English differently depending on what type of English speaker it is. When I speak to Chinese people who also speak English, the order of my adverb phrases and conditional phrases are different than the way I speak to second generation Japanese English speakers. Because of how the English is ordered compared to the language that they speak primarily. So my parents, they typically have a really, really consistent habit of saying all the conditional phrases first, if they can. So when I speak and interpret things, I vary my way of doing it because I have to make it concordant with their expectations, which is really neat. It's kind of a fun code switching thing. His parents are 100% Vietnamese, born and raised, and he was born in Australia. So his first language is Vietnamese, but over time his Australian accent took over. I see. Yeah, so that's that's exactly what my background is. I am that's what I consider as diaspora, or a heritage speaker. So Fujianese is my first language. Hujiwa is my first language. But overall, my English is the predominant common language. So it's so predominant that even my Fujianese sound a little Americanized, according to my parents, and according to like the occasional Fujianese person, that my Fujianese is a slightly Americanized. And then when I'm speaking Mandarin, it's apparently occasionally southernized. It's Southern Mandarin. so, and that to me tells me that the other person knows their language, and also means that I am identifiable. And to me, that's kind of neat. That's instead of thinking that, oh, it's embarrassing that someone can tell you're speaking with an accent, it's more like, yeah, that's right, I speak more than one language. See, it's a little different when you spin it that way, but you don't get any accolades for that. It's not as exciting, and people don't see it that way because they get negative feedback from wanting to speak more than one language. Typically, it's seen as a stigma a lot of times. So, you know, online, that's a little different, I suppose. And I hope that's not the case in the future. I mean, it's to the point where even technology is used to replace the need to do that. But maybe we'll see what it's like. I can't predict the future. But one of the things is, whenever someone says, I sound like something else, my first thought is, I'm glad you picked that up. Because that's pretty cool. I'm surprised you can pick it up. Can you explain to me how you pick it up? Like, why does my Japanese sound like a gaikokujin trying to speak Japanese? Because I would love to know that. And it's cool because when we talk about it, I hope that other person understands that I speak more than one language. And that might encourage the other person to also speak more than one language. And that would be cool. Then you have a native speaker for life as a friend. And if they are offended by you, then you're not gonna be friends, which is good, which is also sufficient. That's pragmatic, right? If someone doesn't like the fact that you speak two languages and you have an accent coalescing two different languages, then it's all the more to understand that first, right? And then know that not everyone wants. But that is cool. Are you learning Vietnamese? Ching ching. So does that mean you're gonna there is someone else who needs to learn Vietnamese as well. Yeah? Oh man. Vietnamese is where I live in the United States. Vietnamese is the second largest minority, next to Chinese. I live a little bit further out from a cultural hub like New York City, but Vietnamese is definitely the second largest. Without saying too much, they either run a pho restaurant or they run a nail salon. It's a stereotype, but at the same time, money. They know how to make money. That's how I spend it most of the time. My parents, like, they ran Chinese restaurants, American Chinese restaurants, until they can make a living. Currently, where you live is 90% Vietnamese. Oh, dang. May I ask, do you stick out? Because honestly, that's kind of fun. Whenever it sounds like fun. Oh, your fiance's parents, they had a restaurant. Oh, okay. Oh, dude. Oh, you do? Man, the pho must be awesome. Did they serve pho? Oh my gosh, get a banh mi sandwich from a Vietnamese parents. My parents would probably too. This is how my friends also react to my parents all the time when I was younger. You get those daily bays? Oh my god. I'm jealous. Yes, I'm a little jealous. My parents, that's what happened when I was younger too. Like, oh, like, so you can get like Chinese food? It's like, yeah, that's normal. You want to come on by? Nowadays, the thing I would whip up is probably if I'm hosting, I probably whip up mapo tofu, probably mapo tofu, and probably just wrap some dumplings or like wontons. That would be probably go-to. Wonton, something nice, lukewarm wonton and some mapo tofu and over rice. Anyways, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing, Xing Xing. So now, does that mean you're learning? Is that what you're learning right now, or you're? What is your language learning thing like? What are you doing for language learning? I don't have anyone in my immediate area or family or someone who speaks another language. So I don't actually have heritage speaking partners at all. This is as much as I get, which is fine with me. Do you have an hour time? What do you mean by do I have an hour time? oh, are you talking about the heritage speaking thing, or are you trying to explain to me? Like, I have plenty of time. Like, well, we're just gonna like do this while we're conversing. Oh my lord, that's a long list. Dutch, English, Spanish, Italian. This is what you learn and know. Oh, so are you a polyglot? Like, how do you keep all of that up? How do you maintain all of that? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're not? Do you have any particular ones that you're in, like you're prioritizing right now?你可以听到的中文吗？ Vietnamese, Chinese, and Japanese. Okay. How are you doing those things? I guess your Vietnamese thing would be with your significant other, and then you had your Chinese friend. How are you doing your Japanese stuff? Sorry, let me try to find however I can initiate this. Is there a list for... No, there isn't. Whoops. Well, that was weird. Sorry, I accidentally hit the... I hit the escape button. No, I thought I hit a different button. Don't worry about it. It's fine. The game didn't crash. I accidentally... I was trying to escape into a menu and I accidentally... Okay. Alright. Oh, Wagotabi? Oh, you're playing Wagotabi? How is it? How long have you been playing Wagotabi? Let's talk about the Wagotabi thing.
行きますか?
And you got some friends that speak Japanese as well. Also, your fiance has a little brother speak Japanese as well. Oh, dang. Man. Must be that sounds fantastic. About all these people. A month now? I see.
西
Yeah. I
東
have been following, so I keep like 6 months time. I wait patiently for like updates and stuff. So they're usually in 3-month or 6-month spurts. So right now, obviously, we're celebrating the Steam launch, right? So
西南
Steam launch is definitely
東
very important to me. So I'm
南
excited that other like non-mobile gamers or non-mobile people are being able to experience it in Steam on Steam. Interesting. A month now.
西
So hear me out. Can you help? Can you confirm something for me? Are there 10 secrets in this game at this moment? Because that's kind of what we're doing here. And I'm pretty sure this
すみません
kid has
この
a...
漫画はメイコちゃんの漫画だけど めいこちゃんは岡山市の図書館によくいる。岡山市に行きますか？よろしくお願いします。
Yeah, so this is, I remember doing this already. So I'm on a new game, right? Since the Steam launched, I went off of the beta thing. I didn't want to synchronize my beta testing thing, so we have done this. There should be? Interesting. And have you discovered all 10 of the secrets? The secrets. Because now I'm on a mission for that. I remember doing this back, I think the first playthrough. So I gotta at least do the side quests. Lead up the side quest.
Manga wa omoshiroi ne.
You're taking your sweet time with it right now? Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Savor it. See, somewhere in the back of my mind, I was being I was really being selfish with explaining to Caesar. I would love if the Wagotabi team was supported in a way that they would do this full time, because just imagine if it's just rolling updates, like as you're progressing and stuff, they're just rolling content out. It is a very selfish selfish like requirement, but I do play live service games in which like I rotate and I wait, but I'm quite patient about these things. However, somewhere along the lines I'm like, oh wait, but if we take our time, then just new content just keeps rolling and you're in a perpetual state of constantly consuming Wagotabi, steadily. You learn so much more from this 1 month than your 5 years of learning. I'm sure you picked up other things, like other learning experiences that fed into your current 1 month. Your 5 years, there's got to be something you've consolidated, like things you're looking for, things you are avoiding over those 5 years that culminated to bringing you to the Wagotabi experience. I like to think that's a positive, a lot more encouraging and positive way of looking at it. Your 5 years of experience led you to this moment. You still suck at katakana? I still suck at katakana. Let's just be real. Like, whenever I feel like I don't understand English anymore when I have to read katakana. I honestly don't. Like, I would sit there and I'm like, teiburu. Like, what is that? Like, it sounds like table, but I'm not so sure if it's table. Obviously, teiburu is fine, but like a different example, it would be a near rhyme example, and I can't. Those are the most funny moments, I would say. If there are any compilation that I can do while I'm learning Japanese, is every time I hit a loan word in katakana, I can't figure out what it is. It's so tough. Like outside the really common ones, like kohi, right? Eiburu would be fine. There's really very few things. Petto or something. Yeah, basu. Yeah, basu. Very common ones are fine, like taxi, right? Taxi, pinku, right? Things that, but when you start getting into like imaji, I'm like, is that supposed to be image, right? Right? It happens all the time. But other things are pretty fine, like sando, sando, it just shortened for instead of sandoichi, right? Sando, ice cream, right? Bakubaku, hot dog. Those things have become fairly okay now. Picnic, hiking, so stuff like that. It's okay now, but when I first started, I was like, is that like? Oh, you know what's a good one? It's from German, right? What is part time? Ato baito? What is it? No. Oh, what is it? Yeah, see, I can't even pull it up. Like, I can't even think of it off the
あそ
top.
こ
It
の
has
子
to
供の
happen.
本はつまらない
It has to happen. Yeah. What is vanilla? Vanilla? just don't, I just don't answer that. Chocolate is fine, right? Oh, I got a kick out of coffee maker. Pasokon, right? Pasokon is one that takes a bit for me after a while. It's okay. Most of these were rough starts in the beginning. And then you have like sports like tennis, basketball, right? Like in basket. Just basket, I think is enough, but good stuff. Good stuff. I'm supposed to get the. Oh, I'm supposed to give
漫画は
this.
面
this.
白いね私の好きな漫画だりくくんから
はい
りくくんはいい人だね
そうです。
魚しについての漫画だよ
うん。
あげるよいいえいいえ
How are you with directions and placements? Like, are you talking about like kita? Like kita, nishi, minami, and or nishi, minami, and higashi? Directions or placement like ushiro, mae, ue, and shita? Or like migi and hidari? What are we talking about in terms of direction and placements? I think my output is all those. Oh, they're fine. I still confuse my left with my right though. Like what I mean is I do that in all 4 languages. This is more of a psychology problem. Like I still say migi when I mean hidari sometimes, and then I sometimes say right, but I really mean my other right. In English, and then izquierda, and second izquierda and like izquierda. Well, you get the point. The only way you know is by kanji. Exactly. That's when it's written. When things are written, we're okay. If I'm reading, it's okay because I spend most of my time reading. Like even streaming, I spend like 90% of my time reading other people's Japanese and in other people's Spanish. So most of the time, reading is fine. But when I speak, I sometimes like I would point. I know the camera is inverted, right? Like if I'm pointing right, it's actually pointing left. But whenever I mean like nishi, I would sometimes raise my right hand, even though I mean higashi, right? So occasionally, but in this game, what they do, they typically display it, so it's okay. 大丈夫です, right? 大丈夫. But I totally do it in real life. Like my parents still do it. Like when we're driving, I'm like, you know how I get around this with my parents? Instead of saying a 左边, right? 左 and yeah, you see, I've already forgotten. 左边 and 后边, right? 后 and 右 and 左. I always say that way and point. Yeah. So me, instead of like, upsetting my parents by using my fingers and stuff, because they always ask me for directions because they don't know how to use a GPS because of English interface and whatnot. Instead, what I would say is on your side. Make turn to your side. So like the next your side, and then the next one is my side. So instead of saying that way and this way, I'm saying okay, so okay, on the next light, go in your direction, turn your direction. So that's what I would say in Fujonese, like ni duan turn, duan ni himeng. So turn in your direction, like turn on your side instead. So like turn 你的边 like 你的边your side. That's how I would get around it, because I still, whenever I say like a draw, my parents would then sometimes turn right, and like they would turn in a different direction, and I don't know what that is, but it's universal. It happens so often, and I feel like it also supersedes language barriers for whatever reason. Even if you're acquiring a new language or you're learning a new target language, you still do the thing. You still, like, despite the terms are still the same, like different, like all the terms are really different. Somehow, at least in my opinion, I still mix up left and right. Regardless if the language had, like, you learn the language like another language again. Sometimes I would be like izquierda, which is actually this way, not that way. But so I did it literally recently when I was refreshing my Spanish. Use your hands whenever someone wants to know left or right. Yes, exactly. Nonverbal communication, so underrated. Nonverbal communication is absolutely underrated. And I use my hands a lot. So when I'm talking, I'm either using my hands to write on the screen. So unfortunately, I don't have like a pen device for being video games, but when I'm learning other things, I typically pull out, like if I have to explain something, I will pull out a diagram. So I would use symbolism, lots of symbolism or motion to communicate, right? There's a reason when you do this, it feels a little awkward. And then when you're down here, it can create a safe space, right? So nonverbal communication is kind of a thing a thing of the past, largely because of the heightened use of texting. So texting now is being augmented by GIFs, right? Using imagery. So in a way, you can still leverage that when you're in person. You can still use your hands, smile, do a rub-a-dub thing. But I feel like there is a generation nowadays, like a younger generation, where if you place someone in front, you can tell which generation they're from. So recently, I was away for a week. This usually doesn't happen. It only happens once, literally once every year, most of the time, because I have obligations. I go to a convention center. I work at a convention center for an anime conventions. It's called Otakan, and it happens at the end of July and the beginning of August. And through my years, it's been 18 years, 18 consecutive years since I've been in Otakan. Through those 18 years, there have been a substantial shift in the type of interaction that people have. And it's kind of, I want to say it feels weird. I don't want to say it's bad or good, because it's a changing times, right? I'm not a product of the as influential, like influenced by the time of that are influencing other people, younger people's behavior. But man, the days where like people talk to each other and they would use like hand motions and like smile or like kick the ground or like, hey, you guys want to go like swing, hit some balls or something, or like just toss something, like, so you would make these motions. But lately, I would say the kids who go to Otakan, like anime conventions, like 16-year-olds or somewhere in like before they become of age, they sit around, like this is their version of communication. Uh-huh. Oh, that sounds good. Where you guys want to eat? This place seems nice. That's it. Like it would be like they would sit and congregate in the corner, and it would be like a circle of people, and all of them would be like doing this. And I was like, oh, okay, that sounds good. Do you think you're happy about it, or they don't even talk about emotions most of the time? It'd be like that, and I'm like, oh, that's different. At the same time, nonverbal communication, it's optional. It's very optional now. Maybe in the future it might be a little different because of the advent of technology and maybe faces. Not me actually moving my hands even when they don't see me. Exactly. I do this all the time. I still do this. I am a product of an older generation. Like, here a lot of kids, like younger people, tell me nowadays when they meet me in person, they say that my face is very animated, right? Or like I'm very enthusiastic, or something about me. They can't quite pin what it is, but in the end, it's kind of funny because it's one of those things that when you're using your hand, you're kind of like demanding attention from them because it's odd. It's a thing that they're not used to, and it can make them feel very uncomfortable. And I totally get that. But sure, boy howdy, I would want them to also feel comfortable in doing that, because there are things that, yeah, maybe sometimes you don't have the word for it. Yeah, like the word for it. Every time I say word, I do this motion. It's largely because of like a combination of sign language and whatnot. So whenever I think about something, what is that? You do a snapping motion, right? Like it's right on the tip of my tongue, right? So all of these things still happen for me, but wow, there are people who would like talk to each other, and they would be standing like this. This is how the new modern years, like, so two people would be standing here, and it would just be dialogue boxes. It would legitimately be a video game. Like, that's how people talk. So imagine imagine when people play a video game, right? And they emote to each other. Like Clair Obscur is a great example, where suddenly you're seeing scenes where technology is helping, right? Like, I think technology will make it this normal again, like nonverbal communication and whatnot, like the expressiveness of your body and whatnot. Because when video games show that, it's not like kids don't appreciate that anymore. Like, you know, emoting, smiling, like doing a jest, like fist bumping, like tapping people, like shoving people, that kind of thing while speaking. But honestly, it's gotten to a point where this seems normal, where you like talk to this guy and nothing happens. Like you're literally standing here, your hands beside your thing, and you're just like nodding and speaking with no motion whatsoever. And I witnessed this. It's increased over time. Like, if not, the easiest way is to make sure you're holding a phone and then you talk without sharing any form of nonverbal communication with the other person. You literally sit there. And I did this. It did happen. My roommates that I share a room with, like as I'm working at Otakon, we did this for like 3 hours. But we were laying in, we were laying in side beds and stuff. But that has an appropriateness. But man, there are people who stand right in the middle of like an entire atrium, and their body would be stuck like this, and they would have perfectly normal conversations. And my first thought is, I always wanted to go up to them and ask them, do you know what your friend is wearing when you were talking to them? Like, here I still do the same things. Someone comes up to greet me, I'm already looking at like the shirt, the shirt, the pants. It's telling you a lot of things, and that's also part of language learning, right? you have to also learn the language and the cultural relevance of what you're saying. That's part of the context. You know, context learning. I actually think this is a fun plug for learning another language, because when you start reading books again, you know, like picture books and stuff, you'll start to appreciate once again that it tells you how they feel as well by how they dress. Exactly. And sometimes, I hate to be a bearer of bad news, but, or not bad news, but maybe a little bit, I don't want to be too negative, but there are a lot of kids who don't care about what they dress like. It's no longer about vanity. Like, it's no longer about, oh, you're dressing cringe, or like worrying about superficial things. It's more about the lack of expression now. Like, the world has, like, at least in the United States, youth is no longer, it has a different issue now. Not only do most youth kind of just basically like to dress very similarly, right? Similarly, they also have no encouragement or motivation to want to care about their dress. Like, it's the opposite end. There used to be a time when, you know, vanity and stuff was too overemphasized. Like, oh, it really did, there was too much emphasis on your outer appearance, right? But that has shifted in the last 10 years. Now, people don't really pay attention to how interesting and fun and expressive and openly expressive you can be. I'm like, the last 9 people that I've conversed very closely with, they're all in like their 20s, and their favorite dress is black t-shirt and black pants and possibly black shoes. And no, they're not trying to be expressive goth people. No. We're talking about like plain black shirt and darkened jeans and shoes, like sneakers, but preferably black. And my thought was, oh, well, that tells me a lot. It's the plain fit, yeah. That tells me a lot. But at the same time, where has it changed? Like, I totally understand that you shouldn't be overly worried about what you wear. But man, I have since been different now as well. When I was a kid, I also was like that, but it was for a very different reason. It was for vanity and being sticking out. But now I stick out. So, like, when I go to a store, my first thought is, oh, hey, that pastel green with red flower shirt seems like an interesting statement piece. I should buy that sometime and then go to an Otakon convention, like work at an Otakon convention. And what do you hear? Most of the time are kids that say, oh, I really like your shirt. It's like, well, you should also wear something like that. Try it out, right? And by the way, in an anime convention, it's already selected for that. Most people are a lot more expressive. So I'm the people that I'm referring to are people I meet outside of a convention. Those individuals feel like everything is so drab, right? You don't have to always want to dress in a plain white tee. You don't have to. Get excited, and obviously whatever is good. Like, I'm talking about, I must imbue some greed in people's expressions. It's like pulling teeth. When I try to get a younger person to be excited and explain something to me that they're excited about, their default would be, oh yeah, I'm doing all right. Okay. Can you tell me something that you've done in the past day? Because we would be catching up. I actually do this routine with a lot of people, where if we decide on a day we meet up, we will try to meet up and we will try to talk about something. And the first thing I would try to do is to get someone to tell me what did they do in the day. Anything, just anything. Describe it. Be interested in it. because boy howdy, sometimes I worry when someone just dress plain and then they stop taking care of themselves. It can spiral really quickly. You know, they don't know how to get satisfaction. Here's one, and it deals with language learning. I talked about this with Gustav earlier today. Gustav, we just met, stranger, and that person asked me, what else do I do on top of what I'm streaming, like WaniKani, WaniKani and HanziHero for SRS. And eventually it led to my discussion about what you should do to like a recommendation, maybe like a unsolicited suggestion that is fundamental to humans. When you're learning something, it's great to do them when you're most high energy, right? Like you can do whatever. Like if you like Wagotabi, go for it. If you like pulling up a Genki textbook or just drilling with your friends, that's a high energy thing. At the end of the day, or at least every other day or some day, to get yourself through the door again, you gotta find a way to apply it, express it, and use it just enough to know that you enjoy the fruits of your labor. So in my opinion, a lot of times when kids dress plain, I often ask them, is there any value for you to be interested in what you wear because you have to wear it every day? Like imagine if that plain white tee is something you really like to wear because you have to wear it every day. Imagine how much return on investment that is for your well-being and your excitement. Like I say this in an oxymoronic way nowadays to kids. One of the most exciting things I do is when buying new pairs of socks, or like if I have a hole in my socks, like, oh boy howdy, now I get to buy new socks. Now it's spend like the next 2 weeks deciding on what type of socks I buy. If that sounds like it's trivial, right? And I'm so excited about something trivial, imagine how excited someone would be and how happy someone would be when big things happen, right? But the small things pile up. So getting people to be excited about their living situation, their habits, their language learning. Their language learning is going to be a habit that you want, right? You're going to want to use it. So if you're constantly battling stigma, apprehension, stress, that's going to consume your livelihood. It is likely going to build and create resistance. So in order to open that door up, get someone to tell you something about their studying. So obviously now you might be able to tell why I ask you these questions and explain things, and then how I connect with Caesar and stuff. It's like you gotta get people to be interested and expressive of their thoughts and stuff. Then, in my opinion, it will make it seem like their life, you don't have to convince them that their life is interesting to someone else. You get them to share it. And that's awesome. Because then, if you are able to share it and communicate, you might be surrounded by people who care and reciprocate that. And I think in this life, or at least in a lifetime being human, everyone deserves someone else who makes them care about their own lives and also share to each other mutually, right? So if there's anything I can do in a day's worth of time, you give me an hour, I can at least try to make you care about your own life and give you the impression at least I would be open ears to hearing whatever is interesting in your life, because I don't think there's enough of that nowadays on the internet in general. Like, people don't even care about sharing what they're excited about. Like, if you're agonizing over whether you want to buy a pink shirt, then give me a few pictures. I have some thoughts about pink shirts. At least, hopefully you have like a friend or something. It's like, hey, check out like honestly, I'm in the market for like a floral shirt, because I'm thinking of like this television show where the father figure is like a mafia boss and he only wears black, but one day the main character like contacted their father, and their father just shows up in a Hawaiian shirt with some like open toe sandals, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like you go from someone you go from someone who, okay, they're very imposing and they are very striking, but at the same time there's also expressiveness and happiness which can be communicated through body language, the things you wear. And I do often wonder, what, you love to share your life with others but all your friends are just not interested, which is sad. Maybe hear me out. I often think that if you can get them to share something, maybe that can cause them to reciprocate as well. So my first thought is, well, if they don't like share, like if they don't are not interested in what you're saying, I would ask them what they're doing, and I would totally try to do and get into their life. So then what happens is, no matter what, you are sharing something. If you know what I mean. So then they have to care because you're sharing the experience. Not that I'm saying you should like brute force all the time, but that is also an alternative. Like, okay, well, Mr. here, you, like, for example, you seem to really care about this game, and I don't really care about that game too much, and then you don't seem to really care about my game. But hey, we like games. You want to start a game together? or hey, can you explain to me why your game is interesting, and I'll participate in it. There's no losing me now. At least that's an alternative. But yeah, I would say I'm glad to hear that you love sharing your life with others. That's fantastic. I think that's an old age thing that I feel could be revitalized in a younger audience to make it more impactful, right? So that their normal daily lives, like their common environments, will lead to more intimate and meaningful excitement. And of course the opposite is true too. It can lead to damage and rejection and stuff, but we're not going to focus. It comes with the package. While there's also meaningful relationships, there can also be meaningful rejections, right? The idea is, though, without forming communication and expression, I'm going to bring it back to language learning now, that, in my opinion, becomes one of the biggest barriers. I would argue, if not the biggest barrier to communicating at the end. Like, you could be the baller person who studied all the kanji in the world, like 6,000, 8,000, I don't know, whatever. You can do all of that, and yet the very final step is to be normalized in expressing with other people. And to me, that might sound to me that sounds trivial, but it's not, in my opinion, to a younger generation. That is like the biggest thing. That's almost the thing that is the reason why they push it off. So you push it off, you keep pushing it off, and any reason to push it off is a good reason. So here comes, you come on by, someone's saying input only, input only. Like, you'll be ready when you speak. It's like, okay, yes, true, right? Unless it never happens. There can be a wall that is so big that regardless of how competent you are, you're unable to share how competent you are, right? And one of them is this digression that I'm having right now. I wouldn't be doing this if I hadn't practiced a lot. And it doesn't have to be acquiring a new language. It could be using your native language. So oftentimes one of the things I raise concern about is I ask the person, oh, so how are you socializing now? It's like, are you having excellent interactions or consistent interactions between the people you know using your native language? Because that's not going to be any easier when you start using a target language, right? And for some, as long as they know they're not interested in interpersonal communication, that's fine. Like some people learn Japanese because all they want to do is read manga and watch anime, right? That's fine. And as long as they have enough friends to keep them happy for a lifetime and like loving others and finding their necessary social and emotional affirmation, excellent. However, the many cases that I've encountered when it comes to the underlying motivation problems or underlying impediments is that despite having some of the most like when I ask them questions to help me, they know so much. They can explain so much. But then when it came to saying, oh, so now did you find a use case for your language, your target language? Like, well, I'm an introvert, so I just kind of avoid speaking to people. Like, okay, but you want to live in Japan sometime, right? Yeah, and like, well, why don't you start now? Like, you can work on communication skills. It doesn't have to be in Japanese. Because I can tell you now, if you're thinking, what does learning how to communicate and interact in your native language have anything to do with communicating and interacting in your target language? When you know how to interact and express things already in another language, it becomes quite like breathing air when you're learning another language, because then you're always looking to know how to do that. You have so many more things that you're motivated to want to do with the language. Like for me, the first thing I'm thinking of is, how do I sound like a streamer in Japanese? Like, okay, I have 20 common questions. I'll list the common questions. Now let me brainstorm at least 3 or 4 different ways I can reply to these questions in Japanese. That's what I'm doing in the next couple of years, or in the next, like, in the year of 2026 is probably what I'm going to do. Like, then I'm thinking, oh, I really love video games, but I need to learn how to speak like perspective and the stuff that I'm already doing. How do I do that? So all of that then becomes your motivation, like becomes your drive. It's almost unapologetic. Like, hey, you want to read manga? That's cool, dude. Right now, I'm just studying this 100 list of most common frequently asked questions that I have to answer and be able to read as a response online because I stream. And all of that will consume my passion. Like, it's awesome. So when you're communicating and you're learning a language, oof, it is a very goated thing, in my opinion. Hot take, very hot. Goated thing if you're already doing it in your native language. Because it's second nature by the time you unlock the skill set. You know, you unlock and circumvent. Like, I can finally, I don't know, do X, Y, and Z. I can finally wish someone a good day and ask them how they're feeling in my target language. Which is great. Whenever you learn something new, you always try to make a question and answer kind of thing. Yes, exactly. That's excellent. I do the thing where, like, okay, the question answer thing, right? The question answer. I actually ask myself, what can I do with it too? Like, the questions and answers themselves are encouraging me to think about it. Like, okay, I just learned the word for katana. Like, where would I be able to use this? All right, tomorrow I'm going to share a story about katana in katana being used in one of my favorite video games. You know? Or saru. How am I going to use saru in a case? So let's go and scratch my back memory. What would I think? I could talk about Planet of the Apes. But then saru is monkey. But I gotta pivot anyways. Or like tori. Tori maybe like the Guardians of Cahal, which is their owls, but that's fine. And then Inu? Inu? Probably Doug from the movie Up. So that's kind of how it goes around, you know? Like, how do I remember these things? Oh, it's also attached to all the things that I'm referring. Though they're my mind palace. This is the mind palace technique. So if you need to remember like Okayama, right? Okayama, I remember it because Oka and Yama mean something now, right? They mean something in Japanese. In fact, it's kind of interesting that they still continue the Hana as opposed to the kanji, because we haven't acquired the kanji yet. Because Yama, you know, mountain, and Oka is plenty. Or are they using plenty? Okayama sounds like plenty mountains. Or it could be evil. No. There are other ways to express Oka. Yama is usually mountain in a name, but it's probably many mountains.
すごいですね。桃太郎の刀は
Yeah.
いい刀です。
Oh, sorry.
正宗
I was
先
using
生
this
は
as an example.
桃太郎の刀を作ります。
So now I gotta give the book back to the fish book, the book about fish. Sakana hon, you know, sakana no hon. Okay.
こんにちは。行きますか。行きましょう。
I rant like this all the time. I hope that's okay.
西、東、
If it's exhausting, don't worry. I'll do most of the talking. I don't do this when the stream goes off. So
西、
disclaimer. I wind down after not on stream. I always come with my A game. Like I'm peak energy. Whenever you don't mind it, okay. I also have to keep in mind that if anyone's surprised that I'm like don't talk very much off stream, it's because I recharge. So instead of pretending, or like not necessarily instead of pretending, instead of like dividing my energy throughout the day, right? Like a lot of people like to be consistent with their behavior. So if they're on camera, for example, on stream, they're like mid-tone and chill, and they want to like chill and mid-tone for the rest of their time, even off stream, a lot of times people will say that's being genuine. For myself, I'm being genuine in the sense that I'm being honest with you. When I'm on stream, I prepare for it. I am always at my highest energy, or I attempt to. And then when I'm like going down to my low energy state, I would stop streaming, because to me, it is what I want people to know. There's a time to be incredibly ready for things. My mindsets are always set for things. If I want to go running, I'm in the running mindset. If I'm in streaming, I'm in the stream mindset. So hopefully, when people see me IRL, and I'm like, I look like a 70-year-old with a cane because I'm overexhausted. Excuse me. Hopefully I don't look like that. But I always tell people, if you ever see me in IRL, I probably look like I'm 60 as opposed to like I'm 20. And I always joke about when someone says, "Oh, but you look like you're in your early 30s," despite being almost 40. And my first thought is, oh, it's all the AI stuff. I use AI generated things, so like this is a deep fake. We're trying to do some de-aging. I'm kidding, obviously, but not so kidding. Figuratively, I'm saying it figuratively. I want to present myself as someone who during a specific period of time, they understand what it's like to be or treat things differently. I was talking about the show Severance with Gustav earlier, who I just met. But if you want me to talk about language learning, I want to be as excited as possible. So I often reserve my energy to talk about these things. And then we can always scale down is my rule of thumb, right? I try to always make sure that I can meet anyone's energy level. It's always an option to lower your energy level to make someone feel comfortable. But I don't ever operate on maximum energy level that I can't meet someone else. So whenever I appear to someone, whenever someone calls me for help or like ask me to accompany themselves, I try to make sure I have excess energy. As in, if something goes wrong, I can accommodate. If they don't want to be so active, I can lower down and match the energy. But you can never, it's so much harder to go up, like past your limit, versus working within your limit. So when it comes to stream, I leave like a 20% headroom, but I'm always above at a higher energy than I usually am when I'm chilling. Chilling and learning and, you know, in the background and whatnot. So don't want to give anyone the false impression, obviously.
ありがとうございます。
Yes, yes, yes. Here you go, little goober.
何
What? Oh, wait. I don't understand this part. Yeah, so I think I had this problem before where the girl wants... Wait,
あ
hold
り
up.
がとうご。めいこちゃんは漫画が好きだから毎日漫画を読む。
Mm-hmm.
私も毎日漫画を読む。
Right? But how do I think I was questioning this before too. Like, where does this manga go? Wait, hold up. This doesn't tell me anything, right? Sakanashi wa... Oh no. Sakanashi wa... 日本の南の海、海にある。It just says a bunch of things, right? Ocha, sure. Yep. So the question is, how do I complete?
ありがとうございます。めいこちゃんは漫画が好きだから毎日
Yes, I
漫画
can't
を
give
読む。
this to him.
何
You want it, kid. Wait, hold up. Let's find out. So, I don't think I ever solved it, like, understood this in the last update. Hold up.
あそこの子供の本はつまらない。
Mhm.
漫画は面白いね。
And so she moved on. She moved on beyond the manga thing. And now I thought she was returning the favor by giving this book. And I thought I could give the book back to the kid. But that's not true. Let's see. Uh-huh. Sure. Mm-hmm. 大きい魚も小さい魚もいる。Right. Big fish, small fish. 大きい魚は元気ではない。お、小さい魚を食べる。 right? 魚は毎日海のお水を飲む。And 海のお水はぬるいからね。ぬるいから美味しくない。Okay? I mean, that's fine. 川からのお水も飲む。Interesting. そのお水はぬるくないから美味しいけど、海のお水をよく飲む。Okay. That doesn't give me anything that I can use. 雨が降ると昨日 wait 昨日水 wait is that really 昨日 okay. No 昨日お水お水も美味しい It's like talking from a perspective of fish. I don't, it's just talking about like the water being good, and then when it rains, drink. Let's see. 山の上の雪の中のお水は時々川の中にある。So on the it's just snow on the mountain. Sometimes drink water. There's water. There's water in the river. あの水が冷たいけど美味しい。Water is delicious. Cool water. That water is. お茶のお水は熱いから美味しくない。So when a tea and water is warm, right, or hot, it's not great. It's not tasty. 日本人と外国人とか飲む悪いお水だ。So Japanese and foreigners drink bad water, or the water they drink is bad. And then sakanashi, right? This is like fish city. Sakanashi no sakana wa sono o mizu mo hitu mo suki de dewa nai, right? So it's like talking from a fish perspective, but I don't know that has anything to do with completing this task. Right? And
こんにちは、行きますか
oh, I can give things to everyone.
行きましょう。
That's interesting.
東
So I don't think it's the kid that has the last mission, right? I'm pretty sure it's one of
Minami.
these people though. Let's which way? Yeah.
東
Oops. Wait. Oh, I did it again.
西
I did west and east mix up. In my head.
桃太郎の石の桃太郎についての本を読みますか
Nope.
風が吹きますね。かわいいですね。
Nothing I can do here.
いらっしゃいませ。
Nothing I can do here. What about you?
岡山県の天
No?
気がいいときはいつも外にいますけど、
面白い
Nope.
こんにちは、行きますか行きましょう。
What was the last thing?
下右下右
Okay. I will find you.
暑くない。
No.
寒く。天気はいいですね。
Okay, that's fine.
時々、倉敷市に雪が降りますけど、蒜山の山に雪がよくあります。
Can't do anything about that.
私は冷たいお茶が好きですけど、愛理さんは温かいお茶が好きです。
Oh, here it is. Here's the other one. This is about
外が
temperature.
寒い時は温かいお茶が好きですけど、ベンさんは冷たいお茶が好きです。
これは冷たいお茶だ。これは温かいお茶だ。
I thought that kid had like a secret. I feel like that kid should have a secret.
私は冷たいお茶が好きですけど、愛理さんは温かいお茶が好きです。
Why is this so huge and the other one's so tiny? You give the guy a tiny cup and you give the
あ
lady
り
a
がとう
big
ござ
cup?
います。毎日冷たいお茶を飲みます。
外が寒い時は温かいお茶が好きで、ありがとうございます。天気が寒い時は温かいお茶はいいですね。
So the girl just has like a gigantic cup and then the guy has a tiny cup. All right. So we're good. We're good. What else we got? Oh yeah, we need to get the... All right. I guess after all that ranting, right? We gotta run it back. Actually, so there's something here.
何回ですか？
Oh,
2回です。
oh, I know why it's here. This is to complete the main quest, but you can't because you can't leave. Wait, actually, hold up. Maybe you can. And then I gotta get the 2 stars from the last dude.
こんにちは。右に電車の切符。何を買いますか？ 切符ので買いを
Oops. I clicked so rapidly.
何を買いますか？ 電車の切符買います。どこまでですか？
We want Dyson ね。
3960円です。
Okay.
ちょうどいた。ありがとうございます。
And then this should lead into the construction zone, right? Yep. Okay. Yep. And that should get us the complete and then lead us to the construction zone. Yep. As expected. And that gives us our completion of that stuff. And then now... Okay. Time to watch me fail over and over again. Okay. Oh, there's also these achievement things. Whoops. That gives hints, right? But let's do this first. I think I'm fairly energetic today, so let's try a couple times.
3が来るけど大丈夫
Okay. Wait. What in the actual... Oh.
山の上の天気は寒いね。
Okay.
有名な、あまりは、好きじゃ。日本
You're
の
just
北
starting
に
Wagotabi for
人が
today.
少
Gotta
ない
write
け
all the
ど
new
動
grammar and
物が
vocabulary
多い。
down. Okay, okay. Good luck, good luck. Oh yeah, you're way over there. You're starting your day. I hope your day starts. I hope this is a decent day to start. Yeah. Enjoy, enjoy. I forgot. You're on the other side.
日本の北に人が少ないけど動物が多い。日本語の言
It's
葉
already
は
2 p.m.
漢字が多い。
Yeah.
難しい。日本語の言葉は漢字が多い。
Yeah, don't let me hell you up. You know? Enjoy, enjoy. um Oh,
暑
rip.
い。
Okay. From the top.
「山の上」。 涼しいが吹くから好きところだ。 この車は安くないですよ。 4 10万 6 100 8 1000です。
Oh, I don't want to talk about it. From the top. Oh my gosh, I saw the thing the moment I clicked on it. I didn't read the whole thing because I was too impatient.
もしもし。駅にいるよ。またね。
Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Wait. Hold. I thought it was 100万. Why did that? What?
1000万
Oh, 1000万. Oh my gosh, I'm one off by I'm 110. It's 10 million, not 1 million.
もしもし。
Oh
駅にい
my
るよ。
gosh. Save me.
公園の前のお寺は有名だけど好きじゃない。有名だ。
That's a typo. Uh,
楽しいです。
oh,
天気が暑いとき、牛に冷たい水をあげる。毎日を飲むから元気だ。
Uh-oh.
日本の言葉がはが
What? I have a lot of... How does have get caught?
わかる。難しい。
Oh, a lot. Oh, a lot is the adjective. Whoops. I could add an adjective, right? Yeah.
優しい。
That's a typo.
080-3671-429店の水は
What?
悪い。
Oh, is it lukewarm water? Oh, dang. Okay.
馬に乗りましょう。楽しいよ。
Hmm. You son of a duck! 10-10. Oh my gosh.
冷たい。
That's a typo.
彼らがいた階に人がたくさんいました。コンビニに冷たいお茶はないです。
Oh my gosh, I'm just clicking on whatever I see. What in the world?
あなた。
I don't think that. No, I don't think that. That's a little bit of a stretch. Oh, I missed the. I saw sometimes. Okay. What the? Why do you do that?
マリは前に漢字書きますよ。すごいです。
Oh.
ねよ。
Oh, you. I don't think that should be a thing.
カバンから漢字についての本をそのカバンは不便だから私の車は地下6階にあります。コーヒーはぬるいけど大丈夫？人、大人はコンピラさんまで行く。
Is it backwards? It's backwards.
Oh, 面白くて
Oh, mushikorote. Oh, mushikorote. Then no. Forgotten. Then help.
この町の地下にが多い道の地下だ。
What? Oh, bendy だね。But この道が多い。How does that compute?
多い
I'm
元気
missing one. So kono, yeah, komonichi na chikano, chikano no. Oh, it's the other way around. So in this town. Oh, I need the position, right? Okay.
猫かわいいですから小さい
The
で
other
す
way around. Cause first. Or, yes, cause first.
「上手ではない」
Oh, not contracted. Right. No contraction. Alright.
「わた」は「が」
We're bad at.
下手なので人が日本語 日本語が話します人と
Oh, was it use first?
使いません話しません
Wakara na. Oh, understanding. Whoops. Understanding.
3
Where is it?
万5 100 9 10円ですか高いですね雨が降る時が多い
Oh, wait. Old? Yes. Okay.
そして寒いが く
Oh my goodness. Send help. That took too long. Hmm.
トイの日本日本トイレ
Hmm.
日本は暖かいですかすごいですよ
It's the other way around. I had a feeling that was gonna happen. Uh,
つまらない時とこに行く カバンに少し
heck. Where's Okane? Okane, where are you? Wait. Oh, Okane is up there. What? Oh, my bag. Oh my gosh. Do you want Watashi? No. What? Oh,
Kaban.
okay, wait.
に
What? Oh, in my bag.
のなに少しがあるある
Something's missing. What? The heck? Oh,
から
oh no.
6円弁当を6円の6円を買いましょう
Oh, they used it as a modifier for. Okay, okay, sure. Sure. Sure.
$1万円をあげますよいですかありが悪い
I was thinking cold is bad. Okay.
カバンから漢字についての本を出します。時々外国人に日本語を教えます。高松市まで行くそしてうちは マリさん。うちは。私。家の後ろに豚がいるよ。本当だ。カバンの中の漢字の本は良くないですか？
Oh.
の貝に多い。あまり多い。がのでにが多い。
Don't really like.
あまり好きじゃないが多いので行きま。
Oh, that was yikes.
にへようこそ。私たちはが下手なので日本語わからない人。のでとですのでが
No. How do I?
が人と話しません。
Oh, I need the. Oh, okay. I couldn't order it in time. The timer keeps ticking, so kind of annoying. Okay.
雨が降る時が多い。そして寒いが吹く。あなたはいつもわからない。少ない。
Well, that's questionable. That's very questionable.
いいです。
Oh, wait. Oh, you're making polite present. Okay.
マリさんは毎日漢字を書きますよ。すごいですね。日本語勉強します。けど上手。もしもし、何階にいる？お金がけど万に万円くれないか？ちょっと時々岡山県桃をおいしいもを食べる。日本の面白い漫画を
Hey,
よく
Poco.
読むよ。
Hey, Poco.
日本の面白い漫画をよく読むよ。人が来ないところはいいですね。ちゃんにが私にできれいなおきおをくれる。
Oh, what's Scott? How are you? Is this a new game? No, this is Wagotabi. whole game. But it is a Steam launch. I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing?
日本の面白い漫画をよく読むよ。そのカバンは不便だから毎日を勉強します。けど日本はよくありません。
Really? Is Yoku?
Oita.
Oh, oita. Dang it. I conjugated improperly.
マリは自転車でに来ました。に大きい城があります。雪きれいだけど冷たい。
Oh no. Oh no.
家が少ない。
Oh no wait.
少ないものが家が好きじゃない。
Son of a bee sting! Oh, it's the other way around. Is this going to be the last segment of the stream? Ah, yeah, it is. Or I am gonna attempt to anyways. I don't think I'm
そ
gonna be
の
able
大
to do
き
this
い動
today.
物はいつも何を食べますか？
We need to get 30 in a row. That's the idea.
No.
What in the world? Oh.
貝にが好きじゃない多いあ、好きじゃないにが多いので行きま日本語勉強しますけど上手誰カバンだった家の後ろに豚がいるね
Oh no. Wait.
よ本当ね
You son of a... Oh, Hontata. Oh my gosh, dude. That's still... those things should be interchangeable, actually.
その大きい動物はいつも
I kind of disagree with that.
カバンから漢字についての本を出します3階
Sangai. That's a typo.
時々おいしい桃
No.
岡山県おい桃を 食べる。2、漫画。話しま。山の上。涼しい。服から。好きところ。が服から好きとだ。日本の刀のお店はすごいですね。先生の質問。に答える。日本をは日本を使います。馬は好きだけどは好きじゃ。エレベーターに乗ります。そして10階まで行きます。もしもし、何階にいる？皆に、神は皆にへ。有名ではないか？
WT Heck. Oh, wait. What? I guess. Okay. Okay.
このスマホは不便だ。使わ時々きのこ先生に面白い漢字の本をもらいます。この車は安くないですよ。400万 6、10です。
What? Wait. Wait. Hold up.
10、6、万、8、10、6、100、万、600万、8、10円です。
I'm not reading this number properly. 400. Oh, 468. Oh, okay. It's actually a lot easier than breaking those up. Okay, alright.
誰のカバンだった？私の彼女と毎日町の南にある有名なビーチに行きます。私の彼女と毎日町の南にある有名なビーチに行きます。エレベーターに乗ります。そして10階まで行きます。取る。
Oh, that's a typo.
物が少ない家が好きじゃない。この英語の言葉はどう読みますか？どの弁当をかは好きだ。牛は好きじゃ。山の上の天気は寒いね。この車は安くないですよ。
Oh no! Wait.
4、6、8、10 万、円です。ね。
Wait. 400. Yeah, I've missed the first placement each time.
お、名前。テラのお、名前は有名だ。
Did they honorific the temple instead of the name? That's fine. I think that's a disagreement.
.前に子供たくさんですかわいいいますね。
Okay.
じは
Where the heck is Bendy? Oh.
便利だ。時
What? When going to the beach? Oh, wait. When going to the beach.
ビーチへ行く時は自転が便利だね。そして楽しい
Ugh, that sucked.
馬は好きだはけど好きじゃない好きじゃ
Okay. Eventually, my eyes are kind of like hurting a little, so I don't got too many more chances. Okay.
雪はきれいだけど冷たい。大丈夫な自転車ですか？ラーメンのお店に有名な人が来ます。きのこ先生の家の番号は何ですか？
Okay.
わたはが下手なので人がわからない日本語わからない人と 話、子供の本だからつまらない。に、漫画。に、話しま、こんにちは。天気は暑いですね。
What the heck? Oh my gosh.
来ない。え。ところ。
Places where people don't come are nice?
が。ところ。
How the flip?
来ない。え。ところ。人へ。は。です。が。
Ito ka. People that people don't come. Where people don't places where people don't come? That's what? Dude, that is disgustingly worded. Plain? Not contracted?
元気ではない。
Oh, so that's considered to go on that. Okay. I'm just gonna skip that. There's too many texts right now.
「い」ですかに千600な10円です。
I don't think I'm gonna be able to do it today. I think I ranted too long.
公園の前のラーメンのラーメンはどうおいしいです。
I can't.
は
What?
どうか
What? 美味しいけど Oh, whoops. Oh, no, the last part. Wasn't paying attention.
キノコ、先生のお金を使いましょう。だよ。誰のカバンだった？
Really?
3万5、100、9、10円ですね。です。高い。
Oops. Oh, what? Wait, what's going on? Oh,
ですかでね。
oh my gosh. Send help. I'm stuck in an infinite loop.
よ
Yo, no, no, that is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. What am I doing here? Oh, I just wanted, okay.
この男の子はよくひらがなを書きます。寒い。
What?
時。水を飲まないです。水を飲まないです。そうですか？
Some help. You son of a... Oh my gosh, I hate Doctor 1010 like cheap 1010 stuff. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm so triggered. Okay.
猫は綺麗だけど、豚は綺麗ではない。
I'm so triggered. Alright.
私に、店の人。お茶。温かいお茶。お茶。みの人。お茶。お茶。おう。
Oh.
みすのうどん。人。
What?
お茶。人。の
I can't think. I can't work that out right now. It's taking so long. Udon no. Oh, they start with udon no. Oh, I see. And then it gives me, and then oh yeah. It has to be in that order, even though it can be said in a different order. Because of these things locking in. I don't like how these things lock in. What?
No.
So you're just gonna go
Manga.
with this? It says it's from Japan, but there's no expression of from Japan here.
No manga. 読む。
That's wild. 面白い manga. Oh. That makes a little bit more sense.
Watashi.
Oops.
私の便スマホかに入れる
Okay. Okay.
この道の山はときれいなので来ます。
Freaking flipped.
ゆなはあまり好きじゃ。どの漫画日本漫画が優しいですか？です。入り口の前にいた男の人はどなたでしたか？
Right. What is happening?
自転車は1万160円でした。お金をないがからやスマホを買う彼ら
Oh no.
がいました。に
What in the world?
彼らがたくさん会にが会にたくさんたくさんのたくさんいました。
Like this is ridiculous. Oh wait, I accidentally screwed up. I meant to put ita there. I need. Oh god, oh that makes sense. Which liberates it to. Oh my eyes, man. My eyes. I need to bring this window down. My neck feels like it's been looking up the entire time. This is always up here. Need to reset.
カバンを取る。そしてマリさんに電話する。ね。自転車は1160円でした。の漫画に話します。お店のうどんはとても安いですよ。300円です。難しいな。質問ので答え。優しくないです。
WTF? Oh, you put the na at the end? Oh, okay. What in the... Precious? What the heck? Oh.
大切漫画の上。
What? Oh. It's my, okay.
私の大切な漫画上にコーヒー熱いコーヒー置かないです。
Holy sentence. Does the wind blow from the west or from the south?
風が吹くからか か
What the heck?
吹くから吹か皆にから吹か
Okay. Save me. Infinite loop of
きのこ先生の家の番号は何ですか？馬
what the
私の馬に乗る山の道に行きます。
Oh my goodness.
彼らがいた階に人がたくさんいました。先生の質問に答えるときは日本語を使います。この町に地下の道が多い。便利だね。この町に地下の道が多い。便利だね。私たちは英語が下手なので日本語がわからない。
Oh no. Why?
テーブルの弁を取るのでそしてビーチ行く
Oh my, I'm about to throw that. Oh my gosh, that is so triggering. I am I was clicking on the wrong thing. I guess that's the best I got for today. Alright, I don't want to try again. That's kind of annoying. Combo game and time combo game is not the way. Let's see. Let's try to find whatever this is. Oh, we gotta go to Edowado, right? Edowado. Where is he? I feel like he's here? No. Oh, wait. Maybe here, actually. We'll get it eventually in the next 2 days. This is only day 5, right? It's got 2 more days. Oh, no, it's not this thing. It's not Bisen. Maybe it's here? I feel like it could be here. Yes.
「私はこの家で毎日あのロボットの名前はロボです。私の可愛い犬はアレキサンダーです。毎日ロボはアレキサンダーに水を渡します。そして私は毎日アレキサンダーに桃をあげます。私と日本語を勉強しますか？ロボは毎日何をしますか？
Oh wait, am I supposed to give the... I can pick up water, Momo, you know, Mizu, Momo. What else did he say? I could probably do all of that. Am I supposed to do all of that? No. Okay.
Wa ni mizu o watashimasu.
はい、そうです。
There's like an achievement dealing with this guy, and we gotta figure it out. I'm kind of tired though.
私は毎日何をしますか？
エドワードはあれにをあげます。
はい、そうです。アレキサンダーは毎日私から何をもらいますか？
は3から桃をもらいます。
はい、そうです。私はホホホーさんにきれいな花をあげます。私は何をしますか？
エドワ3にがにきれいなをくれます。
はい、そうです。いいですね。このきれいな花をあげますよ。
Oh, I got the thing. What did he give me? Oh, the flower.
いいえいいえ。
Okay, so we got the flower. Neat. Can we do anything with the flower? Alright, so we did that. Now we have the only place I know ramen. Popo. Oh no, that's udon. Where we go that has ramen? This is no, this is the okonomiyaki. Oh, there was ramen here though. Who's
漫
Tampopo?
画を描く人のラーメンが好きな人ですよ。
スマホがないです。
Are you
ありがと
Tampopo?
う。
No. What about
備
you?
前市へようこそ。
私の高いスマホは便利だ。
日本のバスもお金がないですから車がないで
I don't know if
す。毎
Tampopo.
日漫画を描きます。
ラーメン。いらっしゃいませ。どのラーメンを買いますか？
Interesting.
ぬるいラーメンですね。
Okay. Tampopo. I don't understand what that tells me. So Tampopo no ramen, right? Ramen wa oishii. So am I supposed to be consuming?
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
Oh yeah, this is Tampopo.
どのラーメンを買い、魚の、岡山県の川の魚ですよ。
Oh, okay.
は、か ?1120 円です。1120円です。
Am I just supposed to chill and consume watts of
ちょうどいただきます。
I be eating all of it? 何これ? Wait. Oh, you don't eat, okay. Okay, can I eat it? Is that what I needed to do? I needed to fail? And just consume it myself? What? Oh, come
いらっ
on.
しゃいませ。
It's
ど
more
の
food
ラ
for
ーメンを
me.
買いますか？肉の美味しいですよ。
Fine.
ラーメン。か ?1300 円です。1300円です。 ちょうどいただきます。
Am I supposed to steal the ramen from someone?
「私の好きなラーメンは肉のラーメンです。すごいラーメンですよ。私の漫画をあげます。」
Oh. He just gives me another one. The heck? Wait. So, what am I supposed to be doing?
これは冷たいお水だ。
いいね。
これは冷たいお水だ。こ
I'm
れ
just
は
gonna collect all
温
the
かいお
items
茶だ。
in case they become useful. How
ラー
about
メン。
ラーメンは、私は肉のラーメンが好きな人ですよ。
okay?
ラーメン。
Can I just yoink yours?
いらっしゃいませ。どのラーメンを買いますか？ぬるい。私のお店の面白いラーメンですよ。ラーメン。は、か
Am I supposed to just
870円です。
try all of them?
870円です。
Am I supposed to just try all of them? Is that the task?
ちょうどいただきます。
Like try all of them? Lukewarm ramen. Ah, okay. Okay, so we did that. No secrets though. Yeah, still stuck on 5 secrets. I don't know what the other 5 secrets are. And then we have Kaze no so sound, wind. Maybe in the mountains. This is where wind is being mentioned. Stop! What the heck? I'm trying to interact with you.
ここは寒いですけど、可愛い動物が多い。この豚は面白いです。どの動物が好きですか？
桃太郎の動物は犬と猿。桃太郎の神社は吉備津にあります。吉備津は岡山市の西にあります。いいえいいえ。
Something dealing with the sound of the wind.
山の下に動物、馬も豚も動物はつまらなくないです。
Yeah, it's like the sound of the wind. Sound of wind. Harmonica. I'm supposed to receive a harmonica for someone. And then what is this thing? I don't know, I'm doing that. I have no idea where the 5 secrets are. I can't even find more than 5. Kaze, Huh. Where? Let's not leave it for tomorrow. Now this kanji thing. So there's kanji match. I wonder if I need a high score for the kanji match, right? Achievement. Uh-oh. Oops. Excuse me. That is the icon for that? Okay, sure. Okay. The flip? What? Oh. It's not even 60,000?
動物はつまらなくないです。
Not even 60k? The heck? I'm guessing this lovely kanji match has... Oh, wait. Oh, it might not... Wait, hold up. maybe is going back to Seiki. Saiki. Yeah.
すごいで
Uh-huh. No?
これは佐伯さんの本で
Dang it. Huh. Where is the heckin' harmonica at? Alright. I think we're good for today. I ranted a lot to celebrate, you know, like it was nice to chatter about language learning while trying to squeeze in some language learning, you know, or practice really. This is more practice. The sound of wind. Right? I don't know. Sound of wind. Oto, what? Kaze no oto? Kaze no oto. How can I don't know. I can't think of anything that would strike me as other than on the top because oh, we got some focus test. Let's do this.
ちゃおテーブル テーブル
There's a
公園前に
how's that?
鳥にをあげるがいます。
Otoko no ko, right?
男の子
And I wrote, and that's a heckin' typo from
女男花の弁当を食べます。何これ何くんパンパン
Alright, these are the early stuff, right? So pretty okay. Those were the early stuff.
うどんをください。はい。わかりま。買う。どこでおうと
What? What? Wait, did I? Oh.
とおうかいかやこの町が多いの道だ便利
Oh, what is going on? Pass.
2が多い地下の道
I.
便ね
Oh, that's how you say. Okay.
魚かはい、そうです。お茶です。男の子弁の肉好きじゃありま
Backwards.
もしもしすみませんエレベーターに乗りますよこんばんはマリですかいいえ男の子に弁当好きじゃこの町に地下道が多いの道が多い便ね
Okay. Okay. All right. Maybe I'll brainstorm and keep the thing in the back of my head. Like, where else could harmonicas be? Definitely not here. My eyeballs are burning. I have some burning eyeballs right now. I should stop. Sound of the wind, you say? Wait. What about, hold up. Not the well, but let's just see if the well, can I even get to the well? Oh, I can. What's happening here? What? Huh. Doesn't this have a mountainside? That's really loud.
またね神社
Oh man, I thought this was it.
神社、
はじめまして。私の名前、日本語、私は、
Oh, that's kind of cute actually. They're from
山が好きです。
Australia. Wait. No, 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 no. Huh. Harmonica, you say? Alright, I guess we'll just brainstorm. How are there 5 secrets that I don't...
丸亀は、丸亀の西に、お城があります。
Oh, you know what? Wait, hold up.
鎌倉市に行きました。とても楽し、綺麗なビーチ。そして、日本に来るとき、いつも鎌倉市に行きます。
There's the one person with the phone number.
いいですね。
I could call that phone number, right?
海の動物、日本の魚。私は、
Oh, what was the phone number though? Was it over here?
悪い天気、雨が、風が、寒いですね。
No. It was the number guy. Oh, what about you?
日本は北から、そして西、日本が好きです。
And then there's Christopher, right? Wait, he transformed back. What the heck?
うわー。すごいですね。
Wait, can I give you
Wow.
something?
Nani?
Oh no, the backpack makes it so you can give it to... Oh no. It could be anyone. Oh wait, but I am pretty sure... Hold up. This person.
漢字は難しいですけど。
Was it this person? No.
またね。
Oh, someone had a phone number. Just don't remember where the person is because I don't remember the phone number. I swear I'm not making this up. And you can probably phone it up in the one area. Hold up.
悟空くんと、きれい。あの男の子は、元気ですね。私は、美味しいですから。
Hang. Alright, well, I'll have to think about it later. This backpack thing makes it so that you can give things to anyone. So that creates a problem, doesn't it? That's interesting. Alright. Guess that's a wrap. Maybe I'll try for the next 2 days, you know. There's still 2 more days. We'll walk around a little tomorrow and see what happens. And brainstorm. Alright folks, that's a wrap for today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. As always, feel free to follow along. You can pick up Wagotabi for yourself. $5 on iOS, Android, And then I think it's still, yeah, it still hasn't been a week. So $9 on Steam. Always feel free, right? And you are always welcome to come on by, share some experience. Is the map big? Well, the map is not. The map keeps going, so yes and no. You have 2 areas. Takes about I'm guessing 20, maybe 20 hours ish. I'm gonna say roughly 20 hours. If you're so inclined, but they put out dates. This is an ongoing project, so you can technically the map is unfinished. Oh, there's Sing Sing. I'm about to head out. It's time to go to bed. So as always, feel free to stop on by whenever. We can digress a little, chat a little during most things, right? Exchange some ideas, share some stories, get a little goofy. Maybe make language learning a little bit more welcoming when it comes to learning. Yeah, I couldn't find the things, but we'll brainstorm and see if I can find the rest of the stuff. Until later. For those who are only interested in Wagotabi, right, in Japanese, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう。Right. See you all next time. Thanks for watching. As always, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.